Case number 1.
Late July 2021. The night is sliding toward midnight as the Regal Edwards Corona Crossings winds down for the day. Inside Auditorium 9, the Forever Purge has just wrapped. The credits fade, the lights brighten, and the scattered audience drifts out, quietly, unhurried, leaving behind the usual debris of a late showing. Nothing about the scene suggests anything unusual. It's the kind of slow Monday night theaters barely notice. A few minutes into the new day, a custodian unlocks the door and steps inside, ready to run through his routine. Flashlight, trash bag, sweep the rows, collect whatever's been abandoned. He moves with the rhythm of someone who's done this hundreds of times. Halfway through the cleanup, he spots two people still seated near the back. At first, he doesn't think twice. They look like a couple, lingering after the movie, maybe talking softly or waiting for the aisles to clear. He calls out to them, expecting a quick, "Sorry, we're leaving." Silence. He walks closer, annoyance shifting into unease. His flashlight cuts across the armrest and catches a dark smear. That's when his brain starts wrestling with what he's seeing, because that stain shouldn't be there. He angles the beam higher. The sound that leaves his mouth isn't so much a shout as a raw, instinctive scream. The woman is folded forward. The man is slumped back. Blood stains the floor beneath their seats. At 11:58 p.m., a call hits emergency dispatch. Two people unresponsive inside the theater. Possible traumatic injuries. Then the quiet night ends. Ambulances, police units, and fire crews roll into the parking lot. The building is cordoned off. Theater employees cluster outside, shaken, watching responders rush past them. Inside, paramedics confirm what the custodian feared. The woman is deceased. The young man is alive, but unconscious, fighting for breath. They load him onto a stretcher and hook him to a ventilator before wheeling him out into the night. Meanwhile, crime scene investigators sweep the auditorium. Cameras click, seats, floors, stains. Everything is documented. The room feels suspended in a surreal kind of stillness, as if time isn't sure how to move forward. Nobody on staff knows who the two victims are. Their faces mean nothing yet. By morning, their names will be everywhere. On TV, on social media, in newspapers, circulating far beyond the walls of that quiet Corona theater. The morning of July 27th, 2021 rolls in quietly over Corona. People head out for their usual routines, coffee runs, school pickups, morning traffic. The day feels ordinary on the surface, but a few blocks away, something far from ordinary is already unfolding. Police have sealed off the parking lot of the Regal Edwards Corona Crossings. Crime scene vans are parked in a tight cluster, lights still flashing, and long strips of yellow tape draw a hard border around the building. At this point, the public has no idea what happened inside that auditorium the night before. Even investigators are working with fragments. The identities of the woman who died and the young man who was rushed out unconscious aren't confirmed yet. What the investigators do know is unsettling. No weapon anywhere in the seats or aisles, no sign of a fight, nothing that clearly explains how two people ended up shot. The early notes in the report are painfully vague. Two victims under undetermined circumstances. The lack of a weapon rules out self-inflicted harm almost immediately, which only deepens the mystery. If neither victim fired a gun, then who did? How did a shooter get in and out of a nearly empty theater without anyone noticing? And why didn't anyone report hearing a gunshot? By midday, the first tiny news blurbs appear on Southern California websites. Just a few lines mentioning two victims found in a movie theater, no details, no names. As the story spreads, journalists begin drifting toward the theater hoping for clarity. They don't get any. Officers tell them the investigation is active and nothing can be shared. By late afternoon, the media attention ramps up. Los Angeles stations send crews to Corona, cameras pointed at the blocked-off parking lot. Breaking news banners start appearing online. Double tragedy in Corona, shooter still at large. That's when speculation takes over. Social media attempts to fill the void. Some people insist it must have been an accident. Others jump to theories about gangs or drug disputes. None of it is grounded in fact. Residents, confused and uneasy, keep asking the same question. How does someone fire a gun inside a theater with cameras, staff, and only a handful of people around, and then disappear? Police don't confirm any of the swirling theories. Their only official statement the entire day is blunt. There's no weapon and no suspects. Detectives are combing through ticket logs and surveillance footage, trying to reconstruct a timeline that refuses to make sense. As night settles in, Corona feels unusually tense. The theater shuts its doors indefinitely. Local Facebook groups and neighborhood pages overflow with worried comments. People admit they're now hesitant to see a movie by themselves. Schools and nearby colleges even put out reminders urging the community not to share unverified rumors. Stick to official sources, they warn. By the end of the evening, one more detail emerges. Riverside County detectives and forensic ballistics experts have joined the investigation. Whatever happened inside that auditorium wasn't simple, and the case is already growing far bigger than a local police department expected. At that stage, no one knew who the two victims were or whether they even knew each other. Detectives were only beginning to piece together the final minutes inside Theater 9, reviewing every detail, every timestamp, trying to understand how the night unfolded. Reporters, meanwhile, uncovered something unsettling. The shooting happened during a part of the Forever Purge where the soundtrack is filled with rapid, explosive gunfire. That single detail explained why the few other people in the theater never realized anything was actually happening around them. Real violence had been drowned out by the movie's own chaos. It made the entire situation feel even more disturbing. There was still no suspect, no motive, and no weapon. The following morning, police finally released the victims' identities. The two weren't strangers. They were a couple on a date. Their names, Riley Goodrich and Anthony Barajas, were confirmed publicly on July 28, 2021. From that moment, what had first looked like an isolated tragedy turned into a statewide story. Anthony Michael Barajas, born August 9, 2001, grew up in Southern California with his family, Bree and Catherine. He had always been the kind of kid who drew people in, confident, warm, easy to talk to. He balanced schoolwork with sports, playing soccer, practicing martial arts, and throwing himself into school activities. Teachers often pointed out that he carried himself with a maturity most teenagers didn't have. In 2019, he joined TikTok. It started casually, quick clips, moments with friends, but his audience grew fast. By mid-2021, he was closing in on 1 million followers. He posted on Instagram too, sharing glimpses of daily life, never acting like he was above anyone. Even with the attention, he stayed grounded and friendly. He wasn't a star in the Hollywood sense, but online and in person, he was well-liked and respected. Beside him that night sat Riley Goodrich. She and Anthony shared similar energy, ambition, and kindness, though their backgrounds were different. Riley was the only daughter in a tight-knit family that supported her in everything she did. At school, she was known for her bright personality, captain of the cheer squad, active in volleyball, always showing up with a smile. Friends and teachers described her as responsible, loyal, and incredibly easy to love. After finishing high school, Riley headed to Grand Canyon University in Phoenix on a scholarship. She studied business and marketing, but no matter how busy college life got, she always made her way back home for breaks and holidays. Staying close to her family and the friends she grew up with was something she never compromised on. By summer 2021, her freshman year was behind her and she was back in Corona for the break. On July 4th, during an Independence Day get-together with friends, she met Anthony for the first time. He was a little older, relaxed, funny, and had this easygoing charm that made conversations feel natural. They clicked quickly, exchanged numbers, and kept talking afterward. Nothing heavy, just two people enjoying each other's company and seeing where the connection might lead. When Anthony suggested meeting up in person, Riley agreed, but with one condition: he had to meet her parents first. She trusted their judgment, especially her father's. At first, they weren't sure what to think. Anthony was a content creator, which didn't immediately reassure them. But after sitting down with him, their worries faded. He was polite, steady, and thoughtful. He earned their respect. And with that, Riley and Anthony set their first official date for July 26th, 2021. They had no idea that the night they were planning, a simple, hopeful summer date, would be the last evening they would ever share. That night, everything started out exactly as it should have. Riley and Anthony planned something low-key. Dinner first, then a movie. They ate at one of her favorite local spots, and around 9 p.m. made their way to the Regal Edwards Corona Crossings Theater. Riley had been there countless times growing up. It felt familiar, comforting. They picked The Forever Purge, the 9:30 p.m. showing. The theater was nearly empty, typical for a Monday night. The movie's plot centers around a society that allows violent chaos to erupt unchecked, a dystopian nightmare meant to exist only on screen. But on that particular night, the line between fiction and reality would slip in a horrifying way. The bursts of gunfire from the film would mask the real danger happening just a few rows away. No one in that theater could have guessed how dark that small coincidence would become. Around 10 p.m., while The Forever Purge played on, Riley sent her mom a quick message. Nothing dramatic, just a light complaint that the movie was a bit dull, followed by a smile in words. The company was great, and she was happy to be out with Anthony. It would be the final message her family ever received from her. Inside Theater 9, everything looked ordinary. Dim lights, the hum of surround sound, another burst of on-screen gunfire blending into the action. People ate their popcorn, some got up to use the restroom. No one paid attention to the man sitting alone near the back. He didn't appear threatening, just out of place, unsettled. Investigators would later learn he hadn't come alone. He'd arrived with a small group, but they left early, unnerved by the way he was acting. Nearly 2 hours later, the film reached its climax. The credits were seconds from rolling, and the overhead lights were about to come back on. In that tiny window of darkness, everything unfolded. 2 shots, quiet under the movie's explosive sound design, rang out without anyone recognizing them for what they were. Riley died instantly. Anthony suffered a catastrophic head injury. The movie ended. Viewers stretched, threw away their popcorn, and walked out. Not one person realized the crime had taken place just a few rows over. When the theater finally emptied, only Riley and Anthony remained in their seats, unmoving. Riley's time of death was later placed at roughly 11:45 p.m. 13 minutes after the final scene, staff called 911, unaware they were reporting one of the most shocking cases Corona had ever faced, a crime committed with precision and total anonymity. The shooter had simply slipped away. When investigators entered Auditorium 9, they found 2 bullets, each fired at close range. The angles told a clear story. The shooter had been standing directly behind Riley and Anthony. There were no signs of a fight, no attempt by the victims to defend themselves. Everything suggested a sudden, targeted attack carried out in silence. Blood was found on the seats on the floor, but nothing else that could immediately explain what happened. No weapon, no shell casings, nothing that pointed investigators toward the gun used. That missing firearm quickly became one of the biggest obstacles in the case. Without it, they couldn't determine the make or model, couldn't trace its origin, and couldn't confirm who might have had access to it. One of the earliest questions detectives explored was whether this could have been a murder followed by self-harm. Forensic analysts shut that theory down almost instantly. Neither of Riley nor Anthony had gunshot residue on their hands, which meant neither of them fired a weapon. And then there was the missing purse. Riley's bag, along with her ID and wallet, was nowhere at the scene. That raised the possibility that the attacker had taken it on the way out. Processing the theater was another challenge. Dozens of people had been in and out of that auditorium earlier in the day, leaving fingerprints on armrests, seat backs, railings, and doorknobs. Crime lab technicians collected hundreds of prints and DNA swabs. None of them pointed to a suspect. Investigators turned to surveillance footage. The parking lot cameras showed cars pulling in and out, but the resolution was too poor to identify faces. Inside the actual screening room, there were no cameras at all. Typical for movie theaters, but devastating for the case. Whatever occurred in those final minutes of the film hadn't been recorded. So detectives worked backward, reconstructing the timeline. Riley's final text to her mother came at 10:15 p.m. Neither she nor Anthony used their phones after that. The movie ended shortly before midnight. The 911 call came in at 11:58 p.m. Based on that, investigators estimated the attack happened sometime between 11:30 and 11:45. Multiple agencies were now involved: Riverside County Forensics, medical examiners, Corona PD. Every inch of Auditorium 9 was photographed and logged. The bullets recovered were sent to ballistics, and the autopsy confirmed what officers already suspected. Both victims had been shot in the head at close range. The rounds came from the same gun. By the morning of July 27th, a grim picture had formed. The shooter was inside the theater with Riley and Anthony, fired the shots while the movie masked the sound, and left before the lights came back on. No weapon left behind, no witnesses, no clear reason. One fact, however, stood out above all the uncertainty. Whoever did this acted with precision. This wasn't impulsive, it wasn't personal. It was cold, deliberate, and carried out by someone prepared to vanish into the dark without leaving a trace. At this stage, the case shifted from a tragic mystery to a full-fledged hunt for a targeted double offender. Whoever pulled the trigger had vanished, and identifying that person became the highest priority for Riverside County investigators. Once the physical evidence was documented and removed from the theater, detectives turned to the one thing that might finally point them in a direction: the people who were actually inside the room. The first task was simple: confirm who bought tickets for that 9:30 p.m. showing of The Forever Purge. The cashier remembered that only 6 tickets had been sold. 2 were Riley and Anthony's. The other 4 belonged to a small group of young men who came in together. With such a tiny audience, logic narrowed the possibilities almost instantly. Either the shooter was one of those 6, or someone slipped into the auditorium without being seen. Theater staff quickly dismissed that second theory. The doors closed automatically, and no employee reported anyone wandering in mid-film. That left the original 6. Detectives pulled whatever data the theater system had, but the trail went cold immediately. Every ticket had been bought with cash. No credit card names, no customer accounts, no digital trail. The cashier could only offer a general description. The group looked like young men in their early 20s, possibly Latino, calm, nothing hostile or attention-grabbing. And since there were no cameras inside the auditorium, a privacy standard in most theaters, there was no direct record of what happened in those final minutes. The only visual evidence came from the parking lot. It showed the 4 men stepping out of their vehicle, grabbing snacks, and walking inside. Nothing unusual, except for one member of the group. A security guard later recalled that he seemed tense, distracted, muttering to himself. Not enough to intervene, but enough to stick in memory after the fact. A disturbing question hung over the early days of the investigation. How did the double shooting take place in a nearly empty room, and no one notices a thing? The answer, investigators realized, was hiding in plain sight: the movie itself. The Forever Purge is set in a world where violent crime is not just common, but temporarily encouraged. Gunshots, chaos, and destruction echo constantly through its soundtrack. And on that night, those fictional bursts of gunfire synced almost perfectly with the real ones. The Forever Purge is packed with blaring sirens, frantic screams, and non-stop gunfire. The shooter had chosen his moment carefully, firing during one of the movie's loudest, most chaotic scenes. The audio masked everything. At first, detectives considered the possibility that more than one person from the group of four could have been involved, but the evidence didn't support that. A coordinated attack would have left more behind, more movement, more mistakes, more physical traces. Instead, everything pointed to a single individual acting alone. The other three men either never realized what had happened behind them or chose not to say a word. They walked out before the movie ended, unaware of the investigation that was about to swallow their night whole. Forensics soon confirmed the obvious starting point. The 2 bullets recovered were fired from the same gun, most likely a 9mm handgun. That information didn't identify a suspect, but it narrowed the field and gave investigators something concrete to work with. Authorities went public next. They released a statement asking anyone who might recognize the group of 4 young men from that screening to contact the police. It wasn't much to go on, but those 4 tickets were the only real thread in a case with almost no leads. Then the momentum stalled. Days passed with no progress, no fingerprints that pointed to anyone, no helpful witnesses, no weapon turning up in a dumpster or riverbed. Whoever fired those shots had known exactly how to slip through the cracks. 3 days after the attack, everything changed. A call came into the tip line, anonymous, hesitant, but specific. The caller said he knew someone who had been acting strangely on the night of the shooting, and that this person matched the description of one of the men seen entering Theater 9. He gave the name, Joseph Jimenez, 20 years old, from El Cerrito, just outside Corona. Investigators ran the name immediately. Records popped up, addresses, background details, and then the detail that locked their attention. Joseph Jimenez was the registered owner of one of the vehicles captured in the theater's parking lot footage that night. The break they'd been waiting for had finally arrived. That tip was enough for detectives to secure a search warrant. Within hours, officers were standing outside a small trailer on the outskirts of town. Inside, they found Joseph Jimenez. Officers later described him as detached and unfocused, his answers drifting, his thoughts scattered, occasionally mumbling or talking to himself. While searching the trailer, investigators uncovered 2 critical pieces of evidence: a 9mm handgun and Riley Goodrich's wallet, complete with her ID and bank cards. That immediately shifted the investigation from speculation to certainty. For the first time, they had a direct physical link tying Jimenez to the crime. The gun was rushed to the lab. When the ballistics report came back, it confirmed what investigators already suspected. This was the weapon that fired the bullets recovered inside Theater 9. Jimenez was arrested on the spot and taken to the Corona Police Department. During questioning, his statements veered all over the place. He denied involvement, claimed he'd merely found the gun, but couldn't offer any explanation for why he had Riley's personal belongings. His behavior worried detectives. At times, he'd become withdrawn, staring off as if distracted by something only he could see. Other times, he'd repeat words or stop speaking mid-sentence. A background check painted a similarly unsettling picture. He had no criminal record, lived alone, and only held sporadic part-time jobs. Neighbors later told detectives that in the days before his arrest, Jimenez had been yelling at night, engaging in heated arguments with someone who wasn't actually there. At the time, no one thought much of it. Later, those details would become central to understanding what pushed Jimenez towards such a violent act against strangers he had never met. For investigators, this moment was the turning point. A random tip had cracked open the case, but now came the hardest part: determining intent and unraveling what drove a 20-year-old to carry out such a calculated attack. After the arrest, detectives located 3 of Jimenez's acquaintances, the same young men who had gone to the movie with him that night. Their statements helped reconstruct the crucial hours leading up to the shooting. According to them, Jimenez had been acting strangely even before they entered the theater. He muttered to himself, seemed tense, avoided conversation. At the ticket counter, he barely spoke, then abruptly broke into nervous laughter. Once inside the auditorium, his behavior escalated, whispering under his breath, jerking his head around, scanning the room as if bracing for something unseen. Roughly half an hour into the film, he stood up and told his friends he was going to the restroom. When Jimenez finally returned to the auditorium, he was holding a small box. One of his friends asked what it was, and Jimenez answered, almost casually, "It's a weapon." At first, the group assumed he was joking. He had a strange sense of humor sometimes, but the look on his face shifted quickly. Whatever was happening with him that night was beyond anything they'd seen before. Uncomfortable and unsure of what to do, the group quietly slipped out of the theater. They didn't alert security and later told investigators they never imagined he was capable of violence. He'd always been odd, they said, but never dangerous. Detectives dug for any link between Jimenez and the victims, mutual friends, online messages, shared history, but nothing came up. There was no connection at all. The working theory became clearer. This wasn't targeted. It was random and carried out by someone in severe psychological crisis. In a later interview, Jimenez admitted to the shooting but insisted it was self-defense. He said he'd been hearing voices. One voice in particular, a woman he called Abigail, had been warning him that people were out to hurt him. According to him, she told him that locals were watching him, that groups from nearby neighborhoods wanted him dead. He also said he had been diagnosed with schizophrenia and had stopped taking his medication days before the shooting. Without it, he claimed, the voices grew louder and more commanding. Abigail, he told detectives, urged him to act first. On the day of the attack, surrounded by the violent imagery of the Forever Purge, he felt cornered, convinced the movie scenes were directed at him. He stepped out, retrieved a 9mm handgun he'd previously purchased for protection, and returned to the theater. What happened next, he claimed, wasn't his decision, it was the voices. That explanation created a major legal dilemma. Was he truly in the midst of a psychotic break? Or was he using mental illness as a shield to avoid responsibility? Meanwhile, Anthony Barajas was fighting for his life at Corona Regional Medical Center. Surgeons worked through the night, neurologists evaluated him repeatedly, but he never woke up. Anthony remained on life support as thousands of people rallied for him online under the hashtag #PrayForAnthony, hoping for a miracle. On July 31st, 2021, doctors declared him brain dead. His parents, surrounded by family, made the agonizing choice to remove life support. Later that day, Anthony was officially pronounced dead. He had registered as an organ donor, and because of that choice, several people received life-saving transplants, one of the few bright spots in a devastating week. A memorial service brought hundreds together. Relatives, childhood friends, classmates, and followers who had watched Anthony grow online. For Riley's family, attending that service meant reliving the loss all over again. Two families who hadn't known each other before were now bound by unimaginable tragedy. Anthony's death turned the case into a double homicide, shifting prosecutors toward pursuing premeditated charges. The trial began in February 2024 at Riverside County Superior Court. Prosecutors argued this was a deliberate act, planned, intentional. The defense countered that Jimenez was legally insane, suffering from schizophrenia so severe that he couldn't understand his actions. But prosecutors pointed to specific choices he made, stealing Riley's wallet, hiding evidence, and fleeing the theater. Those, they argued, were the actions of someone aware of what he'd done. A key witness, Carlos Gonzalez, one of the friends who went to the movie with Jimenez, testified about his disturbing behavior that night, the muttering, the anxiety, the sudden exit, and his return holding a weapon. Psychiatric experts took the stand as well, offering conflicting reports. One acknowledged the schizophrenia diagnosis, but emphasized that Jimenez still knew right from wrong. Another testified that despite his mental illness, he understood the consequences of his actions. After weeks of testimony and arguments, the jury delivered its verdict: guilty on 2 counts of first-degree homicide and theft. Riley's and Anthony's families were in the courtroom when the decision was read. For them, the verdict closed the legal chapter, but the emotional weight of what happened, the randomness, the loss, the lives cut short, never truly settled.
Case number 2.
Monday, September 10th, 2001. If you were to pull the meteorological records for New York City on that specific date, you would find a description that feels almost oppressive. It was 80 degrees. The humidity was high, clinging to the skin, thick with the exhaust of a million cars. A low-pressure system was moving in from the west, bringing with it a violent band of thunderstorms that would break over Manhattan in the evening. It was a day defined by its deceptive normalcy. The city was moving with that frantic, specific energy that defines the end of a New York summer. Thousands of people were filing paperwork, complaining about the heat, and making dinner reservations for Tuesday night. They were living in a world that was, unbeknownst to them, living the last day before everything changed. They were living in the final hours of the pre-9/11 world. And amidst this sprawling, breathing metropolis, a 31-year-old physician named Sneha Ann Phillip was living her last ordinary day. To her neighbors in Battery Park City, she was just the woman down the hall. She was striking, with dark eyes and short-cropped hair. She was brilliant, perhaps a little private, living a successful life with her husband in a polished apartment building. But to the detectives, journalists, and family members who would spend the next 2 decades hunting for her, she would become something entirely else. She would become a ghost. She would become the most maddening, divisive mystery of the September 11th attacks. A woman who vanished not in the fire and ash of Tuesday morning, but in the rain and wind of Monday night. Her story forces us to ask a question that is both simple and terrifying. Did she die a hero, rushing into the inferno to save lives? Or did the end of the world provide her the ultimate cover to walk away from a life that was secretly unraveling? To understand the mystery of Sneha Ann Phillip, we cannot look at the tragedy of September 11th in isolation. We have to peel back the layers of the woman herself. We have to look at her complexities, her flaws, her brilliance, and the storm that was gathering in her private life long before the planes ever appeared in the sky.
Sneha was not a simple character in this story. She was a woman of immense contradictions and profound depth. Born in the lush, tropical landscape of Kerala, India, she moved to upstate New York with her family as a child. She carried with her the dual weight that many immigrant children know: the fierce expectations of her family to succeed, and the internal desire to forge her own identity in a new world. While she pursued medicine, the expected path, she thought and moved differently. She wasn't just a doctor. She was an artist who painted with depth and emotion. She was a writer who filled journals with introspection and observation. She was a woman who loved literature and exploration. Those who knew her best described a duality in her nature: the disciplined, scientific mind of a physician, and the passionate, sometimes impulsive heart of a creative. By the year 2001, on paper, she seemed to have conquered the American dream. She had married Dr. Ron Lieberman, a man she met in medical school in Chicago. Ron was the anchor to her kite, steady, practical, deeply devoted and protective. Together, they were a power couple in the making. Ron was working as an emergency room physician at Jacobi Medical Center in the Bronx, dealing with the grit and trauma of the city's front lines. Sneha was an intern, completing her residency in internal medicine. They lived in a stunning one-bedroom apartment at 225 Rector Place. If you are unfamiliar with the geography of Manhattan, it is crucial to understand where 225 Rector Place sits. It is in Battery Park City, a quiet, manicured residential oasis on the Hudson River. It is a place of green parks and river promenades, feeling somewhat removed from the noise of the city. But it sits directly in the shadow of the World Trade Center. The Twin Towers were not just landmarks to Sneha and Ron. They were neighbors. They loomed over their daily lives, massive and constant, filling the view from the street corners.
But inside that apartment, the picture-perfect image was beginning to fracture. Beneath the surface of their successful life, currents of trouble were swirling. By the late summer of 2001, Sneha was effectively unemployed. She had been working as an intern at Cabrini Medical Center, but her contract had not been renewed. This is where the narrative begins to split into two warring factions, the official record and the family's truth. The hospital's administrative files painted a picture of a resident in deep trouble. They cited tardiness and, more alarmingly, alcohol-related issues as the reasons for her dismissal. The paperwork suggested a professional life that was sliding off the rails, a talented doctor who couldn't keep it together. However, Sneha told her husband and her family a very different story. She claimed she was the victim of a corrupt and toxic system. She told Ron that she was acting as a whistleblower. She claimed she had uncovered systemic racism and sexual harassment within the hospital staff, and that her contract dispute was retaliation, a punishment for refusing to stay silent in the face of injustice. This context is vital because it establishes Sneha's mindset in those final weeks. Was she a woman spiraling into addiction and professional failure? Or was she a principled fighter under siege, battling a bureaucracy that wanted to silence her? The pressure on her was not just professional, it was legal. Earlier in the spring of 2001, Sneha had been involved in an incident at a bar. She had reported to the police that a male colleague had groped her. It was a serious accusation, one that she expected the justice system to handle with care. Instead, the system turned on her. After an investigation, the police and the Manhattan District Attorney's Office concluded that her story did not add up. In a shocking reversal, they charged her with third-degree falsely reporting an incident. Suddenly, the doctor was a defendant. She pleaded not guilty. She was adamant about her innocence, refusing to take a plea deal that would have made the problem go away quietly. She wanted to fight, but the stress was undeniable. A criminal record could end her medical license. It could destroy everything she had worked for since she was a child in Kerala. This brings us to the morning of September 10th, 2001. Sneha and Ron woke up early. They had to travel to the criminal court on Center Street for her arraignment. It was a routine legal proceeding, but the atmosphere was charged with the accumulated stress of the previous months. Police reports, filed weeks later by detectives investigating her disappearance, would claim that a massive argument erupted between the couple at the courthouse. The police narrative suggested that Ron was tired of the fighting, tired of the drama, and wanted her to end the legal battle. They alleged it turned into a public screaming match, where Sneha stormed off, leaving Ron behind in the lobby. Ron Lieberman, however, has spent 20 years vehemently denying this ever happened. According to him, the morning was tense, yes. It was stressful, absolutely. But it was quiet. There was no screaming match. There was no storming off. He says they left the courthouse together, that the mood was somber but united. He went to his job in the Bronx to start his shift, and Sneha, who had the day off, returned to their apartment in Battery Park City. We have to trust the timeline of that afternoon because it is the last time Sneha and Philip exists clearly in the historical record. She returned to the apartment and did what millions of people did in 2001. She logged onto the computer. From roughly 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., she was engaged in an instant messenger chat with her mother. Forensic analysis of this conversation is critical. Investigators looked for signs of distress, signs of a goodbye, signs of a plan to flee. They found nothing. The conversation was banally, beautifully normal. They discussed plans for a cousin's upcoming visit. Sneha mentioned that she wanted to check out Windows on the World, the famous restaurant located on the 107th floor of the North Tower, as a potential venue for a family celebration. She was planning for the future. She was thinking about weeks and months ahead. She was thinking about weddings and dinners. These are not the thoughts of a woman about to disappear. After signing off, she engaged in a domestic ritual that has been cited by psychologists analyzing the case. She repotted her orchids. She took the delicate plants into the bathtub, carefully arranging the soil and the pots. It is a microscopic detail, but it carries immense psychological weight. People who are in the throes of a mental breakdown, or people who are planning to walk out the door and never come back, rarely take the time to tend to houseplants. By late afternoon, the sky over New York began to darken. The low-pressure system had arrived. A storm was rolling in, bringing wind and rain. At around 6 p.m., Sneha left the apartment. She was dressed casually. She walked out of the lobby and headed towards Century 21. For those who didn't know it, Century 21 was more than a department store. It was a chaotic, beloved institution for New Yorkers, located directly across the street from the World Trade Center site. It was famous for its discounted designer clothes and its frenetic energy. Sneha arrived there just as the rain began to fall in sheets. We know she was there because of security cameras and credit card records. She browsed the racks. She wasn't rushing. She appeared calm. She selected lingerie. She picked out a dress. She bought pantyhose. She went to the home goods section and selected bed linens. Finally, she purchased 3 pairs of shoes. The bed linens are particularly important. You do not buy new sheets for a bed you never plan to sleep in again. You do not buy 3 pairs of shoes if you are running for your life. At 7:18 p.m., she stood at the register. She handed over Ron's American Express card. The transaction was approved. She took the 2 large shopping bags, turned, and walked out of the store. This moment, 7:18 p.m. on September 10th, is the cliff edge. Sneha walks out of the bright, fluorescent safety of the department store and steps into the dark, rain-swept street. And then she is gone. The mystery of what happened next is compounded by a detail that haunts the investigation to this day. A clerk from the shoe department, interviewed weeks later, told police that Sneha was not alone. The clerk recalled that Sneha was shopping with another young woman, possibly of Indian or Hispanic descent. The clerk didn't know who she was. Was this a friend, a secret acquaintance, a lover, or was it simply a trick of memory, a retrospective error made by a witness traumatized by the events of 9/11? The mystery woman has never been identified. She appears in no other records. But if she existed, she is the last person to see Sneha and Philip alive. Night fell, the thunderstorm broke over the city, lashing the streets with rain and wind. Ron finished his shift in the Bronx and returned to the apartment around midnight. He found the door locked. The apartment was empty. He wasn't immediately panicked. Sneha was a night owl. She had a fiercely independent streak. She would often stay out late, sometimes crashing at her brother John's apartment nearby or staying with friends. Ron, exhausted from his shift, assumed she was safe. He assumed she was avoiding the rain. He went to bed, expecting to see her in the morning. But the night held one final cryptic clue. At 4 a.m., on the morning of September 11th, the landline in the apartment rang out. A call was made from the apartment to Ron's cell phone. This detail is maddening. Ron was in the apartment, asleep. His cell phone was on the nightstand next to him. The call was brief and went to voicemail. The recording was just static and silence. How does a call originate from an apartment where the only occupant is asleep? There are three possibilities. 1, Ron woke up in a sleep state, checked his phone, and accidentally dialed his own number. A fat finger error that happens to everyone.
2, someone else was in the apartment while he slept, a terrifying prospect that has no physical evidence to support it. Or 3, Sneha came home. Perhaps she arrived at 4 a.m., realized she didn't have her keys, or didn't want to wake Ron with the buzzer. Perhaps she let herself in quietly, saw him sleeping, couldn't find her own phone, and used the landline to call his cell to locate it. But if she was there, why did she leave again? And where did she go at 4 a.m.? Ron has absolutely no memory of this event. It remains a digital ghost in the phone records. 4 hours later, the sun rose on a cloudless blue sky. It was September 11th. At 8:46 a.m., the world was torn apart. American Airlines Flight 11, moving at hundreds of miles per hour, slammed into the North Tower. The impact was so close to their apartment that the windows would have rattled in their frames. Ron woke up to the sound of the explosion. At first, like everyone else in New York, he thought it was a terrible accident. A small plane, a pilot error. But when he looked out the window, he saw the gaping wound in the steel. He saw the fire. The confusion of those first few minutes is hard to overstate. The air was filled with paper, debris, and the roar of sirens. Ron grabbed his phone. He called Sneha. It went to voicemail. He called her brother, John. He called her parents. No one had heard from her. Then, at 9:03 a.m., the second plane hit. The realization washed over him. This was not an accident. This was an attack. And his wife was missing in the middle of a war zone. Ron Lieberman did what he was trained to do. He was a doctor. He knew that mass casualties were imminent. But he also knew he had to find Sneha. He couldn't stay in the apartment. The building was being evacuated as the South Tower collapsed, sending a cloud of toxic dust and debris roaring through the streets of Battery Park City. He made his way uptown, fighting against the tide of fleeing New Yorkers. He eventually reached St. Vincent's Hospital and later the medical center where he worked. He hoped,
with a desperate fervor that Sneha was there. He hoped that she had seen the attacks and her medical instincts had kicked in, that she was currently in a trauma base somewhere saving lives too busy to call him. But she wasn't there. He checked the lists of the injured, he checked the morgues, he checked the makeshift triage centers. Sneha and Philip was nowhere.
In the days that followed, the search for Sneha became a desperate crusade. Ron and Sneha's brother John printed thousands of flyers. They taped her face to walls, phone booths, and fences all over Manhattan. They went on television, pleading for information. In the immediate aftermath of 9/11, the city was united in grief, and the assumption was that Sneha was one of the noble lost, a doctor who had rushed in to help and died a hero. But as the dust settled and the NYPD began to investigate her specific case, the tone shifted. The investigation was assigned to Detective Richard Stark, and what he found in Sneha's background led him to a darker, more cynical conclusion. The police began to construct a profile of Sneha that was diametrically opposed to the grieving family's description. They dug into the double life theory. Police reports alleged that Sneha was frequenting lesbian bars in the West Village, places like the Meow Mix and Henrietta Hudson. They interviewed bartenders who claimed she was a regular. The police suggested that Sneha was exploring a side of her sexuality that she kept hidden, and that on the night of September 10th, she might have gone home with a stranger she met at one of these bars. The NYPD's theory was brutal in its pragmatism. They believed that Sneha did not die in the terrorist attacks. They believed she was murdered on the night of September 10th, the victim of a random crime, a pickup gone wrong, or a robbery. They theorized that her body was disposed of in the hours before sunrise, or perhaps, in a twist of macabre fate, her body was destroyed by the chaos of the next morning. They even floated the idea that she might have staged her own disappearance, using the chaos of 9/11 to flee her pending court case and her crumbling career, walking away into a new life. The family was outraged. They felt the police were engaging in lifestyle discrimination, using Sneha's bisexuality and her job troubles to dismiss her potential heroism. Ron Lieberman was open about their marriage. He stated clearly that he knew about the bars, that he knew she went out, and that it wasn't a source of marital strife. He accused the police of slut-shaming a victim to clear a case file. So what if she drank? So what if she liked women? That doesn't mean she wasn't at the World Trade Center when the towers fell. Ron refused to accept the police narrative. He hired a private investigator, a former FBI agent named Ken Gallant, to re-examine the evidence. Gallant stripped away the moral judgments and focused on the timeline. And it was Gallant who found the smoking gun, or at least the closest thing to it. He obtained security footage from the lobby of Sneha's apartment building at 225 Rector Place. The tape was grainy, high contrast black and white, but it showed something remarkable. At 8:43 a.m. on September 11th, just 3 minutes before the first plane hit, a woman enters the lobby. The morning sun is blasting through the glass doors, turning the figure into a silhouette. But the profile is striking. The woman has Sneha's short-cropped hair. She has Sneha's height. She has Sneha's build. She is not carrying the shopping bags from the night before.
The woman in the video walks to the elevator bank. She waits for a moment. Then she pauses. It is as if she remembers something, or perhaps changes her mind. She turns abruptly and walks back out the front doors, disappearing into the street. This video became the cornerstone of the family's theory. Their reconstruction of the timeline goes like this. Sneha did not come home on the night of the 10th. She likely stayed at her brother's apartment, who wasn't home, or with a friend. She returned to her apartment building the next morning at 8:43 a.m. to get changed and go to the hearing or start her day. Just as she entered the lobby, or just as she turned to leave, the first plane roared overhead. The sound would have been deafening. She walks out. She sees the smoke. She sees the fire in the North Tower just 2 blocks away. She is a doctor. She has taken an oath. She does not run away. She does not go upstairs to hide. She runs toward the disaster. If this timeline is correct, Sneha would have arrived at the World Trade Center complex between 8:50 and 9 a.m. She would have been in the plaza or in the lobby of the North Tower offering medical aid to the burned and the injured. When the South Tower collapsed at 9:59 a.m. or the North Tower at 10:28 a.m., she would have been instantly killed, her body vaporized in the collapse, leaving no DNA trace, a fate shared by over 1,100 other victims of the attack who have never been identified. This theory aligns with her character. It aligns with the lack of digital footprint after the 10th, and it explains why she was never found. But the legal system was slow to accept this. In 2003, Ron Lieberman filed a petition in the Manhattan Surrogates Court to have Sneha officially declared a victim of the September 11th attacks. This was not just a matter of sentiment, it was a matter of truth. It was about how she would be remembered in the history books. The judge, however, denied the petition. In a ruling that devastated the family, the court cited the police reports. The judge argued that because of her personal instability, her alcohol issues, and the double life allegations, it was just as likely that she had met with foul play on September 10th or had run away. The judge ruled that without direct evidence placing her at the towers, she could not be counted among the victims of the 9/11 attacks. She was legally dead, but she was not a 9/11 victim. It was a bitter defeat. It felt as though the system was punishing her for being imperfect. It felt as though they were saying a woman with secrets couldn't also be a hero. But Ron Lieberman did not give up. He spent the next 5 years fighting. In 2008, the case reached the New York State Supreme Court Appellate Division. The judges there took a broader view. Justice David Sachs, writing for the unanimous panel, dismantled the lower court's reasoning. He argued that the double life allegations were speculative and largely irrelevant to the question of her death. He noted that even if she had spent the night out, the timing of her return in the lobby video was consistent with the attacks.
The court concluded that while absolute certainty is impossible in a mass casualty event, the highest probability was that Sneha and Philip died heroically. They ruled that she saw the devastation and rushed in to help. On January 31, 2008, nearly 7 years after she vanished,
Sneha Ann Phillip was officially recognized as the 2,751st victim of the World Trade Center attacks. Her name was added to the official list. Today, if you visit the National September 11 Memorial, you can find her name inscribed on panel S66 of the South Pool, alongside the thousands of others who were lost that day. Legally, the case is closed. Sneha Ann Phillip died a hero. But for those of us who study the case, for the true crime community, and perhaps even for the family in their quietest moments, the mystery remains an open wound. The legal ruling provides a sense of closure, but it does not answer the nagging factual questions that hang over the case, like the dust over the city. We still do not know where the shopping bags went. If she dropped them off at home, they would have been there. If she had them with her when she died, remnants might have been found. They simply vanished. We still do not know who the woman in the lobby video was. Was it really Sneha? Or was it a neighbor who looked like her? We still do not know who she was shopping with at the shoe store. That other young woman holds the key to Sneha's final hours, yet she has never come forward. And we still do not know the truth of the 4 a.m. phone call. The story of Sneha Ann Phillip is so compelling because it sits at the intersection of two terrifying realities. On one side, we have the random, violent, individual dangers of the city, the fear of the dark, of the stranger, of the secret life gone wrong. On the other side, we have the massive, incomprehensible, collective trauma of a historical catastrophe. Sneha stands right in the middle, a silhouette caught between a personal storm and a global apocalypse. Did she run away? It seems unlikely. Her passport was left on her dresser. Her glasses were left on the nightstand. She bought linens for a bed she planned to sleep in. Did she get murdered on the 10th? It is possible. The timing is tight, the city is dangerous, and the police theory, while harsh, is not impossible. Or did she die a hero? This is the story we choose to believe, and it is the story the law has accepted. It is the story of a woman who, despite her flaws, despite her struggles, despite the chaos of her personal life, saw people suffering and ran toward them. In the end, Sneha Ann Phillip is a reminder that history is not made of statues. It is not made of simple binary narratives of good and evil. It is made of people. Messy, complicated, beautiful, frustrated, ambitious people. People who have arguments, people who buy shoes, people who have secrets. And when the sky fell on New York City, it fell on all of them. Sneha's story ensures that we remember the individuality of the loss, that every single name on that memorial represents a universe of complexities that was silenced in an instant. She was a doctor. She was an artist. She was a wife. And on the morning of September 11th, she became a mystery that time has failed to solve. Whether ghost of the night before or martyr of the morning after, she remains the 2,751st victim. And maybe that's why this story still haunts us.
Case number 3.
The doorbell camera caught it all. A man struggling in the dark, dragging something heavy across the pavement at 4 a.m. The bundle was wrapped in fabric, its weight pulling him down as he hauled it toward his car. Inside that bundle was his wife. Shayla Cabrera came to the United States from Peru, chasing the same dream so many immigrants hold, a better life for her family. At 33, she had built exactly that, a loving mother to 3 little boys, ages 9, 6, and 4. She was living in Lancaster, California, and finally starting to see her dreams take shape. Everyone who knew Shayla described her as selfless, kind, and full of life. A loyal friend, a devoted mom, and someone who worked endlessly to make sure her children never went without. Even when life pressed hard against her, she radiated warmth that drew people in. Inside her small apartment on Lancaster Boulevard, Shayla created a home overflowing with love and laughter. But behind that bright smile, she carried a secret, one that only those closest to her knew. Her husband, 36-year-old Josimar Cabrera Corno, wasn't the caring man he pretended to be. Behind closed doors, their marriage was a nightmare, a facade hiding years of violence and fear. According to Shayla's mother, Helga Rosillo, who still lived in Peru, her daughter had already reported Josimar for domestic abuse back home. The violence didn't stop when they moved to the US. It simply followed them. It wasn't just Shayla, her mother said. She told me he hit her, insulted her, and even slapped my youngest grandchild, just 3 years old. For years, Shayla endured the abuse, physical, verbal, and emotional. She was trapped in a relationship that grew more dangerous with time. Her friends watched helplessly as she tried to navigate an impossible choice: stay and suffer, or leave and risk losing her kids to a man who constantly threatened to take them away if she dared to escape. One of her closest friends, Elizabeth Russo, explained how trapped Shayla really was. She was terrified. He always said he'd leave with the kids. That was her biggest fear, that if she did anything, he'd kidnap them. Those threats kept her bound for years, but by the summer of 2025, something inside Shayla changed. The years of pain had chipped away at her hope. Staying wasn't safe anymore. It was deadly. By early August 2025, Shayla had reached her breaking point. She told friends she was done. She wanted a divorce. It wasn't a decision she made in the heat of the moment. It was the result of years of fear and survival. She knew what leaving could cost her, but she also knew what staying would. On August 9th, Shayla called her parents in Peru. She told them she was planning to leave Josimar and take the children with her. Her voice carried both strength and fear. She was determined to protect her boys no matter what. Her mother remembers that call vividly. Shayla says she planned to file a report against Josimar in Lancaster. It would be the last time they ever spoke. Back in that small apartment in Lancaster Boulevard, tension filled every corner. Josimar knew what was coming. The woman he controlled through violence and threats was finally slipping out of his grasp. And as his control began to crumble, the danger inside him began to surface, darker, more violent, and more terrifying than anyone could have imagined. Another friend spoke through tears at the vigil. "This is really hard for me right now because we tried to get her out," she said, her voice breaking. The pain in her words echoed what so many in the community felt. They had seen the red flags, they had tried to help, but domestic violence is rarely simple to escape, especially when children are involved and the abuser's threats feel all too real. What Shayla didn't know was that Josimar had already made his mind up. He wasn't going to let her go. In his twisted logic, if he couldn't have her, no one could. August 9th would be the last day anyone saw Shayla Cabrera alive inside her Lancaster apartment. By the next day, August 10th, the unthinkable had happened. The exact details of her murder are still sealed in court records, but what investigators later uncovered painted a horrifying picture of deliberate, calculated violence. Prosecutors allege that Josimar killed Shayla inside their Lancaster apartment, the same place where their 3 young children slept nearby. Inside that small apartment were 3 innocent boys, children who had no idea that just feet away, their mother was being murdered by their father. In a single act of brutality, their world was destroyed. After killing Shayla, Josimar turned his focus on hiding what he had done. He wrapped her body carefully in a large piece of fabric, the same type later identified in surveillance footage. Every movement was methodical, void of panic, as if he'd rehearsed it. He was no longer a man reacting in fear. He was following a plan. Each decision that morning revealed chilling premeditation. In the early hours of August 10th, while the rest of the apartment complex slept, Josimar began covering up his crime. He must have believed no one would see him, but someone did. At around 2:40 a.m., a neighbor named Norvelv Mordada was returning home from her night shift when she spotted something strange. Josimar cleaning out the trunk of his car in the dark. "I worked those hours. There's nobody around at that time. Seeing him cleaning his trunk, it was scary." She didn't realize it then, but she was witnessing the beginning of a cover-up. Josimar was preparing to get rid of his wife's body. What came next was caught on camera, a chilling moment frozen in time that would later seal his fate. Surveillance footage from a neighbor's Ring doorbell showed a man dragging a large, heavy bundle across the ground at around 4 a.m. on August 10th. The video, grainy and dimly lit, captured him straining under the weight, pulling it toward his car with visible effort. That bundle, police would soon learn, contained the body of Sheila Cabrera. The object was wrapped tightly in fabric, concealing what lay inside. What the doorbell camera actually captured was horrifying. Josimar Cabrera dragging his wife's body out of their apartment. He loaded Sheila into the trunk of the family car and drove off into the night, heading toward the Angeles National Forest, a sprawling wilderness about an hour north of Lancaster. The forest, with its steep canyons and endless miles of rugged terrain, has long been a haunting place, isolated, quiet, and far too often used as a dumping ground for unthinkable crimes. Josimar drove through the darkness, winding along those mountain roads until he found the perfect spot. When he did, he pulled Sheila's body from the trunk and threw her over the side of an embankment, tossing her into the brush and rocks. Then, as if none of it had happened, he drove back home to the same apartment where his 3 young sons were sleeping and began spinning the lies that would buy him time. 2 days after Sheila's murder, on August 12th, her friends grew alarmed. When she didn't answer calls or texts, they knew something was terribly wrong. Sheila never went silent, especially not when it came to her kids. They reported her missing to the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. Deputies arrived at the apartment complex on the 500 block of Lancaster Boulevard to take the report. But when they began questioning Josimar, his story started falling apart fast. He couldn't keep his lies straight. At first, he told investigators that Immigration and Customs Enforcement had taken Sheila, a calculated story meant to confuse authorities and delay suspicion. It was a lie that would be hard to verify and easy to hide behind. Later, he changed his story, claiming Sheila had left him for another man. In yet another version, he said she'd been in an accident, but refused to give details. 3 completely different stories, none of them believable. Detectives immediately noticed the inconsistencies. Why would a worried husband give 3 separate explanations for his missing wife? The contradictions screamed guilt. Friends of Sheila told investigators everything: the years of abuse, the threats, the fear, her plan to finally leave him. The picture was becoming clearer by the hour. This wasn't a missing person case anymore. It was something much darker. Detectives began combing through surveillance footage from the apartment complex, desperate for a clue. And then, on August 13th, during a follow-up investigation at the Lancaster station, they found it. The footage from a neighbor's Ring camera showed Josimar dragging a large, heavy object wrapped in fabric out of the apartment complex, the exact image that had haunted investigators from the beginning. That single discovery flipped the case on its head. In an instant, it went from a missing person investigation to a full-blown homicide case. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department's Homicide Bureau took over immediately. Detectives reached out to the Crescenta Valley, Altadena, and Montrose Mountain search and rescue teams, launching a massive search operation across the vast expanse of the Angeles National Forest, determined to find Shayla and bring her home. The Angeles National Forest spans more than 700,000 acres of steep, unforgiving terrain, endless ridges, canyons, and cliffs. Finding a single body out there would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Still, investigators refused to give up. As search teams combed through the wilderness, detectives worked alongside the Mexican and Peruvian consulates to track down Josemar Cabrera. What they discovered next made everything even urgent. Josemar and the couple's 3 young sons were also missing. Authorities believed he had already fled the United States, likely taking the children with him to Peru. Then, on the morning of August 16th, just after 10 a.m., a call came in from the Montrose Mountain Search and Rescue Team. They had found something. The team had spotted an object down an embankment in the Angeles National Forest, a piece of fabric, matching the same material seen in the surveillance footage of Josemar dragging a heavy bundle. The location was remote, more than an hour's drive from the Lancaster apartment. Homicide detectives raced to the site. When they examined the bundle, their worst fears were confirmed. Inside the fabric was the body of Shayla Cabrera. She was pronounced dead at the scene. The evidence was irrefutable. The camera had shown Josemar dragging something heavy from the apartment. Now investigators knew exactly what that something was: his wife's body. For Shayla's family and friends, the news hit like a thunderclap. The woman they had loved, the devoted mother, the cheerful neighbor, the friend who brightened every room, had been murdered and discarded in a remote forest by the man who was supposed to love her. Word of Shayla's death spread quickly through Lancaster. That same day, investigators confirmed that the Cabrera children had been found safe in Peru and were placed into protective custody. It was a small relief in the middle of a nightmare. The boys were alive, but their mother was gone, and their father was now a fugitive wanted for murder. That evening, dozens gathered outside Lancaster City Hall for a vigil in Shayla's memory. Neighbors held candles and signs that read "Justice for Shayla" and "Not one more." As the flames flickered in the California dusk, Josemar Cabrera was thousands of miles away, on the run in Peru, desperately trying to escape the justice closing in on him. Lieutenant Michael Modica later told the New York Times that Josemar had been detained briefly in both Mexico and Peru after crossing the borders by land, but each time he was released. Because U.S. authorities hadn't yet filed formal charges, there were no legal grounds to hold him. Peruvian officials questioned him at the Lima airport and took custody of the children, but they couldn't detain him. Soon, Peru's foreign ministry announced that the children had been safely repatriated to Los Angeles via Mexico City, where they were reunited with their maternal grandmother. Meanwhile, back in California, prosecutors were building their case. On August 21st, homicide detectives presented their evidence to the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office. The following day, Josemar Cabrera Corno was officially charged with 1 count of murder with special allegations of using a knife as a deadly weapon. An extradition warrant was immediately filed, and District Attorney Nathan Hochman released a statement. "The allegations against this man are horrific. We will do everything possible to bring him back under our jurisdiction and hold him fully accountable." An Interpol Red Notice was then issued, marking Josemar as a wanted fugitive across the world. If convicted, he faces a maximum sentence of 26 years to life in prison. For several tense days, Josemar remained at large in Peru, but the pressure was mounting. On August 27, 2025, he finally turned himself in at Interpol headquarters in Lima. Peru's National Police released footage of the arrest. Josimar handcuffed, wearing a shirt emblazoned with the Interpol insignia, flanked by officers on both sides. He showed no emotion. Local authorities have since confirmed that the extradition process is underway. It may take several months, but until then, Josimar Cabrera will remain in Peruvian custody, awaiting the moment he's brought back to California to face justice for the murder of Shayla Cabrera.
Case number 4.
Celeste Mano was born on the 22nd of November, 1996 in Catania, Italy. From the very first moment she arrived, her family felt like this tiny girl carried something extraordinary with her. Her godmother and aunt, Carmela Melinda, would later say that when Celeste opened those bright blue eyes, it was impossible not to stop and stare. She had that kind of effect on people. Even as a newborn, Celeste seemed to glow with her own little aura. Not long after, her family settled in the suburb of Mernda in northeast Melbourne, Victoria. She grew up with 2 brothers, Alejandro and Jaden. Jaden would go on to say that Celeste was the clever one, the brightest of all of them, and genuinely adored by everyone who crossed her path. Celeste became a cheerleader at Lalor Secondary College. She was athletic, outgoing, and carried an infectious smile that made people feel welcome instantly. But the thing that truly made her stand out was her kindness. She hated seeing anyone on the outside looking in and always noticed the person who needed a bit of warmth. Friends remembered her as a literal ray of sunshine. After school, Celeste followed her passion for helping others. She enrolled at RMIT University and completed a degree in criminology and psychology. Becoming a psychologist wasn't just a plan for her, it was a dream she was actively building toward. Her brother Alejandro said she felt perfect in every possible way. Her mother, Aggie, described her as a beacon of love and joy, someone who had a natural gift for making others feel valued. After graduation, Celeste joined the CICRO call center and quickly earned a promotion to team leader. Outside work, she stayed deeply connected to her family. She and Alejandro often spent nights in the kitchen making homemade pizzas and laughing about everything and nothing. By November 2020, Celeste's life was filled with exciting possibilities. She had just started dating Chris Rydale, and on the 15th of November, she posted a photo of them together on Instagram. It was the first time she had ever shared a picture with a boyfriend online. For Celeste, it was a simple, happy milestone. For someone else watching from afar, it became the final spark in a storm brewing quietly for years. To understand that moment, you have to go back to June 2018. At that time, Celeste was thriving at CICRO, recently promoted to team leader. That same month, an IT worker was temporarily assigned to her team. His name was Louis Rahim Sacco. Sacco was 35, living with his parents in Roxborough Park, and running a small IT business called Destix IT. Born in Iraq but raised in Australia, he had no criminal history and nothing unusual on paper. He and Celeste worked together for only a few weeks. Their conversations were minimal, strictly professional. Celeste had absolutely no romantic interest in him. But for Sacco, those brief weeks meant something very different. At the end of June, he was fired from CICRO. As her manager, Celeste had to escort him out of the building. It was routine procedure, but in true Celeste fashion, she tried to make an uncomfortable moment feel a little less harsh.
As they walked to the car park, she offered him a handshake and wished him good luck, a small gesture of compassion. But when they reached his car, Sacco suddenly leaned in and kissed her on the cheek. It was uninvited, it was unexpected, and it was completely out of line. Celeste was startled, but she tried not to let it bother her. Alessandro later explained that his sister was never close with Sacco. She was simply doing what she always did, offering kindness where she could. Nothing more. 3 days after leaving Seattle, Sacco sent Celeste an Instagram message. He wrote, "I'm sorry, but I can't stop thinking about you. I have never felt like this about anybody in my entire life. It's bordering along OCD. I'm totally infatuated with you.
That's what he told her. He claimed that ever since she escorted him out of the building, his productivity and even his personal life had started to fall apart. He wrote that this obsession with her had turned into something addictive and destructive, something that was messing with his ability to focus on anything else. Celeste stayed polite, even while reading messages that clearly crossed every line. She replied, "Hi, those are really sweet words, and I appreciate you saying all of that to me. As much as I appreciate this, I only feel in a professional way towards you, and I wish you all the best in your new job and journey." For most people, that would have been it. A kind rejection, a boundary set, end of story. But for Saiko, being told no wasn't just unacceptable, it was an insult. His tone flipped. He wrote back, "My impression of you has changed. You're no different to the majority of women. I'll remember you and this lesson for all life." And that's when the real campaign began. Over the next 12 months, Saiko sent Celeste more than 140 messages. He built multiple fake Instagram accounts, dozens of them. Every time Celeste blocked him, he resurfaced minutes later under a new username. His messages spiraled into vulgar, degrading, sexually explicit harassment that grew darker with each wave. Celeste kept telling him to stop. She warned him she would go to the police. Sometimes the messages paused, giving her a few days of quiet. Then they would explode back in, even worse than before. She confided in a colleague at work, finally letting her fear slip through. She said, "He's really going to kill me." She wasn't exaggerating. She wasn't being dramatic. She knew exactly how dangerous he was becoming. Around December 2018 or January 2019, about 6 months into the torment, Celeste and her mother, Aggie, went to the police. They brought everything: the screenshots, the timelines, the threats, and Celeste's fear. They told officers plainly that she was terrified. The response crushed them. The officer said, "He hasn't committed a crime. There's nothing we can do." They told Celeste she should ignore him, log off social media, and shut down her accounts. They minimized the stalking, dismissed the danger, and placed the responsibility on Celeste instead of the man who was harassing her. 6 more months passed. The messages didn't stop. The fear didn't stop. And Celeste and Aggie went back to the police, this time meeting an officer who actually listened. He took their situation seriously and helped them begin the process of obtaining protection orders. In July 2020, Celeste was granted a personal safety intervention order. This legally prohibited Saiko from contacting her. In August 2020, another interim intervention order was issued, tightening the conditions even more. For the first time in a long time, Celeste and her mother felt a small sense of relief. Maybe the legal system would finally stand between Celeste and her stalker. Maybe the order would be enough to make him stop. But on the 10th of August 2020, barely a month after the order was issued, Saiko violated it. He contacted Celeste again through social media and sent her a 3.5-page letter begging her to withdraw the order. That same day, he was arrested for breaching it. Celeste and Aggie finally exhaled. He got scared, they thought. Thank God, it's over. He must have learned his lesson. But their relief was tragically misplaced. Despite the breach, despite the arrest, despite the documented obsession, Saiko was released right back into the community. No detention, no remand, no monitoring, not even a GPS tracker or basic electronic surveillance. And the next day, the very next day, on the 11th of August 2020, Saiko went to a shop and bought a kitchen knife, a weapon he clearly intended to use, a weapon that proved his intentions were planned, not impulsive. He kept that knife for exactly 3 months. From August to November 2020, Saiko was hunting Celeste. He watched her every move online. He studied her Instagram posts. He used Google Maps and Google Earth to pinpoint the family home in Mernda. He tracked her life with the patience and fixation of a predator, preparing for the moment he had been building toward since the day she said no. He eventually found the property's floor plan online, most likely pulled from public real estate listings or old property records, and used it to work out exactly which room belonged to Celeste. That wasn't enough for him. He also drove by the house repeatedly, at least 3 separate times, studying the layout, watching the windows, figuring out her routines. He was preparing, he was tracking, he was waiting for his moment. Meanwhile, Celeste's life kept moving forward like any normal 23-year-old with plans and hope ahead of her. She was still working shifts at Ciro, still relaxing with her family, still seeing her boyfriend Chris, and building a future she was genuinely excited about. On the 14th, just 2 days before everything changed, Celeste and her brother Alejandro spent the day together. They made homemade pizzas, hung out by the pool, laughed, talked about visiting their little niece Daisy the next morning. Celeste was counting down to her 24th birthday on the 22nd. She had things to look forward to. She had no idea someone else was counting down too, but for a very different purpose. Sometime on the 14th or in the early hours of the 15th, Celeste posted a photo on Instagram. It was a warm picture of her and Chris, the first time she had ever shared a photo with a boyfriend. For Celeste, it was just a sweet, normal moment of young love. But for Sako, it was a confirmation of her willingness to move on with her life, one that he, in his twisted perspective, believed belonged to him, not her. For Sako, it was a breaking point. Hours after that picture appeared online, Sako climbed into his dark-colored Peugeot. He took the hammer, he took the kitchen knife he had purchased 3 months earlier, and he drove toward Mernda. It was the 16th of November 2020. Early morning, almost the entire neighborhood was asleep. Inside the Mano family home on Umbria Road, everything was quiet. Celeste was asleep in her bedroom. Her mother Aggie was resting somewhere else in the house. Her brother Alejandro was home too. At 3:38 a.m., Sako arrived at Umbria Road in his Peugeot. He scaled the fence to reach the backyard. Investigators would later find blood smeared on that fence, evidence of his escape route. He walked straight to Celeste's bedroom window. He lifted the hammer and smashed the glass. The violent crack of shattering glass ripped through the silence of the night. He climbed inside through the broken window and stepped into Celeste's room while she slept. What unfolded next lasted exactly 2 minutes and 39 seconds. Not even 3 minutes. Sako attacked her with the knife. Celeste woke up to find a man inside her room, armed and inches away. She fought back, hard. The forensic team would later confirm defensive wounds, showing how desperately she tried to protect herself. But she never stood a chance. Sako stabbed her 23 times. One of those wounds pierced straight into her heart. That was a fatal blow. He left the knife on the floor, climbed back out through the same broken window, and drove off into the night in his Peugeot as if he hadn't just destroyed an entire family. By the time Aggie woke to the sound of glass breaking and a surge of noise, by the time she ran down the hallway and burst into Celeste's room, it was already too late. The entire attack had been over in less than 3 minutes. Aggie found her daughter lying in bed, blood splattered everywhere, her body still. The injuries were so severe, the blood so overwhelming, that Aggie couldn't even tell which direction Celeste's face was turned. She reached out and touched her. Her skin was cold, like smooth marble. Aggie later said, through unbearable heartbreak, "How could I not protect her? What could we have done? Why? Just why?" Emergency services were called around 4:10 a.m. Police and paramedics rushed to the scene, but there was nothing left for them to save. Celeste Mano was pronounced dead in her bedroom on Umbria Road. She was gone before anyone ever knew danger had entered the house. She was only 23 years old, just 6 days away from turning 24. Right after the murder, Sako didn't run or hide. He drove straight to the Mernda police station. His car actually collided with the building as he arrived. He walked inside, bleeding from the hand he injured during the attack, and turned himself in. What he said to the officers was cold enough to freeze the air. He told them, "She's dead. Go have a look." Then he added, "You know what happened. It's your fault."
He blamed the police for her death, for ignoring the warnings, for ignoring the intervention orders, for dismissing the earlier reports, for releasing him just 3 months before, after breaching the protective order meant to keep Celeste safe. Sacco was taken to the hospital under police guard so doctors could treat his non-life-threatening hand injury. He stayed in the hospital for 3 days with officers watching him. On the 19th of November 2020, 3 days after Celeste was killed, Luis Sacco was officially charged with 1 count of murder. Back at the Mano home, the devastation was indescribable. Celeste's brothers, Jaden and Alejandro, rushed to the house. Chris Radale, her boyfriend, arrived too. Family members gathered outside in the street, hugging, sobbing, trying to understand how their world had just shattered. As police continued documenting the scene, flowers and handwritten notes began piling up outside the house. A glazier showed up to replace the smashed bedroom window. Forensic cleaners worked quietly inside. At one heartbreaking moment, Aggie tried to run past the crime scene cape as her daughter's body was being carried out. Officers had to hold her back. Celeste's father, Tony Mano, spoke to the media through tears, shaking with anger and grief. "This has got to be changed," he said. "It won't bring her back, but something has to change. Too many scenarios like this have happened already. What's it going to take for the government to listen? It's not right. It has to stop." Homicide detectives were assigned immediately. Identifying the perpetrator took no time at all. He had confessed, and he was already known to police because of the stalking complaints Celeste had reported. Inside the room, investigators found the kitchen knife lying on the floor, the hammer used to smash the window, and blood evidence throughout the space. The digital trail was overwhelming. More than 140 Instagram messages, all from fake accounts. Google searches pinpointing the house. The downloaded floor plan showing which room she slept in. Proof that he had driven past the house at least 3 times before the attack. There was also documentary evidence, the intervention orders, and the receipt confirming he bought the knife on the 11th of August, the day after he was arrested for breaching the protective order. Every piece added to the same conclusion. This wasn't a moment of madness. It was a carefully planned execution by a man who had stalked Celeste for over 2 years, who had been arrested and released, and who then spent months preparing exactly how he would kill her. Sacco first appeared via an online hearing at the Melbourne Magistrates Court and was remanded in custody. In September 2021, he entered a not guilty plea. The case got tangled in arguments about whether he was mentally fit to stand trial, until the court eventually ruled that he was competent to proceed. More than 2 years after Celeste was murdered on the 6th of April 2023, Sacco finally changed his plea to guilty. Even then, he tried to minimize what he'd done, insisting he only caused 2 of the 23 stab wounds. Forensic analysis completely shattered that lie. The plea hearing lasted 3 days before Justice Jane Dixon. Prosecutor Patrick Bork urged the court to impose life imprisonment, describing the murder as an unprovoked, savage, cowardly attack. He didn't show up at her workplace in the middle of the day or wander by casually. As Prosecutor Bork put it, he hunted her. He found her house, he identified her bedroom, and he chose to go there in the dead of night. Dr. Ranjan Daraji later diagnosed Sacco with severe personality disorder, major depressive disorder, and body dysmorphic disorder. He also confirmed that Sacco had fabricated psychotic symptoms, attempting to appear more unwell than he was. And the risk assessment was terrifying. Sacco posed a moderate to high risk of future stalking and violent behavior. Throughout the hearing, Aggie held an illuminated blue urn containing Celeste's ashes tightly against her chest. She faced Sacco and called him exactly what he was, a coward, a monster. On the 29th of February 2024, Justice Jane Dixon handed down the sentence, 36 years imprisonment with a minimum non-parole period of 30 years. She told him Celeste deserved life, but you decided otherwise. Then came the part that shattered the family. While the murder of Miss Mano was an extreme and tragic crime, the court concluded it still did not meet the threshold for a full life sentence. Outside court, Aggie spoke with raw anger and heartbreak. The court chose to grant him mercy, even though he showed Celeste none. His right to mercy was more important than her right to live. Those words hung heavy because they felt true. Celeste's murder sparked an immediate demand for systemic change. On the 30th of June 2022, the Victorian Law Reform Commission released its final stalking report, 45 recommendations in total. It acknowledged clearly, at the heart of this review is the death of Celeste Mano. On the 17th of April 2024, the family launched the Justice for Celeste petition. It drew more than 62,000 signatures, calling for mandatory life sentences for stalker killers, full implementation of all 45 recommendations, and mandatory GPS ankle monitoring for high-risk stalkers. But as of November 2024, more than 4 years after Celeste's murder, the Victorian government still had not formally responded to the recommendations. Dr. Renee Heath summed up the frustration. This premier and her ministers show up to walk against family violence, but they won't actually change the laws. All talk, all walk, no action. Aggie continued fighting for GPS ankle bracelets for stalkers, pointing to Tasmania's Project Vigilance, an initiative that recorded a 100% drop in stalking incidents. But the Victorian government rejected electronic monitoring. And the most painful part, we know that if Celeste's situation happened today exactly the same way, it would end exactly the same way. Nothing meaningful has changed. Between January 2018 and May 2024 in Victoria, 113 murders were sentenced for killing 124 people. Only 11 received life sentences. That's 9.7%. Luis Sacco is still behind bars. He will be eligible for parole around 2050, when he is about 65 years old. The Mano family's fight hasn't stopped. Aggie's vow remains unbroken. I failed her once. I won't fail her again. The question that haunted Aggie, how could I not protect her? What could we have done? Has finally been answered. Celeste did everything right. Her family did everything right. They begged for protection again and again. The truth is simple and devastating. The system failed them. And now the only question left is, when will the system finally stop failing women like Celeste?
Case number 5.
For 17 years, everyone believed it was the kind of murder that could never be solved.
Claire Morris, 32, a nurse from Aberdeenshire, lost her life when the car she was in went off the road and erupted in flames on a quiet Scottish route in May of 1994.
Her husband, Malcolm, walked away almost untouched. At the funeral, Claire's brother Peter gripped Malcolm's hand while both of them cried. Peter genuinely believed they were sharing the same grief. He had lost a sister. Malcolm supposedly had lost the woman he married. That was the story, at least on the surface. What Peter didn't realize was that the hand he was holding belonged to the man who had taken his sister's life. Malcolm John Webster came into the world on April 18, 1959, in Wandsworth, London. His father, Alexander Webster, worked as a detective chief superintendent in the Metropolitan Police, leading the fraud division. His mother, Odette Brutt, had once been a nurse. From the outside, they looked like the definition of respectable. But Malcolm's behavior even as a child hinted at trouble. He faked fainting spells to get attention. He set fires for kicks, earning the nickname Pyro from people who knew him. As he got older, the lies only escalated. He would tell people he had cancer, inventing illnesses so he can milk sympathy and manipulate whoever was around him. He left school at 15 without a single qualification and drifted through one job after another. Nursing, bin work, driving, office jobs. He loved repeating the line that revealed more about him than he realized. Why put in effort when someone else can do the hard work for you? In 1989, at 30, Malcolm landed a job at Tawam Hospital in Abu Dhabi, working with young patients. Within half a year, 3 children under 6 died from cardiac failure while he was responsible for their care. Cardiac failure in kids that young is almost unheard of. A former colleague, Beth Brown, later said supervisors discovered Malcolm had been injecting himself with insulin. They believe he had killed the children the same way, insulin overdose. But there wasn't enough proof to launch a formal investigation. The rumor that followed him for years was that his father stepped in, using his influence to get Malcolm out of the UAE before anything could stick. Nothing ever came of the deaths officially. Some investigators later suspected Malcolm had used those children to test doses for the crimes he would commit later on. After returning to the UK, Malcolm met Claire Morris in 1991 while working at Aberdeen Royal Infirmary. Claire, also 32 and also a nurse, lived in Old Meldrum. Peter's first reaction to Malcolm was that he seemed cheeky, clever, friendly, someone with charm. Claire fell hard for him. But her mother Betty felt uneasy from the start. Something about him felt off. She couldn't explain it, but she knew something wasn't right. On September 3, 1993, Malcolm and Claire got married. Almost instantly, Claire's health slipped. She was exhausted all the time. She couldn't think straight. She became completely dependent on Malcolm for everything. What she had no idea about was that Malcolm had been slipping her temazepam, a benzodiazepine sedative. Just a day before she died, she told her friend Leslie Roberts, "Something's wrong with me. I feel tired and I can't focus." A few weeks earlier, Malcolm had staged what looked like a trial run. He drove their car into a ditch to see how the scene might play out. Then came May 27th, 1994. Only 8 months into their marriage, Malcolm carried out his plan. The place was the Old Meldrum to Tarvis Road near Mill of Kingady, a lonely rural stretch with barely any traffic. He drugged Claire with temazepam until she was unconscious. He drove her to the isolated spot, parked near a tree, and set the car on fire while she was still inside. An off-duty police officer coincidentally arrived and tried to help. Malcolm insisted 3 separate times that no one else was in the vehicle. Seconds later, the car exploded and Claire burned alive. Malcolm was taken to the hospital. Every reading they took, pulse, heart rate, blood pressure, was perfectly normal. Not a single mark or injury matched the story of a violent crash. The medical staff were convinced he hadn't been hurt at all. Yet Malcolm insisted otherwise. At the funeral, he made a point of wearing a neck brace. He stood beside Peter, both crying, and Peter squeezed his hand. Looking back, Peter said, "He was actually squeezing mine. Everyone else had their heads bowed, and when I glanced at him, he was crying just like me." That convinced me, right until about 3 years ago, that he'd lost his wife in a tragic accident. In truth, I was holding the hand of the man who killed her. Investigators at the time noted things that didn't add up. There were no skid marks, no real crash damage. The car had barely been moving. Firefighter Derek McDonald later said, "We all thought something was off. A parked or slow-moving car doesn't suddenly ignite like that." Claire's friend Leslie had her own doubts. She went to Malcolm and Claire's cottage right after the crash to gather Malcolm's belongings for the hospital. Sitting openly on the table were epilepsy medications, drugs Claire had never been prescribed. Neither Claire nor Malcolm had epilepsy,
and that alone made her uneasy. She couldn't shake the feeling that something about the whole situation was off. At the funeral, Malcolm cried and acted heartbroken, but Leslie kept circling back to the same thought. He might have had a role in Claire's death. She took her worries to the police, but they brushed her off. One officer, though, looked into it on his own time. He saw the same red flags. Claire never got out of the car, the vehicle had barely been moving, and there were no skid marks at all. Still, the case was closed as an accident. Meanwhile, Malcolm collected more than $200,000 from Claire's insurance policies, and within half a year, every cent was gone. He bought a Land Rover Discovery, a yacht, and spent freely on gifts for the women he was chasing. It looked like he'd pulled off the perfect murder, at least for a while. In 1996, Malcolm met Felicity Drum, an oncology nurse from Auckland, New Zealand. They crossed paths in Saudi Arabia while both were working abroad. She thought he was charming, attentive, someone who made her feel cared for. On April 26, 1997, they got married. Their honeymoon took them to Cook's Beach on the Coromandel Peninsula in New Zealand. The very first night, Malcolm made her a cup of tea, and what followed was nothing short of bizarre. Felicity later testified, "It was 36 hours before I came around again. I had no idea why. Malcolm always needs to be in control." Another strange episode took place during the honeymoon. Malcolm brought her breakfast one morning, and not long afterward, she saw double and felt sick. She slept for 18 hours straight. From there, the drugging didn't stop. Throughout their marriage, and even while she was pregnant, her food tasted bitter and metallic. Her vision blurred, and she often felt drunk. She needed support just to walk. Blood tests later revealed worrying liver issues. Malcolm had been drugging her during her pregnancy, putting both her life and the life of their unborn child at risk. Their son, Edward, was born in November 1998. He had severe eczema that mysteriously disappeared only weeks after Malcolm left. It's believed the baby had been exposed to the drugs while still in the womb. Over the course of their marriage, 3 suspicious fires occurred. September 1997, a blaze at their cottage in Leytonstone, Scotland. January 1999, a fire at a home they intended to buy in Beach Haven, Auckland, and another at Felicity's parents' house in Takapuna. Malcolm had added himself to Felicity's bank accounts, and nearly all her savings, 140,000 New Zealand dollars, roughly 80,000 US dollars, vanished. He insisted he had cancer. He said he had heart problems. Every word was a lie. During this time, he also took out 9 separate insurance policies on Felicity's life, totaling close to $750,000. They were also in the process of buying a house in Auckland, and the final payment was due on February 12, 1999. Malcolm kept dodging questions about why money supposedly coming from Scotland hadn't arrived yet. That morning, they drove to the bank together in Felicity's Honda Accord, with Malcolm behind the wheel. Suddenly, he claimed the steering had failed. The car shot across 2 lanes of traffic, speeding up to 60 miles per hour and heading straight toward a power pole. Felicity grabbed the wheel and realized instantly that it was working perfectly. The car ended up in a ditch. Malcolm jumped out immediately and opened the boot. Inside were newspapers and petrol. He repeatedly yelled at Felicity to stay in the car. She refused, got out, and called her lawyer to take her to the bank. Malcolm then pretended to have a heart attack. While he was taken to the hospital, he emptied their entire joint account. A week later came another attempt. Malcolm and Felicity drove to a remote area north of Auckland. Felicity was driving. She drank water from a bottle Malcolm had brought. The next thing she knew, she was waking up in the passenger seat of the car in the middle of the woods when her phone rang. That call saved her life. When Malcolm came back to the car, he was furious. "Why are you awake?" he snapped. Police later found petrol, wood, and newspapers in the boot again. Around the same time, Felicity's father, Edward, uncovered 9 forged insurance policies Malcolm had taken out on his daughter. When Felicity confronted him and said he had tried to kill her, Malcolm responded coldly, "You would have died happy." Felicity went straight to the Takapuna police station and made a full statement. Hair analysis confirmed she had been drugged throughout her entire pregnancy. Before authorities could arrest him, Malcolm fled New Zealand. He took more than $390,000 of Felicity's money, leaving her with only $12 in her account. By July 2000, New Zealand issued 4 arrest warrants for Malcolm, 2 for arson, 1 for administering drugs, and 1 for disabling a victim. New Zealand police contacted Scotland repeatedly, trying to have him detained, but at first, nothing happened. Malcolm eventually returned to Scotland. In 2002, he started seeing Christina Willis. He constantly borrowed money from her and never repaid it. He burned a computer hard drive in her garden, told her he had cancer, and convinced her to write a will naming him as beneficiary and to give him power of attorney. There's no sign he attempted to kill Christina, and it's believed he may have been aiming for someone with more money. Then, in December 2005, Malcolm crossed paths with Simone Banerjee, a 41-year-old NHS manager living in Oban. Simone had her own money. Her father was a retired consultant surgeon who'd set up a trust fund, and she herself owned a home. She had $50,000 in shares and half ownership of a 38-foot ocean-going yacht. Malcolm told Simone he was dying from terminal chronic lymphatic leukemia and claimed he was going through chemotherapy. To sell the lie, he shaved his head. Simone revised her will and left everything to him. They even planned a transatlantic sailing honeymoon, taking her yacht from the Canary Islands to the Caribbean. Investigators would later say they believed Malcolm intended to stage a death at sea, an accident that would leave no trace. After he was finally convicted, Simone found that the foil inside her life jacket had been punctured. Everyone else's jackets were normal, she said. I'm almost certain that's how he planned to do it. By spring 2006, the Oban Angling Club noticed that $4,000 had gone missing. Malcolm Webster, its treasurer, was the last person anyone expected to trust. The investigation into the theft landed him on the radar of Detective Inspector Charles Henry. And then, in June 2006, something surfaced that changed everything. Jane Drum, Felicity's sister, was an expert in domestic violence. She attended a policing conference in Britain, and during conversations with officers, mentioned how stunned she was to learn her sister had survived a car accident. What shocked them even more was how closely it matched the fatal accident that killed Malcolm's first wife. 2 crashes, 11,000 miles apart, 5 years in between, the same setup and the same man at the center. Jane went straight to a chief superintendent and demanded that someone take it seriously. That moment became the turning point. In 2007, police searched Simone Banerjee's home. They recovered a stolen laptop and unlicensed firearm. They also uncovered the plan for the transatlantic yacht trip. D.I. Charles Henry became deeply concerned. Webster is a potential serial killer, and that trip was the perfect setup for him, Henry said. Simone was in real danger. I was certain she was going to be his next victim. The idea of them disappearing into international waters terrified us. In January 2008, police issued an Osmond warning to Simone Banerjee. The warning revealed that Malcolm had a wife and a son. When she confronted him, she said, "He went completely pale. He went silent. I didn't want to be in the same room. I'd never seen him like that." In March 2008, police announced they were reopening the investigation into Claire Morris's death. Operation Field was launched. The breakthrough came from a tiny piece of Claire's liver that had been preserved in paraffin wax after her 1994 autopsy. Forensic scientists developed a new de-waxing technique specifically for this case, something that had never been needed before. They succeeded in extracting and testing the 14-year-old tissue. The results showed a 92.4% probability that temazepam was in Claire's system. Claire had never been prescribed temazepam. Webster, however, had full access to it while working as a nurse at Aberdeen Royal Infirmary. That one discovery flipped the entire case on its head. The investigation was so complex, it was compared to Lockerbie. It stretched over 5 years. More than 1,000 people were interviewed, over 1,200 pieces of evidence collected, and 90 search warrants executed. Witnesses came from 6 different countries. Detective Chief Inspector Phil Chapman and 5 colleagues spent a month in New Zealand. FBI agents helped interview expats. 11 witnesses from New Zealand even traveled to Scotland to testify. The trial began on February 1, 2011, at the High Court of Justiciary in Glasgow. It ran for 16 weeks, the longest single accused criminal trial in Scottish history. The prosecution spent 50 days presenting evidence. The defense admitted that Webster was a liar, unfaithful, manipulative, and a crook, but claimed he wasn't a killer. Key witnesses took the stand. Ian Hardy testified that he'd seen Webster at the crash site nearly 2 weeks before the accident. Forensic expert Andrew Wade said his first thought was that the scene didn't look right, and he concluded the fire had been intentionally set. Felicity recounted the 36-hour sleep, the strange meals, waking up in the forest to Malcolm's rage. Peter Morris spoke about holding Malcolm's hand at Claire's funeral, crying with him. In reality, Peter said, I was holding the hand of her murderer. On May 19, 2011, the jury needed fewer than 4 hours. Guilty of murdering Claire Morris. Guilty of attempting to murder Felicity Drum. Guilty of fraud, arson, theft, drugging, and attempted bigamy. Webster barely reacted. On July 5, 2011, Lord Bannatyne sentenced Malcolm to life in prison with a minimum of 30 years, one of the longest sentences ever handed down in Scotland. This was murder that can only be described as cold-blooded, brutal, and utterly callous, the judge said. Your motive was simple financial gain. You've shown no remorse. You're a serious danger to women. Outside the court, Peter Morris said, for 17 years, it was the perfect murder. He got away with it because he made it look like an accident. Webster appealed several times. Every appeal was rejected. By February 2016, he had run out of options. Today, he's held at HMP Shotts in Lanarkshire. He's said to have told fellow inmates that he expects to spend the rest of his life behind bars. Even now, he insists he's innocent. He'll be eligible for parole in 2041, when he'll be 82 years old. Claire's family fought to have her headstone changed, removing any mention of her marriage to him. The council eventually approved it. Webster was also barred from ever being buried next to her. In December 2019, Claire's brother Peter passed at 56. He had spent years pushing for justice for his sister. For nearly 30 years, Malcolm Webster sought out wealthy women. He drugged them, set fires, staged car accidents, always driven by the promise of money. He was diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, and a police profiler went even further, calling him a sociopath. Claire Morris was 32 years old when she died. A nurse, a daughter, a sister. She deserved far more than 8 months of marriage before her husband killed her for profit.
Case number 6.
We are continuing to explore the profoundly disturbing and complex story of a family that projected an image of absolute perfection to the world, a narrative of success and idyllic domestic life that was tragically and suddenly unraveled. This account is about a romantic trip that was tragically interrupted, a journey meant to be filled with quiet love, celebratory joy, and the forging of new happy memories, but which instead plunged into a shocking, terrifying reality, a violent act that exposed deep hidden fissures in their seemingly flawless life. The central events of this terrible tragedy took place on the morning of March 18, 2025. On this day, a woman of extraordinary professional caliber, a highly successful engineer holding a PhD, a truly accomplished mind in the challenging field, set out on what was supposed to be a relaxing short hike. She was accompanied by her husband on the stunning Hawaiian island of Oahu. Their destination was the iconic but geographically treacherous Nu'uanu-Pali Lookout. This location was chosen with careful planning. It was the wife's birthday, and the husband had specifically selected this spot, renowned for its dramatic 1,000-foot sheer drops and its difficult, often slippery and steep path, as the ideal setting for a very special birthday photograph. It was intended to capture a moment of beautiful vulnerability against a formidable natural backdrop. But the moment of planned beauty quickly dissolved into a nightmare. Something truly horrific and premeditated occurred on that isolated ridge. Nearby, other hikers, tourists who were there simply to enjoy the incredible natural beauty, were startled and alarmed. They reported hearing loud, raw, and frantic screams that echoed chillingly across the mountain face. These were not the sounds of a misplaced step or a minor injury. They were screams of absolute terror and pain. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, witnesses immediately placed an emergency call. The police and fire departments responded swiftly, mobilizing to the remote hazardous site. When the first emergency responders arrived, they found the injured woman, who was in a state of severe distress and had sustained terrible injuries. She was immediately stabilized by paramedics and rushed to the nearest trauma hospital for urgent life-saving care. Her husband, the individual who had brought her there, was gone. He had vanished, melting away quickly and purposefully into the surrounding dense forest, leaving his bleeding and traumatized wife behind on the ridge. Now, let's return to the detailed background of the individuals at the heart of this perplexing case. We start with the husband, Gert Koig. Gert was a man whose entire professional identity was built on composure and expertise. He was born and raised far from Hawaii, in South Africa. From his earliest days, his ambition was clearly defined. He wanted to become a doctor. His calm, focused demeanor, coupled with his high intelligence and meticulous nature, earned him admission to a highly selective medical school in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. There, he excelled through his demanding medical training, completing his residency and establishing himself as a specialized practitioner in anesthesiology. This field demands an exceptional combination of clinical precision, an encyclopedic knowledge of pharmacology, and the steely control over one's emotions, traits he was celebrated for possessing. For nearly a decade, he practiced at the prestigious University of Pittsburgh Medical Center, recognized as one of the leading medical institutions in the United States. His reputation grew strong and positive. Patients consistently lauded his meticulous, careful approach to their care. His fellow doctors and hospital staff admired his intellectual capability and unwavering professional conduct. His students regarded him as a patient, thorough, and highly enthusiastic educator. His commitment extended beyond the operating room, as he also contributed as an assistant professor and guest lecturer, actively helping to shape the careers of future medical professionals. On a personal level, Gehart was a father. From a previous unnamed relationship, he had a son named Emil. While he was generally reserved about his past and rarely spoke of his ex-partner, he did discuss his commitment to remaining an active and involved figure in Emil's life and raising. This narrative made him appear responsible and grounded, a man balancing a high-stress career with dedicated fatherhood. Now, let's turn our attention to the wife, Ariel Koig. Ariel hailed from the USA and chose a formidable and entirely different vocational path. She became a brilliant engineer, specializing in the particularly complex and specialized field of nuclear engineering. Upon earning her PhD, she quickly rose to prominence, earning a reputation as a top expert in her niche.
Ariel's brilliance was not one-dimensional. She possessed exceptional analytical skills, but also a rare, valuable talent for managing and executing large projects with speed and efficiency, making her an outstanding professional. Those who knew her, her friends and colleagues, often use words like focused, smart, and well-balanced. They described her as a rare blend of intellectual firepower and genuine warmth, being analytically brilliant while remaining fundamentally nice and easy to work with. She was fiercely driven and goal-oriented, yet she was approachable and friendly. Despite the immense time and energy required by her profession, she was known for her willingness to generously give her time to others, a truly giving spirit. Before their lives intertwined, Gayhart and Ariel operated in completely separate worlds, geographically distant and personally unknown to each other. Gayhart had no awareness of the American nuclear engineer's existence, and Ariel had never heard of the South African anesthesiologist. Both were intensely focused on building monumental, successful careers. Destiny, or perhaps just a serendipitous moment, changed all that when their separate paths converged. Ariel and Gareth met for the first time in a professional academic event in Pennsylvania in 2018. The event was a gathering for research and academic professionals, providing the unique context for their diverse fields to meet. The initial meeting was brief, but both found it remarkably memorable. Gareth was instantly and deeply captivated by Ariel's intellectual sharpness and the speed of her thinking. Ariel, in turn, was attracted to his controlled demeanor, his quiet self-assurance, and his subtle, dry sense of humor. Weeks later, their paths crossed again at a scientific talk focused on the intersection of medicine and engineering. Following this second encounter, they began communicating regularly. Initially, their bond was based on friendly intellectual exchanges, but it rapidly deepened into a personal and romantic connection. They discovered a strong shared foundation, identical core beliefs about the world, a profound passion for science, and a shared desire for a stable traditional family life. These common values accelerated their connection. Their relationship evolved quickly, yet to them it felt entirely natural and right. They were married within the same year, 2018, proceeding with unwavering conviction. 2 years later, in 2020, they celebrated the birth of their first son, Olin, and their second son followed in 2023. With the rapid arrival of their children, their priorities shifted completely. Family became the absolute center of their universe. Gareth maintained his demanding medical practice, but Ariel chose to step away from her intensive engineering career for a period to dedicate more time to their young children. The care and upbringing of their boys were their unquestioned highest priority. Their social media presence painted a portrait of an idealized, enviable life. Gareth consistently appeared calm, smiling, and confidently secure. Ariel was often shown looking happy and serene, frequently holding their younger son. They shared images of their children wearing matching light-colored shirts on scenic beaches, meticulously constructing sandcastles. The accompanying captions were generally short, emotionally reserved, but successfully communicated a clear message of tranquility and peace. Many followers online were drawn to the appearance of order and domestic stability they projected. Their neighbors reinforced this perception, describing the Koenigs as amiable but reserved, a couple who valued their privacy. Their home was consistently quiet, free from any loud arguments, disturbances, or suspicious activity. Occasional guests were not unusual and fit the profile of a busy, professional couple focused on family and work. Their domestic staff, the housekeeper and the babysitter, along with several close family friends, all affirmed this initial positive assessment. On the surface, the family unit was entirely trustworthy, respectable, and stable. Christina, a close friend who often helped with childcare, specifically recalled that the Koenig house always maintained a calm, predictable atmosphere. She observed that Gerhardt appeared attentive and genuinely caring toward both Ariel and the children, reinforcing the image of a doting husband and father. However, as time progressed, subtle, tiny changes began to manifest, too small for casual observation, but significant nonetheless. Ariel started becoming noticeably more withdrawn and quiet in social interactions. When asked personal questions, her answers were increasingly short, vague, and occasionally cold, signaling a clear desire to keep her private life sealed off. Friends who pointed out that she looked perpetually tired failed to elicit any explanation for her distress. In conversations, she often appeared tense and mentally absent, as if her thoughts were consumed by something far away. Concurrently, Gerhard maintained his outward composure, but grew progressively more emotionally distant from those around him. While there were no public arguments, in retrospect, the emotional chasm between them was widening. This was not the trauma of a single fight, but the slow, corrosive deterioration of trust, intimacy, and relationship security. Beneath the cheerful social media posts, cracks were forming in the foundation, quiet and insidious, unnoticed by even their closest confidants. By the summer of 2023, Gerhard Koenig's inner turmoil began to express itself in behaviors that were now undeniably visible and alarming. These were no longer fleeting signs of stress. They evolved into a consistent, disturbing pattern. The tension in his relationship with Ariel escalated dramatically, fueled by his constant, pervasive suspicion and his completely unfounded accusations regarding her loyalty and fidelity. Ariel attempted to minimize his anxiety by becoming more self-contained, working remotely, and drastically limiting her contact with the outside world. Despite her compliance, Gerhard frequently lost his emotional control, triggered by trivial events like a simple work email or a brief phone call. Interrogation became the norm. He demanded full disclosure of the purpose behind every text, email, and voicemail, insisting she was being deceitful. He would frequently launch into extended, aggressive tirades, accusing her of hiding secret, sinister activities. His tone was permanently cold and accusatory. When Ariel attempted to calmly defend herself or express her own exhaustion and stress, he would ruthlessly use her emotional response to apply greater pressure, never offering empathy or retraction. This toxic atmosphere led to sudden, volatile mood swings. Gerhard could transition from being quietly distant to having an explosive, angry outburst within the span of a single afternoon. While he remained outwardly polite and kind in public, at home he allowed himself to become verbally abusive, using mean, sarcastic language and veiled threats. Sometimes he would disappear for hours without explanation, only to return as if nothing unusual had happened. These erratic cycles kept Ariel in a state of constant hypervigilance, never knowing which emotional state her husband would be in next. The immense psychological stress also began to affect their physical relationship. Gerhard started demanding intimacy regardless of Ariel's feelings, comfort, or willingness. Any refusal on her part was violently interpreted as a direct insult to his character. Crucially, when she attempted to withhold intimacy, Gerhard frequently resorted to physical violence, hitting her. She kept these terrifying incidents completely to herself, fearing that speaking out would only provoke a more extreme reaction from him, and destroy the fragile routine they maintained for the sake of the children. Towards the end of 2023, Ariel made a desperate attempt to salvage the marriage by suggesting family counseling. Gerhard participated in the sessions, presenting an image of politeness, cooperation, and willingness to work through issues. He acknowledged the marital strain, but strategically deflected the blame onto Ariel, arguing that her emotional distance and lack of transparency were the root causes. Outside of the counselor's office, however, his controlling and abusive behavior continued unabated. Ariel also sought private, individual counseling. In these sessions, she expressed her growing fear and profound emotional isolation, but she was still unable to fully disclose the physical assaults. She desperately clung to the hope that their issues were a temporary rough patch that could be overcome. She felt immense pressure to preserve the family unit, unwilling to harm her children by dissolving the marriage. The weight of the decision to reveal the truth and leave was too heavy. By early 2024, Ariel's life was defined by perpetual anxiety. She avoided sensitive conversations, minimized time spent alone with Geihart, and avoided physical affection. She held on to a shred of hope that improvement was possible, viewing the dissolution of their marriage, the loss of their home, their shared life, and the impact on their boys as an unbearable consequence. She continued to endure the abuse, seeing no viable alternative. The fear was a constant, debilitating presence. The day of the tragic climax was March 18, 2025, Ariel Koig's 36th birthday. Geihart surprised her with a quick trip to Oahu, arranging for their sons to stay home with a babysitter. He presented the trip as a chance to relax and reconnect. One planned stop was the Nuuanu Pali Lookout. The trail was famed for its majestic views, but is also notoriously perilous, steep, wet, and exposed. The climb took longer than expected. The weather worsened, bringing heavy fog and strong whipping winds. The path bordered a sheer, unguarded cliff face, a drop of over 1,000 feet where a mistake would be fatal. Ariel felt increasing anxiety, but Geihart dismissed her fears, urging her forward. He insisted on taking a picture right at the edge, a final, seemingly normal request. They positioned themselves near the drop. Ariel, facing him, with the cliff behind her, was overcome by a powerful surge of fear from the wind, the height, and the slick ground. She announced she was stepping back to safety. As she made a slight turn and took a half step away from the drop, Geihart acted. He suddenly lunged, grabbing her shoulders and shoving her violently down the slope. She fell, slipping on the wet rock, but her ingrained survival instinct took over. She dropped to her knees and desperately clung to the ground. For a fleeting moment, she wondered if it was a sick joke, but one look at Geihart's face erased all doubt. His expression was one of cold, deadly focus and singular determination. He intended to murder her. While she fought to hold her grip, he reached into his waist pack and produced a preloaded syringe containing a clear liquid, later determined by investigators to be an anesthetic. Ariel instantly recognized it was intended to incapacitate her. In a desperate surge of strength, she fought back, knocking the syringe from his grasp and sending it tumbling away. Enraged by her resistance, Geihart grabbed a fist-sized lava rock. He began to strike her repeatedly on the head, face, and temple. Ariel screamed in agony and fought desperately, suffering a broken thumb while trying to shield her head. Covered in her own blood, she found the presence of mind for one last decisive act of defense. She bit Geihart hard on the shoulder. The pain caused him to momentarily release his grip. Her agonizing scream, raw and loud, was heard by two hikers nearby. One witnessed the man hunched over the woman, holding the blood-stained rock, and immediately called 911. Seeing the witnesses, Geihart instantly retreated, turned, and fled into the thick, dense undergrowth, vanishing from the clifftop. Emergency services were immediately dispatched. The hikers provided precise coordinates. Paramedics rapidly evacuated Ariel Koig, who was in critical condition. Bloody, dazed and profoundly confused. At the hospital, doctors documented severe multiple head injuries, including deep lacerations on her face and scalp, consistent with blunt force trauma from the rock. She had cuts and bruises across her body and grab marks on her arms and shoulders. The cuts and broken fingernails on her hands were consistent with a fierce struggle to hold on and defend herself. Her broken right thumb was likely sustained while protecting her head. She was suffering from signs of a mild traumatic brain injury and severe emotional shock. Critically, despite the severity of the attack, her injuries were deemed serious but stable and not immediately life-threatening. After initial treatment, Ariel was admitted to the trauma unit and placed under psychiatric care, where specialists for victims of violence began their work immediately. The Honolulu Police Department classified the incident as attempted murder and launched a massive, full-scale manhunt. The Uanuli Pali area was sealed off, with a helicopter, canine units, and numerous ground teams deployed. The search was grueling due to the extremely rugged, steep terrain and the thick vegetation. Geert Koig had fled immediately. He moved off-trail through the dense forest, deliberately avoiding all roads, towns, and human contact. This escape was meticulously planned, confirming the premeditated nature of the attack and his goal of disappearing. For hours, he remained silent and untraceable. Several hours into the search, Geert made one single critical contact, a video call to his son Emil. Geert appeared disheveled, covered in blood and dirt, his face exhausted. He confessed directly to his son, "I tried to kill Ariel, but she got away." He also expressed an intent to commit suicide, suggesting he might jump from a cliff. The call was brief, and the sound of the search helicopter could be heard faintly in the background. This video call was key evidence, providing a direct admission of guilt and confirming his extremely unstable mental state. Due to the threats of self-harm and the clear danger he posed, the authorities intensified their search. Around 7 p.m., 8 hours after the incident, a patrol unit sighted a man matching the suspect's description lying in the bushes off a remote side road. Officers approached, identified him as Geert Koig, and attempted to take him into custody. He was subdued and arrested, charged with attempted second-degree murder. His blood-stained clothes and refusal to answer questions spoke volumes. His public image as a trusted doctor was instantly shattered by the news of his arrest. Colleagues and patients were left in disbelief at the charges against the man they knew as composed and professional. The contrast between the public facade and the private violence was stunning. While Geert was held in jail, Ariel began her recovery. 3 days after her release, she searched the garage and found a hidden hip pack. Inside, she discovered a medical trove. His hospital ID, syringes, vials of medication, and a sealed package of propofol. She immediately turned the items over to the police. Investigators confirmed the illegal, non-medical possession of the powerful sedative propofol, concluding that Geert had planned to use the drug to disable his wife during the attack. The missing hospital logs for the substances pointed to a severe criminal misuse of his medical authority. This evidence was a powerful reinforcement of the prosecution's premeditation argument. Ariel subsequently filed for and was granted a protective order, detailing the history of psychological, physical, and sexual abuse. The court, citing the risk of repeat violence and his flight risk, denied Geert Koig's request for bail on May 13, 2025, ruling that he must remain in custody. This decision was made by First Circuit Judge Paul Wong, who noted that Geert met the criteria for bail denial under Hawaii law HRS 804-3 due to the severity of the charges. his flight after the incident, and the danger he posed to the victim. The defense, led by attorney Thomas Otake, had argued forcefully against the denial, highlighting Gart's lack of a criminal record, his frozen assets due to the divorce filing, and the fact that medical reports at Queen's Hospital noted Ariel's injuries presented no substantial risk of death or serious bodily injury, attempting to downgrade the severity of the charge. However, the prosecution countered, emphasizing Gart's three-pronged attempt to kill Ariel: push, drug, rock, and his confession to his son. Gart Koig formally pleaded not guilty to the charges on April 7, 2025, setting the stage for a full criminal trial scheduled to begin on June 9, 2025. Ariel focused on her recovery, the divorce, and the legal motion to terminate Gart's parental rights, maintaining her silence with the media.
As of late June 2025, the case is active, with the defense requesting access to Ariel's personal records to challenge her allegations. The final verdict has not yet been rendered, leaving the legal conclusion to this horrifying chapter still unwritten. The tension remains as the public awaits the resolution of this tragic story, a stark reminder of the hidden darkness that can reside behind a polished, perfect facade.
Case number 7.
Jasmine Pace was a 22-year-old community college student who had plans to spend Thanksgiving in 2022 with her family. This is a time of year when families come together, and her mother, Katrina Pace, was expecting her. But then, to her mother's surprise, she received a text message from Jasmine's phone at the very last minute. The message said that Jasmine was canceling those plans. This was very sudden and unexpected. Soon after, a new post appeared on Jasmine's Facebook account. The post had a caption that read, "Enjoying Thanksgiving with my baby." But there was something terribly wrong with this post. The photo that went with the caption was not a new photo. It was not from that Thanksgiving. The family knew this for a fact because in this photo, Jasmine's very distinctive tattoos were missing. She had extensive tattoos on her arm that were a big part of how she looked. This old photo must have been taken months, or maybe even years earlier, before she had gotten that tattoo work done. The family's concern almost immediately turned into panic. They started to realize the awful implications of what this meant. No one knew where Jasmine was, and worse, someone else clearly had her phone and was online, posting on her social media, pretending to be her. The night before Thanksgiving, on November 22, 2022, Jasmine Pace had left her mother's home in Chattanooga, Tennessee. It was just before 11:30 at night. She got into her car, a white Chevy Equinox, and drove away. The next day, which was Thanksgiving Day, her mother, Katrina Pace, received that strange message from her daughter's phone. In this text, Jasmine claimed that she had made a new plan. She was going to stay at the home of her friend, a young woman named Emma, for the rest of the week. The text said that Jasmine had recently lost her grandmother to cancer, and she was still grieving. Because of this, when she first chose to opt out of the big family gathering, it didn't immediately raise serious alarm bells. The family knew she was sad. She had in the past occasionally chosen to be out of contact for brief periods while she worked through her grief. So at first it seemed like she might just be taking some time for herself. That all changed, however, following the new post on Jasmine's Facebook page, the one with the old photo and the caption, "Enjoying Thanksgiving with my baby." At first, what struck Katrina about the post was the revealing outfit her daughter appeared to be wearing. It was not characteristic of Jasmine, she thought. It wasn't the kind of thing she would normally post for everyone to see online. But it was another aspect of the image that sparked waves of true panic for Jasmine's father, Travis Pace. For him, Jasmine's many tattoos formed a kind of timeline of her life. Each one had been obtained on a different date, many months apart. He knew them well, and in this photo, her extensive and very noticeable tattoos on her upper right arm were completely missing. This post was not what it claimed to be. It was a lie. Katrina immediately spoke with Jasmine's friend Emma. She had to know if the text message she received was true. Emma confirmed what Katrina had already started to suspect in her gut. Jasmine was not with her. She was not staying at her home for the week, as the text had claimed. This meant the text message was a lie, just like the Facebook post. Several other friends and family members had also received strange messages, all supposedly from Jasmine, over the next couple of days. But no one had actually spoken with her directly. No one had heard her voice. In every single one of these instances, the messages stated that the 22-year-old just wished to be alone. The family did not believe this for a second. They began immediately to search for her. Jasmine's white Chevy SUV was equipped with a GPS feature called My Chevy. This app allowed her mother to track the location of the vehicle. She opened the app and found the car. It was parked. It was sitting outside of a building of condominiums off of Mountain Creek Road in Chattanooga. The complex was called the Signal View Condos. By the time the vehicle was discovered, it was already 8:30 p.m. on November 26th. This was 4 long, agonizing days after Jasmine had last been seen leaving her mother's house late on the night of the 22nd. As far as the family was aware, Jasmine did not know anyone who lived at the Signal View condos. There was no reason for her to be there. When they accessed the vehicle, they found another chilling clue. The driver's seat had been pushed all the way back. It seemed that someone much taller than Jasmine's petite 5'2" stature had been the last person behind the wheel. She would never have driven with the seat in that position. Someone else had driven her car to this location. A call was placed to 911 to officially report her disappearance. Chattanooga police arrived and took a report, detailing what the family had discovered. News of her disappearance started to spread. Her childhood friend, Bailey Putman, spoke to a local news station, saying, "We want her home and we want her safe. Her mom hasn't an ounce of sleep. I don't think she has eaten. There's not a day that they don't hear from Jasmine, let alone an hour." Katrina also contacted the family's cell phone provider. Jasmine was on their family plan, which meant her mother had access to her phone records. This was a critical step. The records showed there had been no calls placed from the phone for days. With the call log in her hand, the frantic mother began calling every single number listed, one by one. She did this in the presence of the police. There was one number that Jasmine had connected with for over an hour on the night of the 22nd, the night she vanished. The call had lasted 71 minutes. Katrina tried this number. The phone connected to a young man. He said his name was Jason Chen. He told her he was a computer science major at the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga. He explained that the two of them had met on the dating app Bumble and had been dating for several months. It had not been a serious enough relationship to warrant an introduction to her parents. Neither Katrina nor Travis had ever met this Jason Chen. Katrina informed the computer science student that Jasmine was missing. She asked him if he had heard from her. Jason's response was casual. He said he had not heard from her for days. And then he added that when they had last spoken, it had only been for a few minutes. Katrina knew this was a blatant lie. She was holding the phone records in her hand. He hadn't talked to her for a few minutes. He had talked to her for 71 minutes. He would remember a call that lasted over an hour. He was lying. Jason's total lack of concern was another huge red flag. He didn't sound worried or upset that the girl he was dating was missing. Katrina pleaded with the officers who were there with her to take further steps to investigate this man. But they did very little. The officers explained that Jasmine was an adult, and at that point in time, there were no clear signs of foul play. A report was written, and contact information was exchanged before they left the frustrated parents on their own once more. So, Katrina and Travis took matters into their own hands again. They went to the condominium complex where the car was found and began knocking on every door. No one had seen Jasmine. A security guard agreed to share the camera footage of the white Chevy entering the parking lot. Using the timestamps from the My Chevy app, they knew exactly when to look. They narrowed in on the footage from November 23rd, just past 8:30 p.m. The SUV drove into the lot and went in the direction of where it was later found parked, but the footage was dark and the driver could not be identified. It was then that Katrina noticed something on her cell phone, something that had been missed until this moment. There was one final text message that had been sent to her from Jasmine's phone. It had come in during the early morning hours of November 23rd. There was no message, just a pin. A dropped location pin showing where her device was at that time. It was received at 2:18 a.m. Her daughter had never sent a message like this to her before, especially not in the middle of the night with no context. The day after their concerns were dismissed by police at the condos, the family promptly went to the location from that mysterious message. It was an apartment building at 110 Tremont Street. Again, the desperate parents knocked on every door. All but one apartment, number 210, answered or was accounted for. Neighbors recounted that they had heard a loud disturbance coming from the direction of that exact unit, apartment 210, in the early morning of November 23rd, right around 2:15 a.m. This was just 3 minutes before Jasmine sent her mother that location pin. Somehow, Katrina and Travis made their way inside apartment 210. A notebook inside the door revealed the name of its occupant, Jason Chen. It was the same man who had lied to Katrina on the phone. It was a small unit. The kitchen was only feet from the couch. A hallway led to the only bedroom. Most of the apartment was visible immediately upon walking in. On the kitchen counter sat a small travel bag. It belonged to Jasmine. Cleaning supplies were sitting out. In the drawer of a desk, Travis discovered his daughter's driver's license along with her credit cards. He pulled them out and left them sitting in plain view. Chattanooga police were once again called out.
Officers spoke with Katrina once more. They also spoke with the neighbors. Then, they left again. Believing that law enforcement was proving useless, Katrina re-entered the apartment multiple times over the next few hours. She took notebooks and electronics, including multiple cell phones, a camera, and an iPad. She took anything she thought could give an indication of her daughter's location. The parents also searched through the dumpsters outside the building. It was close to midnight before the Chattanooga police returned to 110 Tremont with a search warrant and began formally to commence their search. During the initial walkthrough, investigators noted what appeared to be bloody stains on the hardwood floor in the living room, absorbed by the grooving. In the bathroom and on the bedroom carpet, more stains were found. Spatter was identified on the doors and the bathroom wall. The abundance of cleaning supplies was also extremely concerning. Trash bags had been emptied. Police checking the dumpsters found 2 white sneakers and a pair of blue trousers which were collected. Back inside the unit, they spotted fragments of broken glass in the living room. Indications of a violent incident were accumulating. Furniture appeared to have been moved. In the bedroom, there were marks on the carpet which indicated where furniture had sat for some time and had been subsequently moved, likely in an attempt to cover a large stain that was spotted underneath the bed. On top of the bed sat a kitchen knife. In virtually every room, investigators identified stains that could be blood. The crime scene unit was called in to spray down areas of the apartment with Blue Star, a forensic agent used to identify areas where blood may have been cleaned up. The hallway lit up. The case of Jasmine Pace's disappearance became a homicide investigation. Detectives obtained security camera footage from the apartment building and the surrounding area. They were able to piece together a timeline of Jason Chen's movements. They could be certain that Jasmine had arrived at 110 Tremont before midnight on the 22nd. Her Chevy Equinox was captured taking a right turn into the building parking lot. The Chevy was also captured leaving, but not until 8:30 p.m. the next day, November 23rd. A figure in a light-colored hoodie was captured driving it from the building towards the Signal View condos. A dark-colored Prius, likely a hired taxi, collected that driver from the condos and dropped them off in front of Jason's building.
A Ring camera from an apartment door directly beside an exit door to the parking lot captured Jason Chen leaving the building on multiple occasions on the 23rd, including at 8:27 p.m., just 3 minutes before the driver in the light hoodie took Jasmine's SUV to the Signal View condos and left it there. There were a few additional trips made by Jason Chen over the Thanksgiving holiday that piqued the interest of investigators. The first was a morning trip to Walmart, alone, where he purchased Band-Aids, peroxide, and cleaning products. Captured using the self-checkout, he ran a few of the more expensive items through as asparagus. The overhead Walmart camera offered a clear view of Jason's pair of white sneakers. These shoes were thought to be the same pair found discarded outside of the apartment dumpsters. On the evening of the same day, Jason stopped at a Walgreens and purchased a package of paper towels. Sometime between his trip to Walmart that morning and the time he left the blood-stained and hastily cleaned apartment, he must have taken Jasmine from the building. As investigators tracked the computer science student on various footage, they were aided by his notable white hoodie, a bright and distinct article of clothing. At almost 6 p.m. on the 23rd, the white hoodie emerged from the building once more. This time, the figure was struggling to pull a large suitcase from the front door of the building towards the parking lot. Moments later, Jason's black Toyota Camry was captured leaving.
On November 29th, 1 week after Jasmine was last seen, Jason Chen was located at his parents' home in Nolanville. Arresting officers noticed lacerations on Jason's right hand and feet, indicative of a violent struggle. A search warrant was obtained for the house. In the room used by Jason, a black backpack and a collection of handwritten notes were confiscated. Some of these notes appeared to have been Jason trying to get his story straight. One stated that he had last seen her on November 19th. He wrote that she had a history of running away and had a restraining order against an ex. It seemed that Jason had planned for his inevitable interview with police by recording that Jasmine had also been homeless. He wrote that he thought her mother was an alcoholic, all suggestive of her being an unpredictable runaway. In his backpack, inside of a glasses case, detectives found a SIM card. It was for Jasmine's device. They also obtained Jason's phone and downloaded the data. On Jason's cell phone, detectives found a picture of Jasmine standing in his bathroom, taken on the night of her disappearance. There were multiple screenshots saved as well of text messages he had gotten from Jasmine, but the actual texts themselves were missing. On the morning after she had likely been killed, he sent her a photo along with a note, "Slept like a baby." Later that day, he asked, "Hey, are we still good for dinner tonight?" The photo's metadata revealed it was taken 2 years prior. From Jasmine's phone data, detectives could see that her device had taken the trip to Walmart along with Jason that morning, though he was shown on camera driving and shopping alone. Finally, the phone's movements revealed where he had traveled after loading the large suitcase into his Camry. He had taken a drive to Suck Creek Road. The road ran parallel to the bank of a river. On Thursday, December 1st, walking along the bank of the river, investigators spotted an item. It was what they were unfortunately expecting to find. It was Jason Chen's large suitcase. Inside the suitcase, they found 98-pound Jasmine Pace. She was wrapped in 3 trash bags and had been shackled with 2 handcuffs. Her right arm was cuffed to her right ankle, and her left ankle was linked to her right elbow. They were not law enforcement-style handcuffs. These were less substantial. The chain of one was broken. An autopsy determined that Jasmine had been stabbed no less than 60 times. Her wounds were centered in one area of her body, primarily the upper left side. The tip of a knife was removed from her chest. In December 2022, a judge set Jason's bond at $5 million. As the gruesome nature of the murder reached the news media, many expressed disgust that Jason was offered a bond at all. By this stage, a complete timeline had been pieced together, including evidence that showed Jason had used Jasmine's phone and SIM card to access her banking information, her social media accounts, and to post fake updates after the murder.
It was difficult to imagine what defense, if any, Jason Chen's legal team would put forward when the case came to trial, which it did in January 2025. In a shocking development on day one, defense attorney Josh Wise did not fight for his client's innocence. In opening statements, he told the jury, Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace, but, he argued, he didn't do it with premeditation. This, he claimed, was a case of voluntary manslaughter. Although the state was not pursuing the death penalty, Jason faced a life sentence without the possibility of parole if found guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. His best defense was to argue a lesser charge applied. For the crime to be deemed voluntary manslaughter, the defense needed to convince the jury that Jason had killed Jasmine in a fit of passion, that he had been provoked somehow into reacting in an irrational way which led to her death. The theory they posited was that the couple was drinking wine at his apartment late into the night. When Jasmine entered the kitchen to get another bottle, she heard the distinct sound of notifications from the Tinder dating app. These rang out repeatedly from her boyfriend's phone. Angered by this, she began to argue with him. The claim was that Jasmine attacked Jason with a broken wine glass. Having used a kitchen knife to remove the seal from the previous wine bottle in the bedroom, he had left it sitting on the bedside table. It was this knife, the defense argued, that Jason instinctively reached for when he was attacked. Wise explained away the shackles found on Jasmine's body by arguing that Jason had panicked after the stabbing. He applied the handcuffs in order to make Jasmine fit inside of the bags in the suitcase. The timeline of the murder and attempted cover-up was detailed extensively through videos, Jason and Jasmine's cell phone data, as well as testimony from neighbors. Courtney Brewer, who lived in the unit below Chen, reported hearing an altercation take place after 2 a.m. on the night of November 22nd. She testified, I was woken up in the middle of the night by a loud scream. I checked my phone to see the time because I was going to call 911. It was around 2 a.m. She said it was a female voice, screaming words she couldn't fully understand. She then said it sounded like chasing, a lot of footsteps going across towards the front door. She said it sounded like multiple people. She described the scream as distressed, emphatic. Jason Chen chose not to testify in his defense. Evidence was presented over 6 days. In closing arguments, his legal team essentially abandoned their attempts to support his original story, pointing instead to a lack of ligature marks on Jasmine's wrists, which they said would be present if she was alive when handcuffed. Jurors began deliberation at about 4:15 p.m. They came back with the verdict just after 5 p.m. With respect to count 1, we the jury find the defendant, Jason Chen, guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. A juror later revealed that Jasmine's family members entering the crime scene repeatedly had little impact on the jury's decision, stating, "It kind of didn't matter on our deliberations because we already knew what was admitted, that he had murdered her." During the trial, Jasmine Pace's family filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Jason Chen's parents, accusing the pair of harboring Jason and providing him with money and information in the days after the murder. The loss of Jasmine and the subsequent legal proceedings clearly took a toll on the Pace family. Travis Pace testified that his and Katrina's relationship was difficult. When he took the stand to testify, called as a witness by the defense, many family members walked out of the courtroom. Nonetheless, with the sentence delivered, much of the family's ordeal is now over, and they received the justice they sought against a man they called a monster.
Case number 8.
Stacy Honecker, 32, called Mount Holly, North Carolina home. She was married to her high school sweetheart, Joshua, and they were raising their 2 daughters, Piper and Willow. Everyone who knew her described her the same way, a great mother and a happy person. Yet, beneath this seemingly perfect picture of domestic life, something sinister was escalating. On September 23rd, 2018, Stacy's life was abruptly and cruelly stolen in a calculated and chilling manner. Born Stacy Robinson in Mecklenburg County to John and Susie Robinson, she was one of 4 siblings, including brothers Eric and Paul and the sister Amy. After graduating from East Gaston High School, Stacy earned an associate's degree in paralegal sciences from Gaston College. She initially worked as a paralegal at Ted Grieve and Associates and later at Reagan & Reagan before deciding to pursue her true passion, teaching. She went on to work at several preschools, including First Baptist Charlotte, First Methodist Preschool in Mount Holly, and finally at the Stowe Young Men's Christian Association, YMCA. Stacy was also known for her creativity. Her friend Shell O'Day noted Stacy's skill at crafting, particularly her painted wooden signs that she would sell. In the summer of 2018, O'Day visited Stacy's home to collect a custom welcome sign she had purchased for $50. Stacy first met Joshua Lee Honecker while working at a department store. He was 2 years her senior, and what first caught his attention was her impressive height. Stacy stood at 5'11" and Joshua topped her at 6'5". Stacy initially turned him down several times when he asked her out, but Joshua was persistent. He discovered that she played softball and began showing up at her practices, eventually joining her team. Both were talented players with genuine potential to play professionally. Their relationship eventually turned romantic, and they married in 2010 in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Having been together since high school, they were widely regarded as a happy couple. They welcomed 2 daughters, Piper Elizabeth and Willow Darlene. By then, Joshua had established a successful career, working as a flight paramedic with Atrium Health's MedCenter Air, a position he had held since 2013. Joshua, a former college football player, was known for being confident and persuasive. Stacy transitioned into a full-time homemaker, dedicating herself completely to raising their daughters. Their social life involved enjoying concerts and cookouts with friends. Shell O'Day, a friend, described them simply as a cute couple and never witnessed any arguments between them. Stacy was also a devoted lifetime member of the Mount Holly United Methodist Church, where she was active in numerous groups and activities. Her personal joys included crafting, trips to the beach, watching sports, and taking countless pictures of her daughters and herself. However, challenges were hidden beneath this pleasant exterior. In February 2013, following the birth of their first daughter, Piper, Stacy began suffering from unexplained medical issues. Her symptoms were vague yet deeply concerning, and her health continued to deteriorate without doctors being able to find a clear explanation. Just 5 months later, in July 2013, tragedy struck. A devastating house fire ripped through their home, incinerating most of their possessions. The blaze left the couple profoundly shaken, both emotionally and financially. The devastating fire meant everything they had worked for was gone. Friends immediately rallied to support the young family in their efforts to rebuild. Suzanne Steinbronner, a friend of the couple, launched the GoFundMe campaign to help with the accumulating costs. This fundraising page would later serve as a record of Stacy's increasingly mysterious medical decline. Unfortunately, Stacy's health issues only compounded their troubles. In November 2014, shortly after the birth of their second daughter, Willow, Stacy was hospitalized with dangerously low heart rate and blood pressure. She required a stay in the intensive care unit for several days. Despite countless tests, the medical team was baffled, unable to determine the cause of her symptoms. It seemed as if her body was being attacked by an invisible enemy. Suzanne updated the GoFundMe page, stating that after extensive testing, the doctors were still stumped as to what was going on.
The crisis deepened in January 2015. Stacy was readmitted due to a low heart rate, and this time, the situation became life-threatening. Soon after settling into her room, she suffered cardiac arrest. Her heart simply stopped beating. She was placed on a ventilator, fighting for her life, while doctors desperately tried to comprehend what was happening to the young woman. The following month, February 2015, an astonishing decision was made. Stacy had a pacemaker implanted. This was an extreme measure for a woman not yet 30 years old. Needing a device to regulate her heartbeat suggested a serious, fundamental defect in her heart's electrical system. What no one realized at the time was that these were not natural medical problems at all. In hindsight, every symptom Stacy experienced was later found to be consistent with poisoning from tetrahydrozoline. When ingested, this chemical can severely and sometimes fatally affect the heart and body. The pattern had been evident all along: repeated, unexplained episodes of dangerously low heart rate and blood pressure. These were sudden cardiac events that completely baffled medical professionals. A young woman with no history of heart disease in her family was suddenly in need of a pacemaker. Joshua, with his extensive medical training as a flight paramedic, would have known exactly what symptoms to anticipate. He would have known how to administer the poison in doses that were not immediately lethal, but which would cause chronic, debilitating health issues. Furthermore, he would have been aware that standard medical tests would fail to detect it, and that doctors would ultimately attribute her decline to a heart condition, rather than suspecting poisoning. For Stacy's mother, Susie, there was a persistent, nagging worry. If she had a bad dream, she would immediately call her daughter to confirm she was safe. A mother's instinct, sensing that something was wrong, even if she couldn't pinpoint the cause. The medical emergencies, however, had created another devastating problem: crushing debt. While the GoFundMe campaign provided some relief, the financial pressure was enormous. Hospital stays, specialist visits, the pacemaker surgery, and ongoing care resulted in bills that relentlessly mounted. All the while, Joshua was executing a plan far more sinister than anyone could have imagined. He was slowly and methodically poisoning his wife, carefully building a medical history that would ensure her eventual sudden death appeared to be inevitable, unremarkable, and entirely natural. Then, on the evening of September 23, 2018, Joshua placed a 911 call. Joshua informed the responding officers that he had discovered his 32-year-old wife unresponsive, slumped over the side of the couch. However, his account of his actions just before finding her became a major point of suspicion, as his story kept shifting and changing depending on who he was speaking to. To the police. At the scene, he claimed he had stepped outside to ensure their cars were locked, citing a recent spate of auto burglaries as his reason, a plausible explanation. He told a friend he had simply gone for a walk to burn off some energy. He offered yet another version, saying he had been sitting in the backyard cutting wood for signs he produced. He told Susie he had been sitting at the kitchen table working on his laptop with his back to Stacy. When he turned around, he saw her slumped over the couch. 4 different stories, 4 different versions. The fact that his narrative changed so frequently strongly suggested deception, as the truth about finding a deceased loved one typically remains constant. When paramedics arrived, they found Stacy unresponsive, cyanic, blue, and not breathing. They rushed her to the hospital, but despite all efforts, it was too late. Stacy Robinson Hunsucker was pronounced dead. The cause of death seemed clear to everyone: cardiac arrest. Given her well-documented heart problems, the pacemaker, and her history of mysterious cardiac events, local police treated it as a natural death,
a tragic but not suspicious passing of a young woman whose heart had simply failed. However, Joshua's actions and the hours and days following her death were deeply concerning. He refused to allow a coroner to perform an autopsy, remaining absolutely adamant. This was highly unusual, especially because Stacy had registered to be an organ donor, which typically requires facilitating the donation process. Joshua, nonetheless, was insistent and unwavering. Within just 2 days, Stacy's body was cremated. The specific evidence that eventually allowed investigators to connect Joshua to Stacy's death, despite the swift cremation, centered on 2 main factors: his shifting narratives and suspicious behavior, and the subsequent discovery of a toxic substance in Stacy's system revealed through a highly unusual separate investigation. Investigators realized that Joshua's 4 conflicting stories, checking car locks, going for a walk, cutting wood, and working on his laptop, all served one purpose: to account for a period of time when he was not in the room with Stacy, thus creating a window during which he could have administered the fatal substance. His immediate focus on claiming the $250,000 in life insurance and the unseemly haste in cremating Stacy's body, which destroyed much of the physical evidence, further fueled their suspicion. Crucially, because Stacy was an organ donor, samples had been collected by the Organ Procurement Organization before her body was cremated. Although Joshua had refused a formal coroner's autopsy, these stored samples were later obtained and tested by investigators. The toxicology report from these samples delivered the smoking gun. Stacy had a lethal level of tetrahydrozoline in her system. This evidence proved that Stacy had been poisoned, and coupled with Joshua's motive, changing stories, and attempts to suppress an investigation, it led to his arrest and eventual conviction. Joshua and his new girlfriend Jen were focused on a future that involved buying a brand new house, a fresh start away from the home he'd shared with Stacy. Strikingly, Joshua rarely spoke about Stacy. He never mentioned missing her or the girl's mother, nor did he share any memories of her with his daughters. To Kaylin, the babysitter, it was as if Stacy had been completely erased from their lives. Kaylin found this behavior incomprehensible, contrasting it with her own experience of constantly sharing memories after her father's death to keep his spirit alive. Within 6 months of Stacy's death, the new girlfriend was a highly visible figure in Joshua's life and in the lives of his young daughters. She moved into the very house he had previously shared with his wife, the house where Stacy died, and even the bed where Stacy slept. Kaylin felt Jen was simply Stacy's replacement, seamlessly stepping into a newly vacated role. Joshua's colleagues at Atrium Health's Med Center noticed the same unsettling pattern. They informed investigators that Joshua seemed completely unaffected by his wife's death. They expressed deep concern to the police about the shocking speed with which he had moved on with his girlfriend and how quickly Jen had become integrated into his life. They described the speed as unseemly, inappropriate, and shocking. To them, Joshua appeared unfazed, acting as if Stacy's death was an inconvenience rather than a tragedy, as if he'd actually been waiting for it to happen. Following the collection of $250,000 from Stacy's life insurance policies, Joshua initiated a spending spree that drew significant attention and suspicion throughout the community. The insurance money immediately funded a substantial spending spree. Joshua purchased an expensive boat valued between $80,000 and $100,000, a transaction a judge later warned him not to conceal. He also took his new girlfriend on multiple expensive vacations, trips they couldn't have afforded when they were burdened by medical debt while Stacy was alive.
Additionally, he paid off the mortgage on the family's Mount Holly home, valued at $215,380. Stacy's parents' wrongful death lawsuit later highlighted these expenditures, arguing they demonstrated Joshua was thrilled to be free, rich, and ready to start a new life with his mistress. For Susie's mother, these actions were massive, undeniable red flags. She learned the affair with the new girlfriend had been ongoing even before Stacy's death, continuing in secret while Stacy was in intensive care. She also knew Joshua had filed the life insurance claims for the $250,000 just days after Stacy died, before the funeral. In Susie's mind, the pieces of a darker truth were assembling. Rapid insurance claims, refusal of an autopsy and immediate cremation, new girlfriend who had been there all along, Stacy's unexplained, mysterious health problems over the years, extravagant spending, the boat and vacations, and Joshua's complete absence of grief. 9 months after her daughter's death in May 2019, Susie Robinson made the pivotal decision to contact the North Carolina Department of Insurance. She filed fraud allegations against Joshua, suspecting he had killed Stacy for the insurance money and to be free to marry his mistress without the inconvenience of a divorce. This simple act, driven by a mother's intuition, triggered a full-blown murder investigation. Insurance Commissioner Mike Causey confirmed that Susie's referral was sent directly to their Criminal Investigations Division. A formidable team was assembled for the renewed investigation, including the North Carolina Department of Insurance Criminal Investigations Division, the Gaston County Police, and the Department of Homeland Security. Special Agent Lisa Morgan, assigned to the case, made a crucial discovery. Because Stacy had been an organ donor, the Life Share Donor Center had preserved a vial of her blood prior to cremation. This standard protocol for organ donors proved to be the single piece of evidence Joshua had not accounted for. The blood sample was sent for comprehensive toxicology testing. While standard tests for common drugs and poisons were negative, the investigators requested specialized, broader screening. The results were shocking. Insurance Commissioner Mike Causey confirmed the presence of poison in Stacy's blood, tetrahydrozoline. This is a common chemical found in eye drops used to reduce redness. Crucially, the concentration found was not therapeutic. It was 30 to 40 times higher than normal therapeutic levels, a quantity that could not be explained by accidental ingestion or normal use. The high concentration of tetrahydrozoline, 30 to 40 times the therapeutic level, indicated to forensic toxicologist Demi Garden that this was deliberate, repeated, systematic poisoning, which she described as a modern-day Mickey Finn, where a substance is secretly added to a drink. Tetrahydrozoline is a decongestant found in products like Vicine eye drops and nasal sprays. While safe when used externally, it becomes deadly when ingested. The symptoms it causes can easily mimic natural illness, making detection difficult. For Stacy, who already had a heart condition and a pacemaker, the poison was devastating, attacking her heart to make her death appear to be a simple, tragic cardiac event. Crucially, standard toxicology screens do not routinely test for tetrahydrozoline, meaning it's invisible unless investigators know specifically to look for it. North Carolina State Attorney Jordan Green emphasized that the substance has a dramatic effect on the heart, causing heart stoppage or heart failure. The inescapable conclusion was that this was not an accident. This was murder. Joshua Hunsucker's background as a flight paramedic since 2013 provided him with extensive medical training and an intimate, detailed knowledge of medications and their effects on the human body. Court documents highlighted that his experience gave him a thorough understanding of various drugs. His job also gave him the means and opportunity to commit the crime, as his employment offered access to non-controlled substances that didn't require logging or inventory control. As the investigation into Stacy's death rapidly expanded, a disturbing detail emerged. Just 2 weeks before Stacy's death, a parallel incident occurred nearby. On August 31, 2018, a nurse named Lana Sue Clayton was arrested for poisoning her husband, Stephen Clayton, with eye drops. Clayton confessed to secretly putting the eye drops in her husband's water over 3 days until he died. This knowledge, combined with Hunsucker's medical background, suggested the murder of Stacy was a calculated, premeditated, cold-blooded murder. Joshua Hunsucker's crime was characterized as a calculated, premeditated, and cold-blooded murder given his background as a flight paramedic since 2013 provided him with extensive medical training and detailed knowledge of medications and their effects on the human body. Prosecutors drew attention to several similarities between the two cases, which received extensive media coverage in the Charlotte area. Both Hunsucker and Clayton worked in the medical field. Both were home alone with their spouse at the time of death. Both deaths were initially ruled natural, and both involved tetrahydrozoline poisoning, the active ingredient in many eye drops. Court documents allege that within days of learning about the South Carolina case, Joshua secretly placed eye drops containing a deadly amount of tetrahydrozoline in Stacy's water. Furthermore, detectives spoke to Hunsucker's former colleagues at Atrium Health's Med Center Air, two of whom testified that before Stacy's death, Joshua had explicitly told them that if he were to kill someone, he would use Vicine or other eye drops. Joshua Hunsucker's bond was subsequently revoked on January 28, 2020, due to his escalating harassment of Stacy's parents, the Robinsons. District Attorney Travis Page argued that Hunsucker's actions had violated the terms of his bond and necessitated his rearrest. A hearing was held where Judge Bill Kennedy agreed with the prosecution, deeming Hunsucker a danger to the community and a flight risk. Hunsucker was then taken back into custody and held without bond. On May 27, 2021, Hunsucker officially entered an Alford plea to the charge of first-degree murder. An Alford plea means that the defendant does not admit guilt, but acknowledges that the prosecution has enough evidence to likely secure a conviction from a jury. As part of a plea agreement to avoid a capital murder trial and the possibility of the death penalty, Hunsucker was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He was additionally ordered to pay $12,000 in restitution. Before the sentence was handed down, Stacy's mother, Susie Robinson, delivered a powerful victim impact statement describing the anguish and heartbreak Hunsucker had inflicted upon their family. Hunsucker also made a brief statement, offering a limited apology, stating that he was truly sorry for the pain he had caused the Robinsons. Following his life sentence for the murder of his wife Stacy, Joshua Hunsucker's bond was initially revoked in January 2020 due to his incessant harassment of the Robinsons. He eventually entered an Alford plea to first-degree murder on May 27, 2021, and was subsequently sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. However, even from prison, the intimidation was relentless, clearly designed to terrify the Robinsons into silence. Then, in a bizarre and desperate attempt to shift blame, on February 4, 2023, Joshua staged his own kidnapping. He reported to police that he had been pistol whipped, zip-tied, and injected with an unknown substance while changing a flat tire, and he falsely accused Stacy's father, John Robinson, as his attacker, attempting to frame him for the assault. Mount Holly police conducted a thorough investigation and immediately concluded that Hunsucker had fabricated the entire incident, finding no evidence to support his claims. Joshua's disturbing actions did not stop there. Just weeks after the fake kidnapping report in February 2023, he committed a more heinous act by poisoning his own 11-year-old daughter, which resulted in a serious medical scare and her hospitalization. Tests confirmed the presence of the same chemical agent used to murder Stacy in the child's system, along with an unapproved antidepressant that had also been found in Huntsucker's truck. While the daughter was being treated, Joshua attempted to mislead doctors by suggesting she had been given Visine, a claim medical staff deemed inconsistent with her actual symptoms. The prosecution believes Joshua Huntsucker poisoned his daughter as part of a malignant scheme to frame the Robinsons, Stacy's parents, and thereby have them excluded from his daughter's life. This attempt at manipulation backfired drastically. In July 2024, a judge determined that Joshua had abused his daughter and neglected both of his children. His relentless efforts to control the situation continued, leading to another arrest in August 2024 for witness intimidation. By November 2024, the courts revoked his bond, and he remains in custody without the possibility of release, actions described by those involved as evil and monstrous for the extreme lengths he went to in order to avoid accountability. Adding to the list of his crimes, less than a month before his December 2019 arrest for murder, Joshua allegedly committed felony arson. On November 26, 2019 at 12:59 a.m., he is accused of setting fire to a syringe pump inside an Atrium Health helicopter while it was mid-flight over Charlotte. This reckless act forced an emergency landing at a car dealership on Independence Boulevard, although no one was injured. Investigators saw the timing as significant, suggesting the arson was a desperate attempt to create chaos because Joshua sensed his impending arrest for murder. Atrium Health expressed profound shock at his actions, calling it unfathomable that he would endanger lives in this manner. Prior to his murder arrest, Joshua was already on administrative leave for alleged workplace misconduct, and he was officially terminated from Atrium Health's Med Center Air, where he had worked since 2013, the day after his December 2019 arrest for murder. His murder trial, originally scheduled for March 2025, is now likely to be pushed back to autumn 2025 due to these significant new developments in his case, as indicated by the prosecutors through their attorney. Stacy Huntsucker's family released a poignant statement following Joshua's initial arrest, expressing their unwavering commitment. "We will not rest until justice is served. We will do everything in our power to support and care for your beautiful daughters, Piper and Willow." A high school friend, Kelly, lamented the tragedy, emphasizing that Stacy, a great mother and a happy person, did not deserve her fate. This case underscored the vital importance of financial crime investigation in solving violent crimes. Insurance Commissioner Mike Corey noted that it was unexpected for an insurance fraud investigation to evolve into a murder probe. He concluded that had it not been for Susie Robinson's mother's intuition and the preserved blood sample from organ donation, Joshua might have successfully committed the perfect crime. Stacy Robinson Huntsucker is remembered as a devoted mother, teacher, and church member. She enjoyed crafting, trips to the beach, watching sports, and photographing her daughters. She was known for a radiant smile that brought happiness and comfort to those around her. As of November 2024, Joshua remains held without bond in the Gaston County Jail. His two daughters, currently approximately 12 and 14 years old, have been removed from his care. John and Susie Robinson continue their legal battle for custody of their granddaughters. Although justice is still pending, the family remains determined that Stacy Robinson Huntsucker will not be forgotten.
Case number 9.
The call came in at exactly 11:47 p.m., and the words Jennifer Glendale spoke next would ultimately seal her fate forever.
The disappearance of Matthew Johnson, a Utah father and husband, and the arrest of his wealthy wife, Jennifer Gledhill, for first-degree murder.
September 28th, Jennifer Gledhill called police to report her husband, Matthew Johnson, missing.
Jen in our home before and, breaking bread with them. And then it turned out that she's responsible for his death. It was shocking, frankly.
On the night of September 28th, Jennifer contacted police to report her husband, Matthew Johnson, as a missing person. What began as a routine missing persons report would soon unravel into the chilling disappearance of Matthew Johnson, a Utah father, husband, and elite soldier, and the shocking arrest of his wealthy wife, Jennifer Gledhill, on a charge of first-degree murder. People who once sat at the couple's dinner table, shared meals, and laughed in their home would soon learn the disturbing truth. The woman they thought they knew was now accused of ending her husband's life. The news wasn't just unsettling, it was staggering. Tonight, we're examining yet another deeply disturbing case. Jennifer Gledhill and Matthew Johnson looked like they had everything. From their million-dollar home in Cottonwood Heights, Utah, they appeared to be the very picture of a stable, successful family. A committed military husband, a stay-at-home mother, and 3 young children, ages 11, 7, and 5. Matthew, 51, wasn't just any soldier. He was a highly respected member of the Utah National Guard's 19th Special Forces Group, a Green Beret who had spent more than 10 years serving his country with honor. Fellow soldiers described them as brilliant, dependable, and the kind of man who always had the answer when others didn't. Jennifer, 42, was viewed completely differently. A quiet, devoted mother, a supportive military wife, polite and reserved. Many of Matthew's friends described her simply as nice, someone who mostly kept to herself. To neighbors and acquaintances, the family lived a calm, picture-perfect life in their upscale community. But behind the facade of a polished marriage, deep fractures had already formed. Divorce discussions had started as early as July 2024, and court filings painted a picture of a household in chaos, a marriage spiraling downward long before the world knew anything was wrong. In August 2024, Jennifer sought a temporary protective order claiming she needed legal protection from Matthew. But when the case went before the court, what happened next would become a devastating turning point. 3rd District Commissioner Russell Minus reviewed the evidence, and what he found didn't match Jennifer's claims. The video footage she provided, meant to show fear, instead revealed her as calm, unthreatened, and equally confrontational. Text messages she sent to Matthew were filled with constant insults, belittling remarks, and repeated attempts to provoke him into reacting violently. Then came September 16, 2024, just days before the tragedy that would destroy an entire family. Commissioner Minus dismissed the protective order, ruling that no abuse had taken place, and in his ruling, he wrote a line that now hangs in the air like a haunting warning of what was coming next. Those were the commissioner's final words in court, but what he didn't and couldn't have known was that Jennifer had already made a decision that would ensure a divorce would never be necessary. Her solution was permanent. In the final weeks of September 2024, Matthew's behavior began to shift drastically. Friends noticed he was restless, distant, and no longer sleeping at home. They would later learn the reason. Jennifer's behavior had become so unstable that Matthew spent many of his last nights sleeping inside a Utah National Guard facility because he feared for his safety inside his own house. In one of his final conversations, he confided in retired guardsman Kevin Thompson, a close friend who had known him for decades. Matthew told him he had finally accepted what needed to happen. The marriage was over. A divorce was inevitable. It was time to move on with his life. But Matthew never got that chance. What he didn't fully understand was that Jennifer wasn't just unhappy, she was living an entirely separate life. She was having an affair. Not a brief lapse in judgment, but an intense, consuming relationship with another man. A relationship that prosecutors would later say became the backbone of her motive. And there was a moment, one that in hindsight should have set off every alarm. On September 19, 2024, just 2 days before Matthew was killed, Jennifer showed her lover a gun, a Glock 19X, loaded, the same weapon she kept inside the house she shared with Matthew. At the time, it might have seemed harmless. Plenty of military families owned firearms. But prosecutors would later call it something else entirely: premeditation. Because Jennifer wasn't acting impulsively, she was planning. She arranged for all three of their children to stay overnight at her parents' home. No witnesses, no interruptions. The stage was being set, meticulously, for a confrontation that would end in murder. September 20th, 2024 began like any other day, but by that night, the fragile illusion of the Johnson-Gleadow marriage would finally collapse. Matthew had learned the truth. The affair was no longer hidden, and neighbors would later report hearing loud shouting coming from inside the house. Jennifer would later confess that Matthew confronted her, furious, yelling because he now knew she'd been sleeping with someone else. Years of resentment, betrayal, and marital decay erupted into a final argument, one that would end in a way no one could have imagined. And what happened next would haunt everyone who ever heard it. In the early hours of September 21st, 2024, while Matthew slept in the master bedroom, unconscious, unguarded, and unaware of the danger lying just feet away, Jennifer made the decision that would fracture multiple lives forever. She reached for his own 9mm handgun and fired a single shot into her husband's head as he slept. What happened next sounded less like panic and more like procedure. According to her own confession, Jennifer dragged Matthew's body into a rooftop storage container, forced it down the stairs, and loaded it into the back of the family minivan. She smashed his phone, then took his truck and abandoned it in a nearby neighborhood, just a few blocks from their home, making it appear as if Matthew had simply vanished. Then came the most chilling part of her plan. Jennifer drove north with her husband's body and buried him in a shallow, unmarked grave at a location that even now has never been found. When she got back home, she didn't collapse. She cleaned. She scrubbed the bedroom walls with bleach, she used carpet cleaners to erase blood traces, and she ordered a brand new mattress delivered just 2 days later to replace the one soaked with her husband's blood. But for all her planning, Jennifer still made one mistake. The mistake that would undo everything. On the night of September 22nd, just before midnight, she went to see her lover. And there, she confessed everything. She told him how she shot Matthew, how she hid the body, how she buried him, how she cleaned up the house. The man noticed bruises scattered across her body. When he asked where they came from, she answered casually, almost coldly, saying she got them while burying her husband and scrubbing the house clean. The man was horrified. The person he thought he was involved with had just described the murder in the same tone someone might use to talk about running errands. And the horror didn't end there. Shaken and afraid, he recorded their next phone call. When he told Jennifer her story terrified him, her response became one of the most unsettling pieces of evidence in the entire case. Wow, if you think I could even hurt a fly. Like, he's not a person. He wasn't a person anymore. He wasn't Matt. Her voice was flat, detached, emotionless. In her mind, Matthew was no longer a husband, a father, or even a human being. He was just gone. But Jennifer's unsettling admissions went further. When her lover asked if she would feel fear if the roles were reversed, she answered without hesitation, "Not if I deserved it." She joked, or perhaps she didn't at all, about past lives, calling herself the Queen of Hearts, saying she was the sort of person who would declare off with their heads. She spoke of rounding up the scum of this earth and putting them on an island, or worse, killing them all, as if that would somehow tidy the world back into order. Then, in a moment of stark contradiction, she begged him not to see her as a monster and asked him to remember who she had been before she spoke. The irony sat like a weight. She was pleading for empathy after calmly confessing to taking the life of her children's father. What made this exchange even more damning was its timing. It happened before Matthew was ever reported missing. In those conversations, Jennifer already referred to her husband in the past tense, speaking as if he had ceased to exist, even though the rest of the world had no idea he was dead. It would be 6 days after that confession before Jennifer called the police to say Matthew was missing. She told officers that he had told her he would be gone for a week and had instructed her not to call him. Meanwhile, the Utah National Guard had already begun searching when Matthew failed to show up for duty on September 23rd. Unbeknownst to Jennifer, her lover had been quietly collecting proof. He'd taken screenshots of their texts and recorded their phone calls. Then, on October 2nd, 2024, he took that evidence to police, a move that would shatter the story Jennifer had been crafting for herself. When Cottonwood Heights officers executed a search warrant at the Johnson-Glado residence on September 28th, what they found contradicted her account in stark physical detail. In the master bedroom, investigators discovered a dark, blood-stained area on the carpet beneath the bed. Blood was present on the slats of the bed frame, a grim confirmation of the confession Jennifer had made to her lover. The house still carried the sharp odor of bleach. Reddish-brown stains marked the walls, the bed frame, and the blinds. And the mattress in the bedroom? Brand new. Phone records would later reveal the timeline. Jennifer had ordered that mattress on September 24th, 3 days after Matthew was killed, and it had been delivered just 2 days later. As investigators dug deeper, they also recovered GPS data from Jennifer's phone showing her movements on September 21st and 22nd. Data that would become another thread in the fabric of a case built from confession, witness recordings, and physical evidence. The GPS data confirmed everything. It showed Jennifer driving to the exact location where Matthew's truck was abandoned at around 6 a.m. and later continuing north toward Davis County, the very area where she would later claim to have buried his body. On October 2nd, 2024, armed with her recorded admissions, phone evidence, and the physical trail left behind in the home, police arrested Jennifer Glado on charges of first-degree murder and obstruction of justice. But the case was far from finished. Just a few weeks later, on October 24th, 2024, the investigation expanded, and so did the list of suspects. Jennifer's parents, 71-year-old Thomas Glado and 67-year-old Rosalie Glado, were both taken into custody and charged with 4 counts of obstruction of justice. Detectives discovered the couple had spent more than 5 hours inside Jennifer's house during the cleanup window, despite initially claiming they were there for less than an hour, simply to pick up clothing. Further evidence revealed that Rosalie had purchased the replacement mattress and had her phone remotely wiped, erasing all location history during the crucial time frame. When investigators asked Thomas about the master bedroom, he made a critical slip. "I did not go in where the incident happened," he said, unknowingly exposing that he already knew a crime had taken place in that room. And then came another discovery. Inside the Gladhill home, police found a Glock 19X gun box wrapped in a child's onesie, hidden inside a plastic tote near Jennifer's bedroom. It was the same type of firearm she had shown to her lover on September 19th. The same gun prosecutors believe she used to kill Matthew. The perfect murder the family had tried to stage was collapsing under the weight of its own lies. Months have now passed since Jennifer's arrest, yet Matthew Johnson's body is still missing. Search efforts have expanded across multiple Utah counties, stretching from Davis and Weber County all the way to Box Elder County near the Idaho border. More than 70 searchers have been involved. Police, trained volunteers, and Matthew's own military brothers who refuse to stop looking. Kevin Thompson, Matthew's longtime friend, said the uncertainty has been unbearable. The fact that the search is now in its 5th month keeps them up at night. Another friend, Green Beret John Hash, who served alongside Matthew for 12 years, still struggles to process the betrayal. Having had Jen in our home before, breaking bread with them, and then it turned out she's responsible for his death, it was shocking, frankly. During a recent hearing, prosecutors revealed yet another key piece of evidence. A vehicle storage container found floating in water, and inside it, Matthew's blood. It tied Jennifer even deeper to the crime. But still, not the one thing everyone needs most. Matthew's body. So the search continues across northern Utah, mile by mile, field by field, with one goal left unanswered: to finally bring Matthew Johnson home. They were about to uncover a truth Jennifer had prayed would remain buried forever. Jennifer Gladhill has pleaded not guilty to every charge filed against her. She now faces 1 count of first-degree murder, 5 counts of obstruction of justice, 1 count of possession of a controlled substance, 1 count of abuse or desecration of a human body, and 1 count of witness tampering. During her bail hearing, prosecutors warned the court that Jennifer posed a serious threat, not just to the investigation, but to the community itself. They revealed a chilling detail. Jennifer had told her lover that she would shoot herself before ever going to jail. To prosecutors, it was proof of her desperation and her capacity for further violence. The judge agreed. Bail was denied. Jennifer remained behind bars inside the Salt Lake County Jail. But the legal battle didn't stop there. Another complication emerged: Matthew's $500,000 life insurance policy with Credential, a policy for which Jennifer was the named beneficiary. With Jennifer now charged with his murder and Matthew's body still missing, the insurance company has asked the court to decide who should receive the money. Jennifer's trial is set to begin on December 8, 2025, and is expected to last 8 days. But no matter what happens in court, one tragic fact remains. 3 children have already lost both parents, their father to murder, their mother to a jail cell. Matthew Johnson's family released a statement through their victim representative. "We are hopeful that we will find Matt soon, or that Jennifer or someone will come forward with the location of his body so we can properly lay him to rest." The prosecution's theory is simple and devastating. Jennifer killed Matthew because he discovered her affair and she wanted to continue that relationship without a divorce, without custody battles, and without financial consequences. Murder in her mind was easier than ending the marriage legally. And now, as the world waits for Jennifer Gladhill's trial in December 2025, one question lingers like a cold echo. How does a mother of 3 justify destroying so many lives for the sake of an affair? Maybe we will never fully understand the depth of her selfishness, or the exact moment she decided that death was more convenient than divorce. What we do know is this: the damage is permanent. The wounds are lifelong. Justice may eventually arrive, but it will never bring Matthew Johnson home. And somewhere in northern Utah, the body of a devoted father, a soldier, a Green Beret, still lies hidden in an unmarked grave, waiting for someone to finally reveal the truth, waiting to be found.
Case number 10.
When Lucy Blackman, an English tourist, vanished from Tokyo, her friends and family feared the worst. Little did they know, her disappearance would unveil the dark and hidden crimes of one of Japan's most notorious killers. In today's video, we'll delve into the chilling case of Joji Obara. Our story begins in the southeast of England, in the picturesque county of Kent. Kent, often referred to as the Garden of England, boasts a rich history and thriving service-based economy. While renowned for its historic cathedrals and castles, Kent is also gaining recognition for its vibrant food and wine scene. Nestled near the western border of Kent lies the quaint town of Sevenoaks, where Lucy Blackman called home. Born on September 1st, 1978, Lucy was the eldest of 3 siblings, with younger sister Sophie and brother Rupert completing the family. Sadly, Lucy's childhood was marked by her parents' divorce, leading her, along with her mother, brother, and sister, to relocate within Kent. Lucy was known as a cheerful child, always brimming with energy and radiating positivity. Her meticulous planning skills shone through in her academic pursuits. After graduating from school, Lucy decided to pursue a career as a flight attendant with British Airways, enticed by the prospect of traveling the world. However, as the years passed, the constant travel and low pay took a toll on her. plunging her into financial strain and leaving her feeling drained. Like many young professionals navigating their first job, Lucy began to reassess her career path and overall direction. Despite her love for travel, the demanding nature of her role at British Airways took its toll on her finances and mental well-being. It was then that Lucy and her colleague Louise devised a plan. They realized that traveling didn't have to entail constant hopping from one country to another. They could settle in a foreign destination, secure stable employment, and improve their financial situation. Intrigued by Japan's unique culture and lifestyle, Lucy and Louise resolved to find work in the land of the rising sun to alleviate their debts. Japan, with its myriad UNESCO World Heritage sites and deeply ingrained traditions, their decision to embark on this journey was daunting, but they drew strength from each other. They booked their tickets and embarked on their adventure to Japan. In May 2000, Lucy and Louise found themselves in the vibrant heart of Tokyo, settling into an apartment near Roppongi, renowned for its bustling nightlife and fusion of Western and Japanese cultures. They wasted no time in securing employment and soon landed jobs at a local nightclub called Casablanca, where they served as hostesses to its diverse clientele. In Japan, customs and social norms differ significantly from those in the Western world, and host and hostess clubs, known as kyabakura, epitomize this cultural distinction. Hostesses engage in activities such as lighting cigarettes, serving drinks, and engaging in conversation with patrons, creating a welcoming and entertaining atmosphere. While dancing and explicit behavior are prohibited, kyabakuras provide a space for patrons to unwind and socialize in a relaxed setting. In Roppongi, many establishments sought Western women to cater to their Japanese clientele, offering decent pay and requiring strong customer service skills. Lucy and Louise embraced the challenge, eager to immerse themselves in this unique cultural experience and improve their financial situation. As part of Casablanca Club's policies, all hostesses are encouraged to have dinner with their customers before escorting them to the club for their shift, a tradition known as a dohan in Japan. Lucy's parents expressed concern about her choice of employment, but she reassured them, emphasizing her confidence and awareness of her boundaries. She likened the job to being an air hostess on the ground. On the warm afternoon of July 1st, 2000, Lucy donned her sandals and black dress as she prepared to leave. Spotting her friend Louise in the adjacent room, she informed her about her dohan with a customer from the Casablanca Club. She mentioned that he had offered her a new mobile phone in exchange, and the dinner would be brief at a restaurant near the beach. Understanding the situation, Louise advised Lucy not to be too late, as they had plans for the evening. Louise's boyfriend, Scott Fraser, was also nearby, and they were all anticipating the weekend ahead. Lucy kept in touch with Louise throughout the day, sending 3 messages. Her first, at 1:30 p.m., stated, "I am now with my lunch date." At 5 p.m., she messaged Louise again, saying, "I'm being taken to the sea." Finally, around 6:45 p.m., she sent her last message, "I'll be back in half an hour," which she also sent to Scott shortly after. However, by 8 p.m., Lucy had not returned home. As Tokyo transitioned into the night, Lucy's whereabouts remained unknown. Despite informing her friend and boyfriend of her return, she had disappeared without a trace. The situation was daunting. What do you do when your friend goes missing in a foreign city, especially one as vast and unfamiliar as Tokyo? With its population of 34.4 million people, locating one person seemed nearly impossible, especially considering the language and cultural barriers. Louise reached out to local authorities, but initial responses seemed disinterested. Days passed with no sign of Lucy. None of her colleagues at the club had seen her, and attempts to contact her went unanswered. Then, on the evening of July 3rd, Louise received a call from a man with a thick Japanese accent. He spoke English slowly but clearly, informing her, "Lucy can't speak right now. She's okay but won't be returning home. She has joined a new cult and is safe, undergoing training in Hutton Chiba." Back in England, Lucy's mother, Jane, reacted swiftly and intensely upon learning of Lucy's disappearance. The news filled her with terror from the moment she heard her daughter was missing. The anonymous call only heightened her concerns, as Lucy's sudden disappearance was completely out of character. The very next morning, Lucy's sister, Sophie, and her ex-boyfriend, Jamie, boarded a flight to Tokyo. The challenge ahead of them was vast and daunting. Despite filing a missing persons report, the police showed little interest in Lucy's case. Working with authorities over the following days proved cumbersome and frustrating. They simply didn't seem to care. Despite Lucy being an adult, her silence could indicate a life-threatening situation. Time was of the essence, adding to the extreme anxiety felt by her family. Realizing they were getting nowhere with the local police, they turned to the media instead. They hoped that by bringing Lucy's case into the public eye, it would generate tips and push the police into action. Public appearances in front of the Japanese press yielded results. As Lucy's disappearance gained notoriety and attention, the Japanese public began to offer assistance, though many tips turned out to be dead ends. As the 2-week mark approached, anxiety and hope intensified. The English and Japanese media became fixated on the case, with even Prime Minister Tony Blair and Richard Branson making appeals. Meanwhile, Lucy's family decided to enlist the help of a private investigator from England, who promptly flew to Tokyo. He began scouring the streets of Roppongi and Ginza, eventually reaching Club Casablanca. One of the Western hostesses at the club came forward, revealing that she had seen Lucy with another man before her disappearance. With assistance from contacts at Scotland Yard, the investigator created an artist's impression based on the description provided, resulting in a composite image. As Lucy's disappearance became widely known, several Western women eventually came forward, sharing troubling accounts of their encounters with a man resembling the one depicted in the composite image. As more stories emerged, a disturbing pattern emerged. The man would take the women out on dohans, promising them money and gifts before bringing them back to his apartment, spiking their drinks, and assaulting them. While the name of the perpetrator varied among victims, his physical description remained consistent. A middle-aged man with medium-length hair, handsome, charming, and affluent-looking. The accumulation of accounts, coupled with the police sketch, provided investigators with a solid lead to pursue. However, despite this promising development, no significant breakthroughs occurred. As weeks turned into months and Lucy's disappearance lingered, doubts arose about whether she would ever be found. Over time, public and media interest waned, diminishing the prospects of gathering crucial evidence. Surveillance footage was overwritten, fingerprints faded, and eyewitness recollections blurred. The chances of solving the case seemed increasingly slim with each passing day. In a significant development during the 4th month of the police investigation, officers finally made a breakthrough. As October approached, a key suspect emerged. Joji Obara. Although he frequented Casablanca Club, he used different aliases. Nonetheless, his description closely matched that provided by multiple victims. Born on August 10, 1952, Joji Obara hailed from a family rooted in hard work, which eventually translated into wealth. Joji's father was a Korean immigrant who arrived in Japan with little money but grand aspirations. His unwavering determination and strong work ethic propelled him to success. Starting as a scrap collector, he eventually amassed considerable wealth, establishing a business empire spanning taxi companies, pachinko parlors, and real estate ventures. Joji, along with his 2 brothers, inherited the reputation of being privileged rich kids. Shielded by his father's affluence, Joji was rewarded with a house when he enrolled in Takeo Senior High School in Kanagawa. Unfortunately, at the age of 17, his father sadly passed away, leaving Joji and his 2 brothers over 40 million yen in assets across Osaka and Tokyo, the equivalent to £25 million, or $33 million. After graduating from Ko University with a degree in politics and law, he became a naturalized Japanese citizen, with his brothers moving on to become doctors. But progressing into his 30s, Joji found his everyday job to be tedious and boring. It was around this time, from 1986 to 1991, that Japan experienced an economic bubble, meaning that real estate and stock market prices began to rocket. Joji heavily invested in this, believing that prices would continue to indefinitely rise. But in the early months of 1992, this bubble burst, causing real estate prices to plunge and Japan's economy to stagnate. He lost the risk, and as a result, his firm collapsed, his fortune almost entirely gone. But he wasn't out of the fight yet. Instead, he began to use his company as a money laundering front for the Yakuza, also known as the Japanese Mafia. So, as soon as Joji was recognized as the man in the police sketch, officers began to build a case around him, and of course, keep him under close observation. And finally, in early October, he was officially arrested and charged on 5 counts of indecent assault, therefore allowing officers to raid and investigate his property. Clues. What they found inside was devastating. He had a large library full of videos of himself taking advantage of his drugged victims, with some of these crimes dating back all the way to the early 90s. He had been committing these awful acts of violence for almost an entire decade. Despite police findings and victim accusations, Joji denied all acts of violence and also denied ever meeting Lucy. This is on the contrary to multiple reports placing him in the same bar as her only days prior to her disappearance. With Joji behind bars, but as evidence mostly circumstantial, Lucy's family needed more information to feel comfortable that he was Lucy's suspect. Off the back of this, an international appeal was launched to ask anyone who may have had experience with Joji Ibarra to come forward. 8 years earlier, in February of 1992, he was in love with a woman named Carita Ridgway. In fact, they were engaged, looking forward to spending the rest of their lives together, but things didn't quite turn out that way. Carita was an aspiring actress, but with her dream of making it big, she needed money to attend acting school. Carita decided to pay for tuition by becoming a hostess in Tokyo's Kapakuras, and as part of this agreement, she would go on dohans. On February 27, 1992, Carita attended a dohan with a rich Japanese man, but after this date, she was dropped off unconscious. Carita was rushed to the hospital, in which doctors did the very best they could to save her. But tragically, 2 days later, she died of liver failure. The cause of her death was officially deemed to be hepatitis E, or natural causes. She had no concerning medical history, and she was always clean. The boyfriend contacted Japanese authorities, who, in return, reopened Carita's case with a sharp focus to link her with Joji Ibarra, and the conclusion they were looking for came very quickly. Amongst the 400 videotapes found in Joji's home was one named Carita Ridgway, and in his diary on February 27, 1992, he had written Carita Ridgway, "Too much chloroform." As tragic as this development was, this information was all that police needed to upgrade Joji's charges from assault to murder. And although this fresh evidence was successful in strengthening his role in Lucy's disappearance, it sadly didn't confirm it. But then, in January of 2001, 6 months after Lucy had vanished, a very sad and solemn discovery was made. On January 10, 2001, investigations led police to a cave off the shores of Mira in Kanagawa, and this cave was only 100 meters away from Joji's apartment. While here, they noticed uneven concrete underneath the basin of a bathtub. Rather puzzled, they began to remove the concrete, and what they found underneath were a series of packages. They slowly opened these packages up, and tragically, inside each of them were dismembered body parts, with even the head entombed in concrete. When post-mortem examiners cut into the cement, they hoped to find teeth to match with dental records. But instead, they immediately found one identifiable feature. It was long, natural blonde hair. As you can probably guess, the body was later confirmed to belong to Lucy Blackman. Lucy's family was devastated. The long spell of silence from their daughter already painted a very grave reality for her, but they always held on to the hope that maybe one day she would return, and this discovery would put an end to their hopes. The discovery of Lucy's body would ignite a very long, exhausting legal battle between Joji Ibarra and not just the family of Lucy and Carita, but the family of many other victims too. Joji had now been charged with 9 counts of indecent assault, the murder of Carita Ridgway, and now the murder of Lucy Blackman. But he would still deny having anything to do with Lucy's death, and this was despite her body being found not even 2 minutes from his apartment. Joji admitted that he'd spent the evening with her, but insisted that shortly after 5 p.m. she had left the apartment. Apparently she was high, and therefore he asked her to leave. The entire trial would last almost 7 long years, which was full of disappointing spectacles by Joji. In one of his days in court, he refused to leave his jail cell, and instead he stripped naked, held onto his toilet basin, and repeatedly screamed no. There is some extremely frustrating evidence coming up, but before that, I wanted to share with you that Joji was found not guilty of the murder of Lucy Blackman, which makes the following details all the more enraging. Through the multitudes of analysis, investigators were able to confirm the following. At around 4 p.m. on July 1st, 2000, Lucy met up with Joji. An hour later, she rang Louise to say that they were on their way to the coast. Mobile phone data confirms this. At 5:30 p.m., a Japanese couple saw Joji and Louise together at a seaside resort, and a photo from a camera from Joji's flat confirms that they were on the beach shortly after. Blonde hairs belonging to Lucy were found in his flat, and this was confirmed by DNA analysis. Mobile phone records confirmed that Lucy made a final call in the evening while in his home. This was confirmed by triangulating her mobile phone's coordinates. Copies of a forged signature were found in his apartment, proving that he was the fraudster who'd pretended to be her through a letter. We don't quite know what happened later this evening, but the very next day, on July 2nd, phone records show that Joji had called several hospitals in his area, asking how to treat someone who's experienced a drug overdose. The very next day, on July 3rd, Receipts confirm that Joji purchased a chainsaw, cement mix, and other tools from a hardware store, and later that afternoon, police were called by Joji's neighbor, who'd complained about suspicious activity and noise, as apparently they had heard terrified shouting the day prior. It gets even more suspicious. Police reports indicate that late that afternoon, officers arrived at Joji's apartment to request that they look around. Upon entering, they found that he had cement mix on his hands, and he was visibly shaken. When police requested to look in his bathroom, he became aggressive and refused to let them in, instead exclaiming that they'd already seen enough. The police left without pressing this issue any further. Neighbors reported that later in the evening on the same day, they witnessed Joji pacing the small beach next to his apartment several times, and hospital records show that he was treated for extensive bug bites the next day as a result for being outside all night. However, despite the text messages, phone calls, witness reports, police reports, forged signature, mobile phone data, DNA, previous cases, and bug bites, he was still found innocent over Lucy's murder. He was found guilty on 9 counts of indecent assault and the murder of Carita Ridgway, therefore sentencing him to life. But really, the reason for this is the prosecutor couldn't find any of his DNA on her body, and also they couldn't determine the cause of her death. So technically he was dismissed. And thankfully, 1 year later after being appealed, Joji was retrialed on the murder of Lucy Blackman, where he was finally found guilty. But seriously, this should have happened the first time around. At least to me. But this case highlights the show incompetence of Japan's former police force. I know in recent years, they've reformed to become more compassionate and responsive. But back then, they really didn't care about their tourists. A few side notes from this case. While Joji was under trial and not yet found guilty, he offered Lucy's mother condolence money, formally requesting her to stop the trial, for £450,000. Understandably, she refused, but only days later, her ex-husband, which is Lucy's father, took the money instead. Obviously, this caused a massive rift in the family, and I'll let you be the judge on how moral this was to his own daughter. Joji's case is unique. He truly is a deviant and a monster to the highest degree. He assaulted not one, but hundreds of women, and technically became a killer through his own ventures. And despite over 99% of Japan's murderers confessing once caught, he remains as part of the 1% who refuses to accept responsibility and blame. Joji Ibara is a chronic liar who denies any accountability, and obviously, he is used to getting everything he desires. Who knows how many more women he would have terrorized if it wasn't for the tenacity and strong will of Lucy's family in France, all of which even 22 years later continue to live their lives with a hole in their heart. And so concludes the case of Joji Obara, Lucy Blackman, and Carita Ridgway.
Case number 11.
As police delved into the disappearance of 34-year-old hairstylist Jolene Cummings, their focus swiftly shifted to her peculiar co-worker, Jennifer Seibert. Within a short time, detectives unearthed a literal blood trail connecting the 50-year-old Seibert to what appeared to be a gruesome murder. However, there was a twist. Seibert had been deceased since 1987. This marked just the beginning of a series of perplexing turns that would transform this case into one of Florida's most bizarre and unsettling criminal investigations. Welcome to our channel, where we unravel and explore the most enigmatic, chilling, and bewildering cases from across the globe. Before we delve into the details, our heartfelt thoughts and prayers go out to the loved ones of Jolene Cummings, who fell victim to the heinous actions of one woman. Now, let's journey to Fernandina Beach, Florida, a picturesque haven where the sun graces the shores of the Atlantic Ocean and sets over the serene waters of the Amelia River. Once inhabited by the Timucuan Indian tribe, Fernandina Beach boasts long stretches of pristine beaches, teeming wildlife, and a quaint historic seaport town. For many, it's an idyllic escape from the rigors of daily life, or in this instance, an escape from a shadowy and troubled past. In 2018, Jennifer Seibert, aged 50, sought a fresh beginning in Fernandina Beach, finding employment at a local hair salon named Tangles. It marked her 5th job in 6 months, and this time, Seibert hoped it would be enduring. She had spent years evading her past, concealing far too many ominous secrets. Among these secrets was the fate of 35-year-old Kimberly Kessler, who had vanished from Butler County, Pennsylvania in the mid-2000s. Despite 8 years passing before Kessler's family filed a missing persons report, not a single friend or relative knew her whereabouts. However, Seibert harbored the truth about Kessler's destiny, safeguarding it fiercely. Yet, trouble and suspicion seemed to shadow Seibert relentlessly. She perceived a constant threat of betrayal, convinced that others conspired against her, a paranoia that followed her even to Tangles. On May 18, 2018, tensions reached a boiling point between 50-year-old Jennifer Seibert and her co-worker, 34-year-old Jolene Cummings, at Tangles Hair Salon. Jolene seemed to possess an uncanny intuition about Seibert's past, relentlessly probing her with questions and openly expressing her suspicions to their colleagues. This relentless scrutiny pushed Seibert to her breaking point. On that fateful day, Jolene caught Seibert eavesdropping, and when she stepped outside with another co-worker, Seibert deliberately followed, prompting Jolene to confront her directly. Jolene accused Seibert of being fake and labelled her as crazy. Seibert didn't engage in argument, already devising a plan to deal with Jolene. The following day, during their shift at the salon, Seibert struggled to maintain composure, uncertain if she could execute her plan successfully. Jolene's persistent requests for assistance with clients only added to Seibert's frustration. Seibert feigned confusion when approached by Jolene, pretending to be preoccupied with her phone behind a wall. Despite Jolene's cheerful demeanour with clients, tension simmered beneath the surface. May 13, 2018 marked Jolene's birthday and Mother's Day, and she was eagerly anticipating celebrating with her 3 young children. Surveillance footage captured Seibert at a gas station in the early hours of May 13th, explaining to the manager that her facial scratches resulted from an altercation with a friend's ex-boyfriend. She requested to use the manager's phone to call a taxi, citing the need to return to the salon for additional cleaning. Meanwhile, at 1 p.m. on May 13th, Jolene's ex-husband, Jason Cummings, awaited her arrival at a Winn-Dixie in Hilliard, prepared to hand over their 3 children to her custody. On May 13, 2018, Jolene Cummings, a 34-year-old hairstylist, was notably absent, which raised concerns among her ex-husband, Jason Cummings, particularly since it was her birthday and Mother's Day. Jason, worried about her well-being, attempted to contact her, but his calls went unanswered. Eventually, he decided to return home with their children, feeling deeply concerned. Later that afternoon, Jason reached out to Jolene's mother, Ann Johnson, who shared his worries. Ann then reported her daughter missing to local law enforcement. The sheriff's department promptly issued a missing persons flyer and, on the morning of May 15th, visited Tangles Hair Salon, where they sought to speak with Jennifer Seibert, believed to be the last person to have seen Jolene. However, when Seibert learned about the police's arrival, she immediately fled the scene, claiming to have concerns about a stalker who could track her down if her name entered police databases. This behaviour raised suspicion, prompting officers to scrutinise Seibert further. Investigators discovered that Seibert had provided false addresses, and when they located her, she was found asleep in her car at a rest area in St. Johns County. Seibert had bandages on her face and hands, which she attributed to injuries sustained from riding her bike into a tree branch. It was apparent that she had been living in her car for some time. Meanwhile, authorities found Jolene's abandoned SUV in a Home Depot parking lot. Surveillance footage revealed that someone exited the vehicle shortly after it entered the lot at 1:17 a.m. on May 13th, but it was not Jolene. It was Jennifer Seibert. Seibert was arrested for the theft of Jolene's car on May 16th and taken into custody. However, during the booking process, authorities made a startling discovery. The social security number Seibert provided belonged to a deceased individual who died in a car crash in 1987. Fingerprint analysis confirmed that Jennifer Seibert was, in fact, Kimberly Lee Kessler, the missing woman from Butler County, Pennsylvania. The revelation of Kessler's true identity sparked further investigation into her past, raising questions about her involvement in other unsolved disappearances. Kessler's childhood appeared normal until her early teens, when classmates noticed a drastic change in her demeanor, describing her transformation as if she had become a completely different person. Kimberly Lee Kessler's transformation from a seemingly normal teenager to a frightening and violent individual was profound, according to those who knew her. Former classmates described how she transitioned from running with the popular crowd to becoming someone to be feared, with a violent temper and extreme reactions to perceived slights. Ray Wyant, a classmate who observed Kessler's change, described her as scary, noting that everyone was frightened of her. Another acquaintance, Tim Barnes, who dated and lived with Kessler for a brief period after high school, recalled her explosive rages and violent behavior. Barnes recounted instances where Kessler killed his cat with a shotgun, stabbed him in the chest, and assaulted his father. In 1987, the same year of Jennifer Seibert's supposed death, Kessler's brother Bob was involved in a motorcycle accident that claimed the life of his friend. Rumours circulated that someone, potentially Kessler, had run them off the road. Around this time, Kessler began showing interest in using aliases, visiting graveyards to find names she could adopt as her own. Kessler's history of assuming false identities continued into adulthood. She married Xylon Lossie twice in the early 1990s under the alias Melissa McKernan. Later, she dated Tim Edwards, with whom she had a child. She used the name Miranda McKernan but listed Christina Brooks on their son's birth certificate, allegedly to conceal her whereabouts from her abusive family. However, Kessler also told her family that she needed to use fake names to evade her child's abusive father. In 1999, her son was taken into social services custody, prompting Kessler to visit their offices with a handgun in a failed attempt to retrieve him. Subsequently, she disappeared, and neither her ex-partners nor her son heard from her again. Kessler's erratic and violent behaviour, along with her propensity for adopting false identities, painted a disturbing picture of a troubled individual with a troubled past, leaving many to wonder about her potential involvement in other unsolved cases. Life after disappearing from Butler County in 2004 was marked by a pattern of transient living and adopting various identities for Kimberly Lee Kessler. During this time, she moved from state to state, taking on different jobs ranging from waitressing to stripping. Her acquaintances described her as odd, unable to hold a job, and often accused of theft. She was noted for her vindictiveness, with a tendency to retaliate against those who crossed her. Kessler's behaviour became increasingly erratic over the years. She collected new identities and personas, displaying a chameleon-like ability to blend into different environments while engaging in scams, theft, and other criminal activities. One man she connected with on Facebook recounted how she impulsively drove from Florida to Texas to meet him for lunch, then proposed marriage within hours of meeting. Her extreme jealousy and fits of rage led one ex-partner to fear for his life, prompting him to involve the police and eventually leave town. In 2009, under the alias Jennifer Seibert, Kessler rented a room from a man in Clearwater. She accused him of breaking into her house and urinating on her bed before being evicted. Her behaviour at work was described as bizarre, erratic, and secretive, with co-workers feeling that her history was fabricated. In 2014, while training at a Jacksonville hair academy, Kessler exhibited disturbing behaviour, such as climbing into a cabinet and asking to keep a piece of sunburned skin. By 2018, Kessler had lived in numerous states, used multiple aliases, and mastered the art of identity theft and disguise. Her employment at Tangle's Hair Salon in Fernandina Beach was preceded by a brief stint at Woody's Barbecue, where her unusual behaviour and eating habits raised concerns among co-workers. Overall, Kessler's post-disappearance life was characterised by a nomadic existence marked by criminal activity, erratic behaviour, and the constant reinvention of her identity, culminating in her involvement in the disappearance of Jolene Cummings under the alias Jennifer Seibert. May 13th, 2018, the morning after Jolene Cummings disappeared, surveillance cameras captured Kessler driving Cummings' SUV into a Home Depot parking lot at 1:17 a.m. A few minutes later, Kessler was seen exiting the vehicle, not Cummings. This pivotal moment placed Kessler at the scene where Cummings' vehicle was abandoned. As investigators delved deeper into Kessler's digital footprint, they uncovered a disturbing pattern of searches and behaviours leading up to Cummings' disappearance. Weeks before the event, Kessler had photographed Cummings' appointment diary and conducted searches related to missing persons, bodies not being found, and methods of committing murder. She also looked up information on meth addicts and plastination, a technique used to preserve anatomical specimens. On May 5th, just days before Cummings went missing, Kessler's suspicious behaviour at a boating supply store raised concerns. She purchased heavy-duty zip ties, prompting an employee to contact the authorities due to her unsettling demeanour. Despite Kessler's initial refusal to cooperate with law enforcement and her request for legal counsel during interrogation, the mounting evidence against her painted a damning picture. Her calculated actions, including surveillance of Cummings, internet searches related to murder, and purchasing items potentially used in a crime, indicated premeditation and planning. Sheriff Bill Leeper announced on May 22, 2018, that investigators had reason to believe Jolene Cummings was deceased, and Kessler was being held on a $500,000 bond. The intensive search for Cummings' body commenced as authorities continued to build their case against Kessler. Surveillance footage from the day of Jolene Cummings' disappearance revealed Kimberly Kessler's suspicious activities. After driving Cummings' SUV to a Home Depot parking lot, Kessler was seen at a gas station calling a taxi with scratches on her face. She then returned to the salon where she worked. Subsequent video footage captured Kessler purchasing items from Walmart, including trash bags, gloves, an electric knife, and a large bottle of ammonia. She was later observed struggling to move heavy trash bags to a dumpster near the hair salon. Extensive blood evidence was discovered at the salon, implicating Kessler in the crime. Bloodstains were found throughout the reception area, desk, walls, chairs, cabinets, and sink. Luminol testing revealed blood on a mop and mop strokes on the floor, suggesting an attempt to clean up the crime scene. A tote bag dumped outside the salon also tested positive for blood. Investigators found additional blood evidence linking Kessler to the crime in her storage unit, including blood on her black combat boots, a sock, and a pair of scissors. They also discovered various items, including multiple license plates, cell phones, wigs, and cut ponytails. Kessler's online search history revealed disturbing queries about dismemberment, along with numerous searches related to Cummings' name over a 48-hour period. When Kessler was arrested, deputies noted injuries on her hands, arm, wrist, and thighs, as well as a missing patch of hair from her head and a bite mark on her thumb. Investigators believe Kessler dismembered Cummings' body and disposed of it in a dumpster.
The bags were heavy.
Despite extensive efforts by law enforcement and the FBI to locate Cummings' body in a landfill, they were unsuccessful. Kessler, held on a $500,000 bond, contacted her mother, instructing her to retrieve her belongings, including a motorbike and bicycle. She attributed media coverage to the Illuminati and made bizarre claims during her interactions with law enforcement. Kessler's behaviour, including hunger strikes and requests for relocation to psychiatric facilities, prolonged the legal process. She was indicted for first-degree murder in September 2018, but her trial did not begin until November 2021 due to her disruptive actions.
Now weighing whether murder suspect Kimberly Kessler is mentally competent and whether she'll need to be force-fed. This follows bombshell testimony this morning where those overseeing Kessler's care say she has refused to eat and now weighs 74 pounds, down from 89 last month.
There's a presumption of competence.
Dressed in a jailhouse suit for inmates on suicide watch, Kimberly Kessler appeared cheerful, even slightly smiling at times. It didn't last.
Also assistant public defender.
After being led from view, she turned her anger toward the judge.
a psychologist testified that Kessler exhibited unstable mental health and voiced delusional beliefs.
She has voiced, in my opinion, delusional beliefs that the food is been poisoned.
Kessler's dramatic weight loss, dropping from 196 to just 74 pounds, was attributed to her hunger strike, although she reportedly started eating again after being seen binge-eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. However, Kessler's behaviour has complicated the competency analysis, with criminal defence lawyer Janet Johnson noting that it's challenging to determine whether her actions stem from a lack of understanding or a deliberate statement. Despite multiple competency hearings and courtroom outbursts leading to delays, a judge ultimately ruled Kessler competent to stand trial. Hat Kimberly Kessler's behaviour was not indicative of delusion, but rather manipulation and psychopathy. Despite her attempts to portray herself as mentally ill, jurors recognised her cunning nature. Kessler's actions in the Nassau County Jail were described as traumatising to guards and staff, leading to a sense of relief when she was transferred. During her time in jail, she engaged in disturbing behaviour, including starving herself, smearing feces, stripping naked, and verbally abusing staff. At her court appearances, Kessler continued her disruptive behaviour, making repeated outbursts and accusations. However, despite her attempts to discredit the case against her, a jury found her guilty of first-degree murder based on overwhelming circumstantial evidence. She was subsequently sentenced to mandatory life in prison. During a press conference, Nassau County Sheriff Bill Leeper emphasised the closure brought by Kessler's conviction, noting the chilling impact of her actions on the community. The account paints a chilling picture of Kimberly Kessler, suggesting the possibility that she may have been a serial killer. Investigators discovered a list of over 60 names on Kessler's phone, labelled with disturbing descriptors like Satanist, witch, and evil murderous gang. Among these names were Kurt Christopher Allen, who died in Jacksonville in 2014, and Grace Darling Bartley, who passed away in Kessler's hometown in 2009. Notably, Kessler had stabbed at least 2 men prior to Jolene's murder. Kessler's penchant for disguises may have been driven not only by her mental instability, but also by warrants out for her arrest in multiple states. Her refusal to disclose the location of Jolene's remains further underscores her callousness and lack of remorse. Jolene's tragic death not only robbed her family of a beloved daughter and mother, but also left them grappling with the agony of waiting for justice and closure. Ann Johnson, Jolene's mother, expressed the heartache of this prolonged ordeal, particularly for Jolene's 3 children. Ultimately, the story serves as a stark reminder of the darkness that can lurk within seemingly ordinary individuals and the devastating impact of their actions on innocent lives.
Case number 12.
In August 2018, Megan Cordy, aged 27, and her mother Jennifer Weathers attended the wedding of a close family friend in Yamhill County, Oregon. What was supposed to be a joyous evening filled with dancing and celebration took a dramatic turn. While journeying home that night, something unexpected occurred to Megan. The truth of what transpired is known only to 3 individuals. Sadly, one of them is no longer with us to share their account. Another suggests that Megan simply stepped out of the car and disappeared, while the third, just a tender 3-year-old at the time, sat in her car seat witnessing her mother for the final time. She was too young to articulate what truly happened. The circumstances surrounding how Megan Cordy ended up at the base of an embankment along Dayton Road are fraught with discrepancies and deep-seated frustration. This is her narrative. Megan Cordy was born in December 1990 to parents Jennifer Weathers and Anton Cordy. She had a younger brother named Jacob. Not much is known about Megan's childhood or upbringing. Her father, who went by Tony, was the former Clackamas fire captain, and she lived in Oregon. Megan welcomed a beautiful little girl into the world in 2015, naming her Gia. Gia was Megan's entire world. There was nothing she wouldn't do for her, and the pair were extremely close. Megan's Aunt Tracy described her niece as the type of person who loved to make others smile. She didn't take life too seriously and would happily act silly if she knew it would cheer someone up. One of the first things people would notice about Mayan was her brilliant smile. As cliché as it may sound, she really did light up a room. On August 18th, Megan, her mother Jennifer, and her 3-year-old daughter Gia attended a family friend's wedding at Heiser Farms, an events venue and pumpkin patch located in a rural area. Serene and charming, it seemed like the perfect place to celebrate a couple's love with close friends and family. The day before, Megan and her mom had a disagreement about who would drive to the wedding venue, an unfamiliar area to them. Jennifer suggested Megan use her own vehicle so she could take Gia back if she got tired and couldn't stay for Jennifer's evening of partying. In the end, Jennifer was the one who drove them there. Whether either of the women had struggles with alcohol remains unclear, but looking back at what unfolded, it's evident that alcohol played a significant role. The wedding ceremony was beautiful, followed by a lively reception. Drinks were flowing, and everyone seemed to be having a great time, except for Megan and Jennifer, who had been drinking. Witnesses observed the two getting into a heated argument about something. Jennifer, allegedly visibly intoxicated, was described as swaying and rated between a 6 to 8 on a scale of drunkenness from 1 to 10. Definitely not in a state to drive. Around 10 p.m., Gia started to feel tired. At just 3 years old, it's understandable why Megan wouldn't want to stay at a noisy reception with a sleepy toddler who couldn't settle down because of the music and unfamiliar surroundings. However, Jennifer wanted to prolong their stay at the party. She reportedly expressed to Megan that her prediction about having to leave early because of Gia had indeed come true. When they left, Jennifer was driving. Megan sat in the front seat, and little Gia was securely strapped into her car seat in the back. The argument continued inside the vehicle. After driving a short distance, Jennifer stopped, and Megan got out. Her cell phone pinged in this location, which is how the authorities know this occurred. They carried on arguing before Jennifer convinced Megan to get back into the car. This time, she was sitting with Gia in the back seat. While on the road, Megan called her boyfriend, and he could hear the argument still going on between the pair in the background. It was intense, with screaming involved. Some reports suggest Megan told her boyfriend that Jennifer was drunk. Once that phone call ended, Megan's boyfriend would never speak to her or see her alive again. According to Jennifer's account to the authorities in the days after this tragic car ride, Megan, angry due to their argument, demanded she stop the car so she could get out. Jennifer did just that, and Megan exited, leaving her phone and shoes in the car. Jennifer shouted out of the driver's side window for Megan, but when she turned the car around to look for her, Megan was nowhere to be seen. Jennifer then spent the next 30 minutes driving up and down this section of road, looking for Megan, before deciding to go home, stating that she wanted to get Gia back home. Jennifer believed Megan either got a lift with someone or made it back to the wedding venue.
Hi, is this a number I call for a non-emergency?
This is the dispatch center non-emergency number. How can I help you?
I'm sorry. My daughter has been missing since last night, and I'm getting kind of worried because she's supposed to work in 10 minutes, and I haven't heard anything from her. We were at a wedding, and she was upset and got out of the car, and I haven't heard from her since, and I haven't been able to find her. I drove around for 2 hours this morning looking for where she got out of the car, and so I don't know if I should call 911 or if I have to wait a certain amount of time.
The next morning, on August 19th, Jennifer wakes up and finds that Megan is not back. She decides to see if she can report her missing, but doesn't do so by calling 911. Instead, Jennifer dials the non-emergency line. In the call, she states she spent 2 hours that morning looking for Megan but has been unable to locate her.
No, there's never a certain amount of time that you have to wait.
Okay.
Do you want to report her as missing?
Yeah, I think so.
Where was she missing from?
I've checked the hospitals and I've checked the jails, and she's not in either one of those. So the wedding was at Heiser Farms in Dayton, Oregon.
This call has sparked much debate, from Jennifer's choice of words to her tone of voice. While she does appear calm during the conversation, it's important to recognize that people handle stress differently. However, the mention of checking jails and hospitals does raise eyebrows. If Jennifer truly believed her daughter might have been arrested or seriously injured, one would expect a greater sense of urgency. Moreover, once those possibilities are ruled out, concerns typically intensify rather than diminish. Now, there's the worry that Megan could be injured somewhere without a means of seeking help. Or worse, she could have ended up in the company of someone dangerous.
And what is your name?
My name is Jennifer Weathers.
And what is her name?
Megan, MEIGHAN. Cordie, CORDIE.
You know what she was wearing?
She was wearing a, I want to say it was floral pantsuit. It was one piece, short sleeve, navy blue with flowers on it. And she doesn't have her phone. She didn't have her phone. She left it in my car. She didn't have her wallet. Everything was in my car.
Okay, we'll go ahead and have someone get in contact with you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
The authorities took Megan's sudden disappearance very seriously. Exiting a car at night on a dark, unlit road in an unfamiliar rural area seemed like a dangerous scenario. An appeal for volunteers was issued to assist in the search for Megan, and her image was circulated throughout the local community. 300 volunteers and emergency workers scoured the woods, rivers, and farmlands where Megan was last seen. Yet there was no sign of Megan along this route. To illustrate the area's scale, on the day Megan vanished, she had briefly visited a store where a family friend works, not far from the wedding venue. Megan Spencer, the family friend, complimented Megan on her outfit, a blue floral jumpsuit, to which Megan politely replied, "Thank you."
And she came in and she was in like a floral pantsuit, and I remembered it because we do have weddings down here, but it's not overly common to see a bunch of people dressed up, so I said, "Oh, that's really pretty." She said, "Thank you."
Megan Spencer was shocked to hear about the disappearance, but not at the fact that someone could go missing in this area. Well, if she was barefoot, and it's 10:30 p.m. at night, it's pitch black down there. There's no streetlights, no nothing, she remarked.
Well, if she was barefoot, and it's 10:30, 10 at night, it's pitch black down there. There's no streetlights, no nothing.
By the end of the first day, Megan's family and friends were devastated to hear that there was no news. She was still missing, and time was of the essence. Given the strange circumstances surrounding Megan's disappearance and the fact that the authorities knew who the last person she was seen with was, it's not surprising that they wanted to speak further with Jennifer Weathers. But first, they wanted to search her car. They found Megan's cell phone and shoes in the front seat, where Megan had first been sitting when she left the wedding venue. And while the fact that Megan had left her phone was alarming, there was something far more worrying inside the car. A clump of blonde hair in the front seat. The roots were still attached, showing they had been pulled out, not cut. Now it seemed the argument that Jennifer mentioned was far more serious than she had let on. The following clip shows some of Jennifer's questioning, which was done while she was hooked up to a lie detector test. The investigators know that these results cannot be used in court, but they can help point them to the truth.
Yeah, we were in the car.
Okay. And then it got heated in the car?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And, did it ever get physical in the car?
She pulled my hair.
Okay. How far from the venue were you, or was it still at the venue?
No, it was right before she got out of the car. We'd already started driving, and she was yelling at me. And she just yanked my head back. And I slammed on the brakes. And then I yelled at her, "What are you doing? Gia's in the car." And I reached back and hit her arm. I'm sure I must have hit her arm. Just trying to make her let go of my hair.
As mentioned at the start of this case, only 3 people knew what happened that day. We don't know for a fact what parts of this story Jennifer is saying are true or not, but it is clear she is laying all of the blame here on Megan. People get into arguments all the time, and while getting physical is never the answer, Jennifer seems to be absolving her part of the argument while making it as if Megan went crazy in front of Gia. From all the sources available, Megan was an excellent mother to her daughter, and her acting violent in front of her for no reason seems out of character. I also want to point out the long pause between Jennifer's last statement there. This is a classic example of filling the silence. Jennifer is uncomfortable, despite trying to come across as calm and collected. If she was recounting the facts as they happened and she was confident in her recollection or version of events, Jennifer would not have paused for 12 long seconds to add that she hit Megan's arm away.
And when she finally let go of my hair, I started slowing the car down, which is when she started opening the door and saying, "I'm going to get out." Oh, first she had called her boyfriend.
You hit her in the arm. How many times?
Oh, I don't know. I just reached back until she let go of my hair.
Okay.
I
Are
don't
you
know.
sure that you were hitting her arm?
No.
You're just hitting something.
I was just reaching back and...
Okay.
I mean, it had to have been her arm because she would have been like this. So, I'm assuming it was her arm.
Okay.
Yeah, but she called her boyfriend first and wanted him to come get her.
What's
And
his
that
name?
was before she pulled my hair. His
Okay.
name is Brendan. She calls him Burr. That's his nickname, B-U-R.
Jennifer tells the investigator that Megan called her boyfriend and asked him to come and get her, but she does not mention why or when this occurred. Given the wedding guests who said Jennifer was significantly intoxicated, was Megan worried about how her mother was driving? If she was, why would she leave her daughter in the car with her?
Cursing back and forth at one another and really getting ugly like that. I mean, you
Oh, are you
think
asking
she's...
me? Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, she called him, you know, I want you to come get me, and he must have said no. And then,
Whose phone is she calling with?
hers.
Okay.
And then,
And this is when she pulls your hair not too long after that?
yeah,
What predicated that?
who knows? I have no idea.
Were you guys in the middle of yelling at one another and she pulls your hair?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay.
Jennifer's response, "Yeah, I'm sure," shows her recollection of the events that night is not clear. And this will be because of her level of intoxication. If she was sober and the pair had been in an argument, a so-called out-of-the-blue act like grabbing hold of your hair would have stuck out enough to remember what led up to it.
Okay.
Yeah, so then, you know, after he wouldn't come pick her up, and she pulls my hair.
So using derogatory terms towards one another? Would that be
No,
a
I
fair
don't call
assessment?
Megan names, yeah.
Does she call you names?
Oh, of course. I mean, not of course, but yes, she does.
Okay.
Not like,
Why would Jennifer need to paint Megan out to be the bad guy in this situation? Her claiming that she doesn't call me names, and then a second later responding that Megan, of course, calls her derogatory names, is strange behavior for a mother whose daughter is still missing. She has already admitted they were in an argument, but still continues to put the blame onto her missing daughter. This behavior possibly wouldn't stand out hardly if Jennifer's general demeanor wasn't so cheerful. Once again, her daughter is missing.
trying to get her to let go of my hair. She finally lets go of my hair and starts slowing the car down. She's like, I'm going to get out. And I'm like, you're not getting out. You're not getting out of the car. And I was almost to a stop. And she started opening the door, which is why it was slowing down. And I was almost to a stop, and she just opened it and jumped out. So then I stopped the car and got out and walked around it, closed her door that she had jumped out of, and I was looking for her. I couldn't see her anywhere. I'm calling her name, and she's not answering me. I can't leave the car because Gia's in it. So I'm just calling her name, get back in the car, and I can't see her anywhere. So I got back in the car and turned it around because I figured with the direction she jumped out, she'd be heading the opposite way. So I got back in the car and turned around and tried to find her with the headlights. I had the windows rolled down, and I'm just calling her name, calling her name, calling her name. And she's just not answering. And I couldn't see anything.
How fast do you think you were going when she jumped out?
Oh, I mean, like, literally, I was almost to a stop.
Okay, like less than 5 miles per hour?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, because as soon as she started saying she was going to get out and started messing with the door handle, I started coming to a stop.
And you couldn't see her?
Mm-mm.
Did you hear anything when she jumped?
Mm-mm.
You didn't hear an ouch or anything like that?
No. No.
Then you went back to the car, turned around,
Mm-hmm.
headed back towards the farm?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What's the child doing?
I don't know.
In case that wasn't clear, Jennifer was asked what Gia was doing. After a long pause, she softly responds, "I don't know." Another lengthy pause follows, and then the phrase, "Crying, I would imagine."
So I drove back and forth, I don't know, probably for about a half an hour, trying to find her. I called Burr at some point,
but he didn't answer his phone. And then Gia was crying. Oh my God, I can't believe she was there for all of that. Oh my gosh.
Once again, Jennifer is showing concern for what Gia witnessed, and not for the fact that Megan is missing.
Is this normal for Megan to flip out like this?
Not so much recently. I mean, back in the day when I first got divorced and got remarried, it was.
A child saying just leave her about their mother is borderline plausible. When you add that that same child was apparently crying moments earlier at the confrontation she had just witnessed, as her mother left her alone, in the backseat of the car, it's downright impossible.
Did you try and call her?
Try and call Megan?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-mm. No, I did not.
Why not?
I don't know. It didn't even occur to me to try and call her.
Okay.
I was more worried about Gia and getting Gia home. At that point, Megan wasn't my focus, Gia was. So I just drove home and I took her upstairs and put her in bed.
Had Megan done this kind of stuff in the past?
What kind of stuff?
Jump out of your car.
She'd never actually done it, but yeah, she's threatened to before.
Okay. Any more drinking or anything that night for you?
No. Definitely.
Muscle relaxers, anything?
No.
Okay.
No. No, I was so tired already. I was exhausted. I didn't take my makeup off or anything. I never do that. I didn't take my contacts out.
Okay.
I just got in bed with Gia because she was asleep. And I just crawled in with her and cuddled her.
Okay. Did that surprise you that Megan was acting the way she was acting in front of her daughter?
In front of her daughter, yeah. And that she wouldn't stop.
Okay.
It definitely surprised me. I mean, she hasn't done anything like that before.
No?
No. And usually in text. Usually she's an angry texter. An instant angry texter.
What kind of stuff sets her off?
Me. Anything I do. She'd done it to me a few weeks ago when I stopped by to pick up Gia while she was at work. I met her at her work and picked her up. And
where does she work?
Blue Mercury at Bridgeport.
What is that?
It's a cosmetic store with aesthetic services.
Okay.
She's an esthetician.
You'd stop by to pick up
I picked
Gia.
up Gia and asked her what time she was going to be done with work, and she said 5:30, and so I thought, you had told me 5 before, and she was like, yeah, I thought it was 5, but it was 5:30, and I just kind of rolled my eyes, because she does that a lot, just doesn't know her schedule. And she's like, what? I'm like, well, I just don't understand how you never know your schedule. You're 27 years old. How do you not know whether you get off at 5 or 5:30? And I woke up at about 5:30.
On Sunday?
On Sunday, because the sun was coming out, and I got up and I got dressed and grabbed Gia and went out to look for Megan.
You didn't call her first?
No. No, I had her phone. She had left her phone in the car.
When did you figure that out?
When I took Gia out of the back seat, I saw it on the floor.
After 4 days of intensive searching, the authorities were forced to call off the search. A massive amount of manpower had gone into looking for Megan, but with still no sign of her in a lengthy radius around where Jennifer said she got out the car, they needed to scale back. Of course, they would continue to work on Megan's case as an active investigation. By now, a fair share of suspicion had fallen on Jennifer amongst the investigators. The story she told them wasn't making sense, and when her lie detector test results came back as inconclusive, it further concerned them that she wasn't telling them the whole truth. But they would soon have a major development. On August 23rd, the day after the search for Megan was called off, a group of joggers were enjoying a brisk outing along the quiet Dayton roads when one of them noticed something down a steep embankment. It was Megan Cordier. Megan's body was discovered down a steep rocky embankment. Why hadn't the searchers been able to find her? Because Megan was found 9 miles away from where Jennifer said she got out of the car. This discovery brought a tragic end to a heartbreaking case. Megan's body was collected from the scene and transported to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy. The results would show she had suffered significant injuries. Megan's cause of death was ruled to be blunt force trauma to the head. She had suffered aortic separation, which would have caused an instant death. For the next 30 days or so, there was little to no information from the authorities regarding Megan's case. That was until they held a press conference on September 27th to give an update on the case. During this press conference, District Attorney Brad Berry detailed the events leading up to Megan's death and discussed the autopsy's findings. He informed the press that the medical examiner felt that Megan's injuries were not consistent with being hit by a car, and the lack of damage to her bare feet showed she had not walked any distance. It was also revealed that Jennifer canceled her second polygraph test, and from then on stopped cooperating with the investigators. Perhaps the most important piece of information to come out of the press conference was the following. Bradbury revealed the medical examiner believes Megan exited the car when it was going at a speed greater than 5 mph. However, due to the death being ruled accidental, the district attorney said there would be no criminal charges brought for her death. The investigators and the district attorney believed that Jennifer was driving in the wrong direction after missing a turn when Megan fell or jumped out of the car. She then hit the ground before rolling down the steep embankment. Shockingly, there was none of Jennifer potentially having sped up right before Megan exited the vehicle, something that could only have come from Gia. Jennifer Weathers was charged with driving under the influence and reckless endangerment. She went to trial in October, and since Jennifer hadn't taken a breathalyzer test that night, the prosecutors would have to rely solely on the witness evidence from those who saw her at the wedding. She ended up taking a plea deal to drive drunk, facing no charges relating to the death of her daughter. The prosecutor and district attorney were open in their frustration regarding the lack of charges relating to Megan's death. They publicly stated that Jennifer had misled the police. She spent 5 days in jail and was put on 3 years of probation. Gia now lives with her father in Salem, Oregon, and Jennifer is not allowed to have any contact with her. The latest update in the case came when Megan's father sued Jennifer for $500,000 for negligence causing Megan's death while driving under the influence. He also sued the wedding venue for almost $1,000 for over-serving alcohol and failing to prevent Jennifer from driving while drunk. A judge dismissed this after he failed to respond to a motion by the defense. In truth, we will likely never know what happened to Megan Cordy. This is a case that will forever have far more questions than answers, and based on Jennifer's behavior, she is unlikely to ever come forward to tell a different story.
Case number 13.
We all know about groups of people with strong religious beliefs, and sometimes bad things happen because of them. But in 2019, something really shocking occurred. 2 kids went missing and several people lost their lives. Before we begin, we want to send our thoughts and prayers to all the people who became victims of this crazy couple. Now, let's go to San Bernardino, California. Lori Noreen Cox, who later changed her last name to Vallow, was born in 1973 on June 26th to Janice and Barry Cox. She had a big family with brothers named Alex and Adam and 3 sisters, Stacy, Laura, and Summer. Lori's childhood was normal, but let's fast forward to 1992. She married her high school boyfriend, Nelson Yanes, when she was 19. Even though they were deeply in love, things went wrong after a year, and their beautiful love story ended in divorce. But Lori didn't stay single for long. 2 years later, in 1995, she became a wife again, marrying a man named William. Things seemed good, and they even had a son named Colby Ryan. However, a pattern emerged, and in 1998, Lori divorced William. 3 more years passed, and Lori decided to become a wife for the 3rd time. In 2001, she married Joseph Ryan. The couple had a child on September 24, 2002. This time, Lori welcomed a daughter named Tylee into the world. However, it seemed like the 3rd time wasn't a charm because in 2004, Lori asked for a divorce. The two didn't part ways amicably. Lori told her brother Alex that her ex-husband was abusive towards her. In response, Alex threatened Joseph and even attacked him with a taser because of his actions. Her brother ended up with a 90-day prison sentence and 5 years of probation. Despite the tumultuous relationships, Lori was a very attractive woman and caught the attention of many admirers. In 2004, she even took part in the Miss Texas beauty pageant. However, Lori was a free spirit and had a tendency to be impatient. She wouldn't tolerate things not going her way and often had a selfish attitude. More often than not, her partners would end up on the losing side of any argument. By 2005, Lori found herself single again. Even though she had 2 kids, only Tylee was in her care full-time. During that year, she met another man. Lori fell in love again, but this time her new soon-to-be husband would play a crucial role in the unfolding case. Charles Vallow, Lori's new love interest, was a hard-working and handsome man from a big family. Born on August 17, 1956, Charles met Lori when he was 49, but he appeared youthful and full of energy. The pattern emerged once more, and on February 4, 2006, Lori heard wedding bells for the 4th time. Charles already had 2 children from a previous marriage, Nicholas and Zachary. Combine them with Lori's son Colby and daughter Tylee, and the married couple formed a family of 6. This time, things seemed to be going well. The family was happy, Charles had a decent income, and they were all in a good place. In 2014, the couple decided to adopt Charles's grandnephew, Joshua Jackson Vallow, affectionately known as JJ. By then, the 3 boys were living elsewhere, so Lori and Charles only had Tylee and JJ to take care of. Lori didn't work, and she was someone who easily got bored. Seeking a new adventure, the family of 4 packed their bags and moved to Hawaii to start a new business. They opened a juice bar called Juice Island in Princeville, on the island of Kauai. Everyone appeared to enjoy their time there, with Lori and her daughter sharing beautiful shots of the scenery on social media. During their time in Hawaii, Lori became fascinated by a series of books called Standing in Holy Places. Already a Mormon and deeply religious due to her upbringing, these books intensified her beliefs. Reading them brought about changes in her lifestyle and overall demeanor. Despite the idyllic surroundings, their business venture was not successful. After a couple of years, in late 2016, they had no choice but to move back to Arizona. This marked the beginning of the downfall in the Vallow household. Lori remained invested in the series of books, this time written by Chad Daybell, a religious author. In 2018, Lori and her friend Melanie attended an event called Preparing a People. This gathering turned out to be where she met the author of the books that seemingly changed her life and how she saw the world around her. For those questioning why they would attend a preparedness conference, Lori and her friend discussed preparing a statement to share upon their return. During the event, Lori and her friend engaged with Chad Daybell, the author of the influential books. They discussed their beliefs, and Chad even expressed a fondness for Lori, claiming they had been married in 7 previous lifetimes. Despite the event ending, Lori and Chad continued messaging and staying in touch. A few weeks later, when Charles was away on a business trip, Lori invited Chad Daybell to her home. However, the gathering wasn't romantic. Melanie and other followers of Chad joined them, and they spent the evening delving into the deeper meanings of God and various religious theories and teachings. Chad couldn't help but focus on Lori, making her the center of attention in their discussions. Chad Daybell had always been an eccentric figure. Born on August 11, 1968 in Provo, Utah, he grew up in a peculiar way. During his teen years, he met a girl named Tamara, and by the age of 22, they were married. 2 years later, in 1992, he graduated with a degree in journalism. Chad Daybell's life took an interesting turn. After working as a gravedigger at a local cemetery, he ventured into entrepreneurship in 2004 by starting his own book company named Spring Creek Books. About half of the books he published were ones that Lori had become obsessed with during her previous marriage to Tamara. Chad and Tamara had 5 children, and the family relocated to Rexburg, Idaho, with Chad claiming that God had directed them to do so. Chad viewed the world uniquely, categorizing people as either light or dark. In his perspective, dark individuals were from Earth but followers of Satan, while light people were followers of Jesus. During a gathering, Chad informed Lori that she was an eternal being with 21 previous lives, 5 of which were on planet Earth. Laurie not only embraced these teachings, but became genuinely excited about them. She developed a profound obsession with her newfound purpose and with Chad himself. Even after the gathering, Laurie and Chad continued to exchange text messages and emails. In 2018, Chad emailed her a chart related to the categories of light and dark, and he went as far as grading her family based on the criteria he provided. Fast forward to 2019, and the Valo marriage was in jeopardy as Laurie immersed herself more deeply into the religion that was gradually evolving into a cult. She began to distance herself from everyday life. Laurie strongly believed in the concept of light and dark people, often referring to the latter as zombies. She held on to the idea that she was an eternal being destined to lead the 144,000, a group believed to have special protection from God. As her beliefs intensified, conflicts between Laurie and Charles escalated. On January 31st, Charles returned from a business trip to find that he couldn't contact his wife and children for the last 2 days. Upon arriving home, he discovered the locks had been changed, his clothes were in the trash, and his bank account had been drained of almost $35,000. Alarmed and with no other recourse, he called the police. When the officers arrived, Charles explained the situation, expressing his concern about not being able to reach his kids for 2 days. He revealed that Laurie seemed to have lost touch with reality, believing herself to be a resurrected being and a god, focusing on the prophecy of the 144,000. Charles emphasized that she had taken all the money from their bank account and had even taken his truck from the airport. The situation had become a cause for immediate concern. Charles explained to the police that he had just flown in from Houston to Dallas and a friend was trying to pick him up. He had gone to the community bridges or something to file a report, and they had ordered a pickup. When asked about what made Laurie a danger to herself and others, Charles disclosed that Laurie had threatened to murder him. Charles clarified that she had threatened him with murder, saying she didn't know who he was and that she could use her powers to kill him. The police tried to understand the situation and asked if this was a recent development or if it had been ongoing. Charles revealed that it had been going on for about 4 or 5 years, escalating recently. Laurie would go to the temple every day, claiming to speak with Moroni and Jesus Christ, who would guide her actions. In the last couple of days, Laurie told Charles that he wasn't Charles, but someone named Nick Schneider. She claimed to have information from people in Utah who told her about her past lives, probation, and marriages to figures like Moroni and James the Just. Charles acknowledged that this information was foreign to him, and while he used LDS, Latter-day Saints, terms, he recognized the craziness of the situation. Charles had previously informed the police about Laurie's threats, but they were not taken seriously at that time. Laurie would then disappear, remaining off the radar for a total of 58 days. During this period, Charles took action and filed for divorce. During the 58-day period when Laurie disappeared, it was later revealed that she had flown to Hawaii with her daughter Tylee. Even after their return, Laurie kept her distance from the rest of the family. However, this was just the beginning of her disturbing behaviour. On July 11th, 2019, the police received a call from a man reporting that he had killed someone. The perpetrator was Alex Cox, Laurie's older brother. In the call, Alex claimed that he had gotten into a fight with his brother-in-law, Charles Valo, and had shot him in self-defense. The dispatcher asked for details, and Alex mentioned that Charles had come at him with a bat. When asked about Laurie's whereabouts, Alex said he believed she was taking her son to school. The police instructed him to come out with his hands empty and walk outside. They confirmed the front door was unlocked and officers were on their way. This call marked a tragic turn of events, and it became clear that Laurie's family was caught in a web of violence and disturbing incidents. A few minutes after the call, police arrived at Laurie's new address, where she had moved just several days prior. At the time of the murder, Laurie was taking JJ to school, and Alex and Tylee were inside the house. Charles seemingly arrived at the house and got into an argument with Laurie's brother, Alex. During their exchange, Tylee fetched a baseball bat and Charles took it out of her hand before hitting Alex in the back of the head. In response, Alex grabbed his gun and shot Charles multiple times in the chest. Charles died there in his living room and his body was discovered by the police several minutes later. While one might expect shock or distress after such a violent incident, Laurie displayed an eerie calmness. She acted as if nothing had happened and even laughed and made jokes during her police interrogation. However, the strangeness didn't end there. A few hours after Charles's death, Laurie, in her own house, decided to host a pool party at the crime scene. This behaviour raised eyebrows and added to the bizarre circumstances surrounding the incident. During Alex's police interrogation, officers noticed something suspicious in his statement. He claimed that Charles had hit him over the head with a baseball bat, but upon inspection, the injury appeared minor. Considering Charles was a semi-professional baseball player, he could have caused significant harm if he had wanted to. Alex's story was later questioned in court, but he was released without further investigation. The very next day after Charles's death, Nicholas and Zachary, Charles's sons, were informed of their father's passing. Laurie chose to relay the news via text, deciding not to go through the trouble of making a phone call. Shortly after these events, Laurie, along with JJ and Tylee, moved out of Arizona. Their destination, Rexburg, Idaho, where Chad Daybell lived. The family of 3 settled in the area, but the story took more unsettling turns. In early September, Laurie enrolled JJ in school, but surprisingly, she did not enroll Tylee. On September 8, 2019, Laurie took both kids to Yellowstone National Park, accompanied by her brother Alex. In pictures, they appeared happy, but this outing marked the last time Tylee would be seen. Oddly, Laurie didn't report Tylee's disappearance to the police. Since Tylee had moved to another state a couple of weeks earlier, her absence went unnoticed. Meanwhile, JJ started school and seemed to adjust well. 2 weeks later, on September 17th, a neighbour's doorbell camera recorded footage of JJ playing with a friend in the neighbourhood. Just like Tylee, this would be the last time JJ was seen by anyone. On September 23rd, Laurie called JJ's school and unenrolled him from the program. When the principal questioned her decision, Laurie simply stated that she would homeschool him herself, ending the discussion. The mysterious disappearances of Tylee and JJ raised concerns, but Laurie's actions only added to the growing unease surrounding the family. JJ and Tylee were missing, and as the months passed, friends and family became increasingly concerned about their whereabouts. When asked about the children, Laurie would assure people that they were doing fine and provide false locations, claiming they were at a friend's house or visiting relatives. During this period, 2 significant events occurred. On October 1st, 2019, Laurie rented a storage unit just outside Rexburg. Witnesses observed her storing the children's bikes, belongings, and blankets in the unit. The following day, she was seen at the storage facility again, this time in the company of Chad Daybell. Throughout the month, Chad, Laurie, and her brother Alex visited the storage unit a total of 9 times. The second notable event took place on October 9th. Chad's wife, Tammy, was in her driveway unloading groceries when a masked man with a paintball gun approached her. The man began firing and Tamara screamed for her husband. The assailant fled and Tamara survived the attack. She shared the incident on Facebook. However, just 10 days later, on October 19th, Tamara was found dead in her bed. Chad Daybell called 911, reporting that he had discovered her lifeless. Detectives investigated the scene and initially concluded that Tamara's death was natural. When asked about an autopsy, Chad declined, raising suspicions surrounding the circumstances of Tamara's demise. Chad's refusal for an autopsy on Tamara's death left authorities with no choice but to accept his decision without further probing. Seemingly unaffected by his wife's death, Chad and Laurie flew to Hawaii 2 weeks later, where they got married on the beach in all-white attire. The media and police couldn't ignore the peculiar chain of events and started keeping a close eye on the newlyweds. During and after their honeymoon, when questioned about their family and children, Chad and Lori began lying. Chad claimed Lori had never had any kids, while Lori stated that Tylee had died a few years back without providing any explanation. On November 26th, police decided to conduct a welfare check on JJ. They visited Lori's house and requested to see him, but Lori claimed he wasn't at home. She insisted that JJ was back in Arizona with her friend Melanie. The police quickly involved and cooperated with the Arizona Police Department. When confronted, Melanie expressed surprise, stating she hadn't seen JJ in weeks. However, her next statement raised alarms. Melanie revealed that before the authorities arrived, Lori and Chad had called her, asking her to lie and say that JJ was with her. The next day, armed with a search warrant, the police headed to Lori's house, but she and Chad were gone. The couple had returned to Hawaii. Between December 2019 and January 2020, the police officially declared JJ and Tylee missing. They raided Chad's house, seizing his computers, journals, and cell phones. Lori was notified that she needed to bring the children to the police station within 5 days, or she risked arrest. Amidst this investigation, on December 12th, Lori's brother, Alex, suddenly died. The cause was attributed to blood clots, and his death was ruled as resulting from natural causes. Lori, failing to bring the kids to the police station, was finally arrested on February 20th, 2020. Her bail was set at $5 million, and she was extradited to Rexburg, where she remained in custody. Despite Lori being behind bars, the authorities still didn't know the whereabouts of the missing children or what had happened to them. After 4 agonizing months, on June 9th, 2020, Rexburg police arrived at Chad's door at 7 in the morning. Armed with a search warrant for his 1960s home on 4 acres of land, investigators spent a few hours at the property. Soon, they made a grim discovery: human remains buried next to Chad's red barn. Initially unidentified, a day later, it was confirmed that the remains belonged to JJ and Tylee through DNA testing. The long-awaited discovery brought devastating news to the families and friends who had hoped for a different outcome. JJ and Tylee were found, but unfortunately, their fate was not the one their loved ones had wished for. In Rexburg, moments of shared grief and condolences unfolded on Wednesday as neighbours, community members, and the media expressed sympathy to the grandparents of JJ Vallow. The heartbreak of the situation resonated through the community, and people expressed their sorrow for the family's pain. Community member Janice Summers, who closely followed the case, captured a video of Kay and Larry Woodcock, JJ's grandparents, walking near the Daybell property where they believed the remains of their grandson and his sister Tylee were buried. The video captured the devastating impact of the situation on the family and the community. On the day of the discovery, Chad Daybell attempted to flee, but was quickly apprehended by police. After running just 1 mile from his property, he was tackled and arrested. Chad was charged with concealment and alteration of evidence. Both Lori and Chad remained in prison, with their trial set for 2023. The community and the affected families were left grappling with the tragedy that had unfolded in their midst. After the disappearance of JJ and Tylee, witnesses reported that Lori began referring to her children as zombies. This disturbing terminology aligns with Lori's previous characterization of dark individuals as zombies. The tragic fate of the children might be connected to these ominous beliefs and practices.
Case number 14.
Linda Lanson and Barbara Graham. Linda Lanson, a 41-year-old photographer and mother from New York, moved to Tampa, Florida, with her 7-year-old daughter to live with her niece. On the evening of July 10, 1983, she left her apartment for unknown reasons and never came back. Her body was discovered the next day by a jogger. She was found partially clothed in some bushes with a gunshot wound to her head. Her car was found abandoned on a street about 10 miles away, and her purse was found on the side of a road in Clearwater, Florida, about 20 miles from Tampa. A month later, in August 1983, 19-year-old Barbara Graham disappeared while walking home from her job at the mall. Her body was found on the 19th behind a dentist's office in the Tampa Heights area. The police suspected a man named Robert Dubois, who was 18 years old at the time and lived in the neighborhood. They got his name from someone in the area who mentioned he caused problems. Robert was questioned by the police, and he agreed to have them take a mold of his teeth to compare to a bite mark found on Barbara's cheek. A forensic odontologist named Dr. Richard Souviron determined that the bite marks matched. Robert was charged and convicted of Barbara's murder. Dr. Souviron had gained fame a decade earlier for his work on the Ted Bundy case, where he testified about bite marks found on Bundy's victims. Initially sentenced to death, Robert's sentence was later reduced to life in prison plus 15 years in 1988. However, Robert maintained his innocence and contacted the Innocence Project for help. DNA taken from Barbara's body did not match Robert's DNA, leading to his exoneration. He had spent 37 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. It was later revealed that the dental mold used as evidence against him was made from beeswax, which isn't suitable for dental molds. Dr. Richard Souviron, the forensic odontologist, claimed that the suspect should have a missing front tooth or a gap between their teeth, traits that Robert didn't have. To complicate matters, another dentist later examined Barbara's wound and concluded that it wasn't a bite mark at all. Following this, the district attorney conducted further investigation to find out who was truly responsible for Barbara's death. Through DNA testing, they discovered that not one, but two men were responsible for Barbara's murder, as well as for numerous other crimes in the Tampa area during the 1980s. DNA matches identified 58-year-old Amos Robinson and 57-year-old Abram Scott as the culprits behind the deaths of both Barbara Graham and Linda Lanson. Both men were already serving life sentences for unrelated murders. Robinson for the killings of Herminia Castro and Carlos Oriana, and Scott for first-degree murder, kidnapping, robbery, and burglary. Since being in prison, Robinson has murdered 2 other inmates and is now serving 3 life sentences for various crimes. Scott, on the other hand, is serving 1 life sentence for his involvement in a murder, kidnapping, robbery, and burglary. Lindy Sue Beechler. Lindy Sue Beechler, formerly known as Lindy Sue Little, was born on January 31, 1956, to Eleanor Geese and Wayne Little. Her parents split up when she was young, and she lived with her mother Eleanor, while her father Wayne remarried and had another child, Mike Little. Described as a free spirit by her half-brother Mark, Lindy was known for her strong work ethic. During her high school years, Lindy worked at a flower shop where she met a man named Philip Beechler, who attended Millersville State College and worked for Hertz Rental Cars. Lindy and Philip got married in 1975 and moved into apartment 104A in the Spring Manor apartment complex in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. One day, while alone at home, she spotted a man peering through the sliding glass door of her apartment. This incident left Lindy feeling nervous, especially when she was home alone, particularly at night. However, Lindy's work schedule meant she finished earlier than her husband Philip, who worked into the evening, leaving her alone at home for a few hours. On December 5, 1975, Lindy finished work, visited Philip at his job, and then went to the Millersville shopping centre to buy groceries. She arrived home around 7:15 p.m., unloaded her groceries, and was expected to be alone for the rest of the night. Knowing this made her uneasy, so her Uncle Mel and Aunt Celeste invited her to join them at a basketball game they were taking their kids to that night. Around 8:45 p.m., Mel and Celeste arrived at Lindy's apartment to pick her up. Celeste noticed the front door was unlocked, which was unusual. Upon entering, she found more unsettling signs: a lamp knocked over in the living room, and no sign of Lindy, despite calling out for her. Upon reaching the kitchen, Celeste discovered Lindy's lifeless body lying on her back. She immediately called 911, and the police arrived shortly after. The police found nothing of value missing from the home, ruling out robbery as a motive. There was also no evidence of a sexual motive and no signs of forced entry. Evidence suggested Lindy had fiercely fought back against her attacker with a bloody footprint belonging to a male found in the kitchen. The autopsy revealed Lindy had been stabbed with 2 different knives, one of which was a butcher knife from her kitchen. The other knife, believed to be brought in by the killer, was never found. The medical examiner determined that the fatal stab occurred early in the attack, but the assailant continued stabbing Lindy in a frenzy of violence. Lindy's neighbours all had alibis for the time of her murder, ruling them out as suspects. However, this also meant they had no leads or information to offer the police. By February 7th, the police had conducted numerous interviews in their ongoing investigation. Despite interviewing over 250 people, the police were no closer to identifying any solid suspects, leads, or motives in Lindy's case. Around the 1-year anniversary of her death, Lindy's parents visited her gravesite and discovered her headstone had been vandalised, covered in red paint and chipped and carved into. It was the only gravestone in the cemetery that had been vandalised, leading police to believe it was related to her murder. However, despite investigating the incident, nothing significant came from it. A few weeks later, the police received an urgent 2-page anonymous letter. The letter claimed to be from the killer and was accompanied by another part supposedly written by someone named Janice Crum, who claimed to be a friend of the killer. While they did locate a Janice Crum in the area, she was never linked to the crime. FBI profiler James Fitzgerald analysed the letter and suggested that Lindy's killer likely had an explosive temper and experienced significant life changes after the crime, such as their life falling apart or becoming more devout to their job or religion. He believed the letter was meant to mislead the police and distract them from their current leads, suggesting it was written by one person, likely left-handed, struggling with their sexual orientation. However, he thought it was unlikely that the killer wrote the letter themselves, but couldn't rule out their involvement. Unfortunately, the letter was lost by the police before any physical evidence could be taken from it. In 1982, the police investigated another suspect, mass murderer Gerald Eugene Stano, who had confessed to killing nearly 40 women. Stano's father lived near Lancaster, Pennsylvania at the time of Lindy's murder, but no leads came from circulating Stano's picture in the area. Later that year, Stano was officially ruled out as a suspect. In 1984, the District Attorney's Office sought the help of 2 psychics to assist in Lindy's case. According to them, Lindy's killer had an olive complexion, dark hair, dark eyes, and a tattoo on his arm. Investigators initially suspected a man named Mark Capilupo, who would have been 18 years old at the time of Lindy's murder and had a history of violent crimes. However, he was ruled out as he was confirmed to be working at the time of the murder. In 2006, the case caught the attention of the VDOC Society, a volunteer group of retired professionals specialising in forensic-related fields, aiming to re-examine cold cases. Then, in 2019, there seemed to be progress as DNA found at the crime scene was used to create a snapshot picture of what the killer might have looked like at ages 25 and 65. It was determined that the killer's ethnicity was Southern European, possibly mixed with Middle Eastern descent, with dark hair and hazel eyes. Finally, in the current year, an arrest was made. David Konopoli, now 68 years old, was arrested and charged with the murder after DNA found on Lindy's clothes was sent to Parabon Nanolabs for genetic genealogical testing. Further investigation revealed that he had once lived in the same apartment complex as Lindy at the time of her murder. Police managed to obtain a sample of David's DNA from a discarded coffee cup, which matched the DNA found at the crime scene. Despite the DNA match, David is currently being held without bond, awaiting conviction Christine McWhorter and Beatrice Daniels. In January 2009, 22-year-old Christine McWhorter and her 31-year-old aunt, Beatrice Daniels, were living in the Chestnut Terrace housing complex in Huntingdon County, Pennsylvania, along with Christine's 4-month-old daughter and 4-year-old son. Christine had recently moved to the area to escape the violence and crime in Philadelphia and was studying business at college. On the night of January 2nd, Christine and Beatrice were in bed with the children when they were both shot in the head and killed with a .25 caliber gun. Fortunately, Christine's children were unharmed in the attack. It was Christine's 4-year-old son who bravely left the apartment to alert neighbours and seek help. Investigators collected blood samples from the apartment, discovering DNA belonging to an unidentified male. In 2016, the DNA was sent to Parabon Nanolabs, which created an image of what the killer might look like based on his DNA. According to this profile, the killer was described as a black man with green or hazel eyes and a light to medium skin tone. In 2018, the DNA was used for genetic genealogy, leading to the identification of a man named Mariko Johnson as a potential suspect. Johnson matched the physical description provided by Parabon. Christine knew Mariko through his girlfriend, Cynthia Swan. In 2019, Mariko was interviewed by the police at his home, where he admitted to knowing Christine and Beatrice through Cynthia, but denied any involvement in their murders or even visiting their apartment. Mariko provided a DNA sample, which was sent to the state lab in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania for analysis. Meanwhile, investigators obtained Mariko's time card information from his employer, the New York Department of Corrections. It revealed that he was not at work at the time of the murders. He didn't work on January 2nd, and his shift on January 3rd didn't begin until 7 a.m. Furthermore, his workplace was nearly 5 hours away from Christine and Beatrice's apartment. By January 2020, the lab confirmed that the DNA sample provided by Mariko matched the DNA found at the crime scene. Police then interviewed Mariko's half-brother, Carroll Johnson Jr., who believed that their late father owned a .25 caliber gun, the same type used in the killings, and that Mariko inherited his belongings in 1998 after his father's death. Additionally, Cynthia Swan, Mariko's ex-girlfriend, was interviewed. The last incoming text on Christine's phone before her death was from Cynthia, asking Christine to call her, but Christine never responded. During her interview with the police, Cynthia stated that she and Christine had planned to leave for a weekend trip on January 1st, but decided to stay home so that Cynthia could be with a man named Benjamin June. According to Cynthia, Mariko found out about her affair with Benjamin around the same time. Police also interviewed Robert Sheen Spade, the father of Christine's oldest child. He mentioned visiting Christine, Beatrice, and the children on the night of the murders. He noted that the apartment was kept very clean, and he didn't notice any blood during his visit. As of 2022, after conclusively linking Mariko to the blood at the crime scene through DNA evidence, he was finally arrested and charged with the murders of Beatrice and Christine. He is set to appear in court in the following months. Renee Cuevas and Shannon Lloyd. In 1987, 23-year-old Shannon Lloyd was living in a rented home in Garden Grove, California. Described as having an adventurous spirit and being a tomboy who loved horses, she was tragically found dead in her bathroom on May 21st, having been sexually assaulted and strangled. Her murder remained unsolved for decades. Renee Cuevas, a 27-year-old mother, lived nearby Shannon. However, on the morning of February 19, 1989, Renee's body was discovered on Lambert Road in Irvine, California, near the El Toro Marine Base. Police didn't release much information about her murder. For years, both Shannon and Renee's murders remained unsolved. It wasn't until 2003 that authorities entered the DNA from Shannon's killer into the CODIS database, which returned a match to Renee's killer. However, the suspect's identity remained unknown. Finally, in 2021, the Orange County District Attorney's investigative genetic genealogy team identified a suspect in the murders of Renee and Shannon. Reuben J. Smith, originally from Michigan, but living in Orange County in the 1980s, was linked to the crimes. In 1998, he was arrested in Las Vegas for sexually assaulting and attempting to kill a woman, leading to the requirement for him to submit a DNA sample to authorities. In 2022, investigators compared Smith's DNA to that found at the crime scenes of Renee and Shannon, definitively matching him to the murders. However, Smith died by suicide in July 1999 at the age of 39, before facing justice for the attack on the third unidentified woman. Nadine Madger. In January 1980, 25-year-old Nadine Matter lived with her 28-year-old husband, Mark, who owned a local auto body shop, and their 8-month-old son, Daniel, in an apartment in Willoughby, Ohio. On the afternoon of January 11th, neighbours in the Majors apartment complex reported hearing a man screaming. They saw Mark running out of the apartment holding his baby, Daniel. Mark urgently handed Daniel to a neighbour, asking her to care for the baby until he could contact a relative to take care of him. He told the neighbour that he had just returned home from work and found his wife dead on their kitchen floor. Willoughby police arrived at the scene shortly before 5 p.m. Further investigation revealed that Nadine had been stabbed in her head, neck, and torso. Fortunately, baby Daniel was unharmed and found in his playpen just feet away from Nadine's body. Investigators suspected that the attack occurred sometime between 1:15 and 4:45 p.m. There were no signs of forced entry into the apartment, and no evidence suggested a sexual motive for the murder. However, it appeared that Nadine had fought against her attacker, as chunks of skin from the assailant were found under her fingernails and collected as evidence. The only item missing from the home was the knife used in the murder, which came from the kitchen, leading police to believe that robbery was not a motive. Blood found on Nadine's shirt belonged to an unidentified male, and some of it was in perpendicular drops, indicating that the suspect was standing above Nadine's body while bleeding. One of Nadine's neighbours witnessed a bright yellow Dodge Dart car parked behind the apartment building around the time she was killed. However, investigators were unable to find any leads related to this car. Nadine's husband, Mark, was quickly ruled out as a suspect. He passed a polygraph test and had a solid alibi. He was at work all day. Nadine's case remained unsolved until 2015, when police received a breakthrough lead from the DNA sample found on her shirt. The Lake County Crime Lab, Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation, and Lake County Prosecutor's Office collaborated with Parabon Nanolabs to use genetic genealogy to identify Nadine's killer. They found a potential match in a man named Stephen Joseph Simcak. Investigators then compared the DNA sample from the crime scene to one from Simcak's child, resulting in a match. Simcak, a former Marine, lived in Ohio with his family at the time of Nadine's murder. People who knew him in the 1980s informed investigators that he owned a yellow Dodge Dart, consistent with the witness's observation. Police examined Simcak's time cards from his 37-year career at Lincoln Electric and Ludlow, Ohio, located around 10 miles from Willoughby, where Nadine lived in 1980. They found that Simcak had only missed work on January 11th, the day of Nadine's death, despite being scheduled for the second shift. He had called in sick. In 2002, Simcak retired and relocated to Bemis Point, New York, near Buffalo. In 2018, at the age of 79, Stephen Simcak passed away, leaving behind his wife, 3 biological children, and 2 stepchildren. Investigators are still uncertain about the motive behind Nadine's murder, as Mark, Nadine's then-husband, does not believe that Simcak knew Nadine. Antonio and Luz Rodriguez. In 2005, 80-year-old Antonio Rodriguez and his 77-year-old wife, Maria de la Luz, were living in Cleveland, Texas, a small town known for its safety and low crime rate, averaging only 1 murder per year, with most cases solved. Antonio, born on August 8, 1924, enlisted in the United States Army in 1943 at the age of 19 to fight in World War II. Maria, born on September 20, 1927, was described as a selfless woman who co-owned a grocery store with Antonio upon his return to Texas. The couple had 10 children and were known for their generosity in the community. In the early 1990s, they retired to spend more time with their family, especially their grandchildren. Their youngest daughter, Carolina, checked in on her aging parents multiple times a day in the early 2000s due to their declining health. Tragically, in 2004, their grandson, Bernardino, was brutally murdered at the age of 30, causing immense grief for the family. His killers were arrested shortly after. However, on the morning of April 14, 2005, Antonio went to a convenience store to buy lottery tickets, as he and Maria regularly did since retirement. When their daughter Carolina visited later that day, she found both her parents murdered in their home. Antonio was found on the floor in the hallway, while Maria was discovered in bed with serious injuries. It was later revealed that they had been beaten and strangled to death. The killer had even tucked Maria into bed after the murder. Despite immediate investigation and the collection of evidence, including fingerprints and DNA found at the crime scene, the case went cold for years. It wasn't until March 2021 that a match was found in the FBI's DNA database, CODIS. The DNA belonged to Shelley Susan Thompson Lemon, a 41-year-old woman serving a prison sentence in Texas for unrelated offences. When questioned, Shelley denied any knowledge of the Rodriguez family or their deaths. However, her DNA matched that found at the crime scene, leading to her arrest on July 8, 2022 for capital murder. Carolina, Antonio and Maria's daughter expressed disbelief at Shelley's involvement, stating she had never heard of her and saw no connection between Shelley and her parents. She also believes that Shelley may not have acted alone and that others may have been involved in her parents' murders.
Case number 15.
Victoria Mendoza. She was like the female version of a rebellious bad boy, tattooed, wild, and not afraid to bend the rules. But behind her tough exterior was a darker reality. When Tawny Baird, a 17-year-old girl, fell for Victoria in 2004, warning signs were there. Sadly, like many abusive relationships, Tawny realized too late that she wanted out. This case delves into the shocking events leading to Tawny's brutal murder at 21 and explores the twisted mind of her killer, who turned to TikTok for social media fame. Welcome to Mysterious Oracle, where we unravel mysterious, terrifying cases worldwide. But before we begin, our hearts go out to the loved ones of those affected by the events in this story. Welcome to Salt Lake City, Utah, a picturesque city nestled in the Rockies, known for its national parks and ski resorts. One of its charming suburbs, Holiday, was where Tawny Baird, a 17-year-old girl with dreams as big as her smile, grew up. Despite her parents' separation when she was young, Tawny had a loving, blended family. She was affectionately called Ladybug and described as warm, engaging, and ambitious. Tawny had her sights set on a career in music. She was talented and driven, with a circle of loyal friends. However, her loyalty would soon lead her into trouble. In 2010, during a routine drive with friends, Tawny's life took a sharp turn when they were stopped by the police. Like many teens, they occasionally dabbled in alcohol and marijuana. But in Salt Lake City, where strict laws reflect religious and moral beliefs, this incident would change Tawny's life forever. In Utah, possessing a controlled substance as an adult can lead to a criminal record and time in prison. Tawny's friends were all 18 at the time. Thinking quickly, 17-year-old Tawny took the blame for the bong and weed. However, this decision had serious consequences. She faced charges for possession and was placed in the care of Child and Family Services, then sent to a youth health treatment facility for 90 days. For a girl from Holiday, a middle-class suburb, juvenile detention was a scary experience. Tawny found herself surrounded by tough kids with troubling backgrounds, some involved in gangs and violent activities. Her mom was worried sick, knowing Tawny was a homebody. Enter Victoria Ashley Mendoza, also 17. They say opposites attract, and that was certainly true for Tawny and Victoria. Victoria, born to Mexican immigrants, had a tough life. Her father's suicide when she was young plunged her family into hardship. Victoria's behavior became increasingly troubled, leading to multiple run-ins with the law. Yet despite her troubled past, her rebellious demeanor drew others to her, including Tawny. Victoria embodied everything society deemed rebellious and forbidden, which appealed to Tawny's vulnerable side. Whether Victoria's behavior stemmed from teenage distress or a deeper issue remains unclear. Nevertheless, her allure to Tawny was undeniable. Victoria also represented security and survival, skills vital in the harsh environment of juvenile detention. But what really bonded Tawny and Victoria was their shared love for music. Around the same time, Victoria received heartbreaking news. Her mother had aggressive breast cancer. Tawny stood by her, deepening their connection. When Tawny's mom visited, instead of tears, there was talk of Victoria. Tawny, who had previously only dated boys, revealed she was gay. Her parents embraced her new relationship, showing unwavering support. Released from detention in August 2010, Tawny and Victoria exchanged letters, promising to wait for each other. In one letter, Victoria's words hinted at something darker. Despite this, Tawny couldn't stop talking about her. In September, instead of visiting her sick mother, Tawny went to pick up Victoria from the center with her father. Victoria's appearance surprised Tawny's father, who felt uneasy but chose to support their relationship. Tawny's friends were also taken aback but accepted Victoria. However, Victoria's curiosity about Tawny's past relationships raised eyebrows. Despite the challenges, social media depicted Tawny and Victoria as a glamorous, crazy-in-love couple, seemingly perfect for each other. Tawny's best friend, Lacey, noted their genuine connection. Victoria then took Tawny to her mother's house in Ogden, known for its issues with gangs and crime. There, Tawny met Victoria's wild friends who had a different lifestyle from hers. Tawny noticed Victoria carrying a knife, a hobby of hers. As they spent more time together, signs of trouble emerged. Tawny's father sensed Victoria's jealousy and insecurity, contrasting with Tawny's trust and playfulness. Victoria's jealousy flared, especially with male friends, leading to arguments and ruined nights out. Some of Tawny's friends distanced themselves, while others, like Lacey, tried to befriend Victoria to support Tawny. However, Lacey realized Victoria had a short temper, making her wary. In June 2012, Victoria's mother passed away, leaving her without parents or a job. Despite the challenges, the girls had been together for 2 years, and Tawny's parents supported Victoria through her loss. The Bairds graciously welcomed Victoria into their home, treating her like family. Casey Baird saw Victoria as another daughter, and Dana embraced her as a second mom. However, their differences strained their relationship. Victoria grew increasingly jealous of the attention Tawny received from both boys and girls, unable to see Tawny's unwavering devotion to her. Ironically, it was Victoria who cheated on Tawny, seeking revenge with one of Tawny's female friends. Their breakup was final, with Tawny firm on not taking Victoria back. Victoria attempted to reconcile through a YouTube apology video, revealing her possessive nature and desire to control Tawny's affections. Despite warnings from friends and family, Tawny took Victoria back, blindsided by what she perceived as romantic gestures. Casey Baird regretted not intervening sooner, sensing something was wrong. Unfortunately, female abusers like Victoria often go unnoticed. Despite heated arguments and occasional physical altercations, the couple would reconcile, hiding their issues from Tawny's mother. Unaware of the escalating abuse, Dana Baird believed they had raised a strong, confident daughter. However, behind closed doors, Tawny suffered in silence. Victoria displayed remarkable skill in acting, lying, and manipulating those around her, concealing her true nature adeptly. While Tawny's father recalls only one instance of having to intervene in a physical altercation between the girls. Behind closed doors, their relationship was slowly unraveling. The recurring theme throughout their relationship was Victoria's deep-seated paranoia that Tawny might revert to liking guys, potentially leading to her leaving or cheating on Victoria. Despite their frequent fights, Tawny's close friends observed a troubling pattern. The more they argued, the more reliant they seemed to become on each other. Despite their best efforts to maintain a facade of happiness, the toxic undercurrents in their relationship became increasingly difficult to disguise. Following one particularly violent outburst, Tawny confided in Lacey, expressing genuine fear for her safety at the hands of Victoria. Meanwhile, Tawny's mother, Dana, couldn't ignore the signs of an unhealthy dynamic between the girls. Victoria's relentless efforts to keep Tawny isolated and under her control only served to escalate tensions further. However, the breaking point came when an innocuous text message from a male friend triggered a violent reaction from Victoria, resulting in a brutal physical assault on Tawny that left her blood-eyed and missing a front tooth. In the aftermath of the assault, Dana was faced with a difficult decision. While she grappled with the desire to protect Victoria from potential legal repercussions, her primary concern remained Tawny's safety and well-being. Despite Tawny's pleas to avoid involving the authorities, Dana ultimately made the difficult choice to call the police, recognizing the gravity of the situation and the need for intervention to ensure her daughter's safety. Witnessing the aftermath of the assault, Tawny's father was overcome with devastation and guilt, realizing the severity of the situation and the profound impact it had on his daughter's physical and emotional well-being. Victoria claimed they were attacked by a gang in Ogden, a story Tawny supported, even repeating it to the doctor. This deeply distressed her friends and mother, who couldn't understand why she stayed in the relationship. Despite Tawny losing her front tooth in the assault, she acted as if nothing happened. Things were escalating quickly, with no one realizing how unstable Victoria had become. In February 2014, Victoria made a troubling confession on Facebook, hinting at her reckless behavior. Around the same time, Tawny confided in her stepmother, Becca Murray, expressing fear that Victoria would harm her if she tried to leave. Tawny endured the abuse and lived in constant fear, pretending to be happy to avoid further harm. Despite Dana recognizing Victoria's unhealthy obsession with Tawny, she felt trapped with Victoria, who had no job or place to live. Desperate to improve the situation, Dana and her husband helped Victoria secure a job as a security guard, hoping it would bring stability. Tawny's grandmother even assisted in removing some of Victoria's tattoos. With both Tawny and Victoria starting new jobs and Tawny enrolling in college, things seemed to be improving. However, on October 17, 2014, Tawny's best friend, Lacey, invited them to a party across town. As the night progressed, tensions rose, with Victoria feeling neglected and losing control over Tawny.
Eventually, Victoria insisted they leave the party early, and Tawny reluctantly agreed, driving Lacey home before expressing love to both girls. Just hours later, a call from Victoria on Tawny's phone would send shockwaves through their circle of friends. Aaron, typically avoiding late-night calls, made an exception when Victoria persistently dialed his number. The urgency in her voice prompted him to put the call on speaker, recording the conversation. Victoria's distress was palpable as she revealed a chilling confession. She had just taken someone's life. Her words conveyed a mixture of fear and confusion, leaving Aaron stunned.
Hey, where's Tawny?
She's dead. Yes, I actually killed someone. She was searching me to look out. Do you understand? I went crazy, like I didn't need to do it, you know? And then I realized that's where the show someone. Oh my gosh, you guys, I'm so scared. You have no idea how scared I am.
Curiously, she refrained from mentioning Tawny's name until prompted about her whereabouts. There was no mention of Tawny's fate, only Victoria's own anguish and trepidation. Amidst Victoria's emotional turmoil, she revealed that Tawny was still alive, but quickly dismissed any hope of saving her. Instead, her focus shifted to her own future and how society would perceive her actions. It was a stark reminder of the twisted reality in which she operated, where the gravity of her crime seemed overshadowed by concerns of personal image. For Tawny's father, The news of her tragic demise left him grappling with a myriad of emotions.
The woman allegedly killed by her domestic partner is wondering tonight what went wrong and if something could have been done to prevent the tragedy.
I'm hearing little bits and stories from friends of Tawny that Tawny was living in fear of Vicky.
Police say Tawny Baird was stabbed late Friday night in Ogden by Victoria Mendoza. She's now in jail. Tawny's dad says his daughter seemed happy. She was going to school and working as an accounting assistant, but police say an argument ended with tragedy.
We all loved her, but there was really something was not right.
Now, a friend of both the women told KSL today that Mendoza called him after the crime and admitted to killing Tawny.
And I just kept asking, what's going on, what's wrong? And I mean, she would hang up it happened about 6 times, but she'd hang up until finally she said, I killed someone.
That's Aaron Murray. He said he could tell Mendoza was in shock on the phone. He says she asked him not to call the police, but he did after he learned where she was. He says friends are devastated about the entire situation. Mendoza was supposed to start a new job as a security guard tomorrow. She remains in the Weber County.
As dawn broke on October 18th, 2014, Victoria, slated to embark on a new chapter with a job as a security guard, found herself behind bars, entangled in a web of her own making. Deputies from the Ogden Police Department were swiftly dispatched to a parking lot on East Avenue in West Ogden, Utah, responding to a frantic 911 call reporting a stabbing incident.
The address and city of your emergency. I have to report a murder. Okay, do you know who was murdered? Yeah, her name's Tawny.
The location, a familiar spot to Victoria from her childhood days at the Ogden Church, now bore witness to a scene of unimaginable horror. Upon arrival, emergency personnel were confronted with a chilling sight. Tawny Baird, her entire body drenched in blood, sat motionless in the passenger seat of a car. Meanwhile, Victoria Mendoza, visibly shaken, exhibited signs of distress with bloodstains adorning her hands and face. Recounting the harrowing events to authorities, Victoria described a tumultuous altercation that had erupted between her and Tawny during their journey home from a party in Weber County. The disagreement, ignited by jealousy over another man, had spiraled out of control, leading Victoria to impulsively veer into the parking lot. It was there that she retrieved a 4-inch folding knife from her pocket and unleashed a frenzied barrage of stabs upon Tawny. Subsequent to her arrest, Victoria found herself detained in the confines of the Weber County Jail, facing the grim reality of charges for first-degree felony murder. Tragically, Tawny Baird, a mere 21 years of age, was pronounced deceased at the scene, her promising future cut short by the senseless act of violence. News of the horrific incident spread like wildfire, reaching the ears of Tawny's dear friend Lacey, who wasted no time in alerting Dana, Tawny's mother. With a heavy heart and trembling hands, Dana hurriedly checked Tawny's room, only to be met with an empty space devoid of her daughter's presence. As the gravity of the situation sank in, a solemn police vehicle arrived at the Baird family home, bearing the unbearable news of Tawny's untimely demise at the hands of Victoria, a young woman they had welcomed into their lives with open arms. The subsequent autopsy report revealed the brutal extent of Tawny's injuries, documenting a staggering 46 stab wounds inflicted by Victoria. Despite none of the wounds individually proving fatal, Tawny succumbed to the combined effects of shock and blood loss, underscoring the sheer brutality of the attack. The report painted a grim picture, highlighting the possibility of a different outcome had Victoria promptly sought help and applied pressure to Tawny's wounds. During Victoria's preliminary hearing in February 2015, she maintained her innocence, pleading not guilty to the charges levelled against her. She painted a picture of Tawny as the aggressor, alleging that Tawny had physically assaulted her by slapping and pulling her hair, leaving her in a state of fear for her own life. Her defense attorney argued that Victoria's actions were driven by stress-induced anxiety, citing several outbursts during the altercation. Victoria further claimed to feel isolated and persecuted, stating that she believed everyone was against her. She even expressed thoughts of self-harm, suggesting suicide as a means to alleviate the perceived burdens on others. In a final act of self-pity, Victoria lamented the emotional toll of the Baird family's accusations, asserting that their words had deeply wounded her. However, as the weight of the evidence mounted against her, Victoria's lawyer proposed a change in plea to guilty on November 10, 2015. Prosecutors highlighted discrepancies in Victoria's account of the events, particularly regarding her initial claim of driving during the stabbing. The presence of stab wounds on the right side of Tawny's body contradicted this assertion, suggesting that Victoria was indeed behind the wheel at the time of the attack. Furthermore, forensic evidence indicated a transfer of blood from the dashboard, indicating that Victoria had moved from the driver's seat to the passenger side after the assault. Following her conviction, Victoria's sentencing provided a solemn conclusion to the tragic saga. During the trial, Victoria's sister, Cindy Spencer, took the stand and recounted the chilling moment when Victoria confessed to harming Tawny. Overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, Cindy and her husband rushed to the church parking lot where Victoria had directed them to find Tawny's car. Spencer described feeling deeply unsettled by her sister's distressing admission. When questioned by defense attorney Michael Studebaker about the power dynamics in Victoria and Tawny's relationship, Spencer acknowledged that Tawny held the upper hand due to her possession of the car, phone, and financial support from her family. Spencer also mentioned the use of prescription drugs and marijuana, although only traces of marijuana were found in their system. In her final statement, Victoria, despite acknowledging her monstrous actions, attempted to downplay her responsibility, claiming,
I'm the monster here.
However, her words rang hollow, revealing a selfish undercurrent as she lamented her own suffering amidst the devastation she had caused. During the victim impact statements, emotions ran high as Tawny's father pleaded for justice, while her aunt questioned why Victoria should enjoy another day of freedom when Tawny could not. Ultimately, the court handed down a sentence of 16 years to life for Tawny Marie Baird's murder. The judge cited the lack of premeditation as a factor in the sentencing, though he expressed a sense of constraint in his decision. Victoria now resides in Utah State Prison with her first chance at parole scheduled for October 2039. The question lingers, is this sufficient recompense for the impulsive and brutal taking of a life? Will Victoria's time behind bars suffice to quell the jealous rages and impulsive tendencies that led to such tragedy? Only time will tell. Casey, Tawny's father, expressed a sentiment of profound anguish, stating, "I don't seek the death penalty. I want her to endure the agony of reflection for a long time. She's slowly destroying me too. She should face another trial, this time for the gradual demise of Tawny's dad and mom. I'll ensure she never sees daylight again. She took away my precious daughter." In 2020, Victoria found herself garnering attention on TikTok and YouTube from prison. Despite being inside, someone outside was recording her calls and sharing them online, prompting gratitude from Victoria toward her supporters. The Utah State Prison swiftly took down the accounts. Victoria's troubled history, marked by bursts of uncontrollable anger, jealousy, and a glaring lack of empathy, hints at deeper psychological issues. Studies suggest that 21% of female inmates suffer from antisocial personality disorder, characterized by a disregard for others' rights, lack of remorse, and manipulative behavior. Whatever afflictions plagued Victoria's mind, they ensnared an innocent girl in a web of addictive, all-consuming and obsessive love that swiftly turned toxic and violent. Tawny Baird's only fault was falling in love, a choice that tragically cost her life.
Case number 16.
We're turning our attention to a shocking incident that unfolded in Japan, often challenging the perception of children as innocent beings. Instead of the usual image of little ones crying over minor issues, we're delving into cases where children become perpetrators of crime, causing harm to others. Now, let's explore a distressing incident that took place at Okubo Elementary School in Japan, famously known as the Nevada Tang case. It was June 1, 2004, a seemingly regular lunch break at Okubo Elementary School. A teacher noticed that 2 students were missing. Initially, she thought they might be in the restroom or eating elsewhere, so she didn't raise an alarm. However, when one of the missing students, Natsumi Tsuji, returned with a box of bloody cut-up clothing, the teacher's concern heightened. Checking Natsumi for injuries, the teacher was astonished when Natsumi confessed that the blood wasn't hers and that something terrible had happened. Alarmed, the staff began searching for the other missing student, Satomi Mitarai. The search ended tragically when Satomi's lifeless body was found in a pool of blood near an empty classroom on the 3rd floor. The school plunged into chaos, and the police were called, notifying the parents. Satomi's father, Kyoji Mitarai, struggled to comprehend the harsh reality of his daughter's tragic death. According to him, Satomi never had conflicts with her peers and seemed to be on good terms with everyone. Katsuyoshi Tominaga from the Sasebo Central Fire Department reported the gruesome scene of Satomi lying face down with multiple slashes on her wrist and neck, the fatal cut measuring nearly 4 inches, leading to her death from significant blood loss. Natsumi Tsuji, the other student, was escorted to the police station, visibly remorseful. Initially, she appeared like any distressed child, crying and apologizing. The motive behind Natsumi's actions was unclear, but as she narrated the events leading to the murder, a troubling story unfolded. Natsumi and Satomi were friends who shared common interests in basketball and internet surfing. However, friction arose when Natsumi discovered that Satomi had been speaking ill of her to other friends, referring to her with derogatory terms. On May 27, 2004, Natsumi learned about hurtful comments from Satomi, calling her names like Puriko Kurikuri, or more disparagingly, fatty. Despite trying to ignore these comments, Natsumi's indifference seemed to intensify Satomi's negative thoughts. Prior to the fatal incident, Natsumi contemplated harming Satomi using various means, such as an ice pick, a box cutter, or strangulation. However, upon seeing Satomi at school the next day, she realized she couldn't go through with it. On the evening of May 28, 2004, Satomi again spoke negatively about Natsumi. Unfortunately, Natsumi saw the offensive message before it was deleted, and in response, she threatened to harm Satomi. This tragic incident sheds light on the complexities of relationships even among young individuals, revealing how seemingly small conflicts can escalate to unimaginable outcomes. Despite the disturbing message, Satomi seemed unaffected. However, Natsumi eventually reached a breaking point. On June 1, 2004, during the lunch break, Natsumi convinced Satomi to come to an empty room. According to what Natsumi later told the school counselor, she closed the curtains, creating darkness. Approaching Satomi from behind, she tried to cover her eyes but failed. Still, Natsumi used a box cutter to slash Satomi's throat, watching for about 15 minutes as Satomi slowly passed away. Upon arrest, Natsumi was referred to as Girl A to protect her identity, as per Japanese legal procedures. The case became known as the Nevada Dong incident because, in a presumed class photo, Natsumi was seen wearing a Nevada sweater, and the public affectionately added Dong after her arrest. The investigators delved into what might have motivated Natsumi to commit such a horrifying act. They discovered her fascination with horror, whether in films or books. As an early internet enthusiast, she frequented sites discussing macabre topics, such as urban legends and content now considered part of the internet's underbelly. One of her favorites was Battle Royale, and reports even suggested she visited the infamous Red Room website, known for its unsettling content. Natsumi's disdain wasn't limited to Satomi but extended to her entire class, whom she believed participated in bullying. On her personal webpage, she expressed contempt for them, even posting an internal dialogue, questioning the thoughts on taking a life. Subsequently, a forensic psychologist evaluated Natsumi. Besides minor altercations typical of children, there were no indicators of psychological distress in the month before the crime. The public quickly labeled her a hikikomori, indicating severe social withdrawal, but no clinical assessment supported this claim. Notes from medical examiners revealed communication problems and obsessions, and she was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome. Despite appearing normal, Natsumi shocked everyone with the heinous crime. The head of the Sasebo Children's Counseling Center noted that she displayed no signs of being troubled and had not experienced abuse at home. It was challenging to believe that such a crime could come from an otherwise ordinary girl. The suggestion arose that Natsumi might have been heavily influenced by the media she consumed. Children, being impressionable, served as a warning for parents to monitor their media consumption. However, this realization did not spare Natsumi from punishment. On September 15, 2004, the Japanese family court, considering the severity of the crime and despite Natsumi's young age and remorse, did not take her age into account. Judge Hainai Kumatsu commented on her large ego, heavily influenced by the media, and sentenced her to 2 years of involuntary commitment, later extended by 2 more years in 2006. Natsu Mitsuji was sent in a juvenile reformatory center in Tochigi Prefecture. This incident had a significant impact on Japan. Kichi Inoue, a minister responsible for disaster management in Tokyo, suggested that the growing influence of the feminist movement might have played a role in the girl's actions. According to Mr. Inoue, the incident signaled an increase in assertive women compared to the past. This viewpoint faced criticism, notably from Hiroki Hosoda, the chief cabinet secretary. He argued that gender was irrelevant in this case, and that the focus should be on improving the overall situation. The incident reignited a debate in Japan about the age of criminal responsibility. Previously, the Cube child murder case had set the age of criminal responsibility between 14 to 16 in the early 2000s. This was in response to a 14-year-old Shinichiro Azuma committing a terrible crime. The discussions, however, leaned towards lowering the age again, causing public concern. The father of Versatobi Mitarai, Natsu's father, felt the weight of the tragedy profoundly. A poignant letter he wrote to his deceased daughter was published nationally during the trial preparations. In the letter, Kyoji wondered why Satomi wasn't present, questioning if she was playing happily or if she had reunited with her mother. His daughter had been the one to lift his spirits after his wife passed away 3 years prior. On March 18, 2005, during the Okubo Elementary School graduation ceremony, the school honored the affected families by featuring blank pages in the graduation album, where class pictures of Tatumi and Natsumi would have been. Satomi was awarded a graduation certificate accepted by her father on her behalf. Natsumi also received a certificate, as the school believed it would aid her reintegration into society. In contrast, certain Japanese web communities, such as 2channel and Futaba Channel, took a different stance. Rather than recognizing the severity of the crime, they began to idolize Nevada Thang, as if the murder was a piece of fictional horror. In June 2005, a mass cosplay of Nevada Thang emerged, and the Nevada University hoodie became a top-selling item online. The murder, instead of being condemned, was treated as a subject of memes and artworks, akin to a piece of fictional horror, like a creepypasta. A few weeks later, the Nevada University decided to take down a particular sweatshirt temporarily from their catalog. Authorities attempted to remove images of art and cosplays, considering them disrespectful. However, every time they took one down, more would pop up. There's even a song dedicated to this phenomenon called Cutie Nevada by an unknown artist. Natsu Mitsuji gained the nickname Japan's Cutest Killer, a title that unsettles many. Currently, we know that Natsu Mitsuji has been released from her sentence, and she's living a life shrouded in secrecy, free from the past. She's been given a new name, offering her a second chance at a normal life. Natsu Mitsuji and her family relocated to an undisclosed location in Japan. While some might argue that Satomi Mitarai had it coming after bullying Natsu Mitsuji, nothing justifies such a violent end. In the years following, the undeniable rise in juvenile crimes in the Asia-Pacific regions is noted. Nowadays, most crimes committed by children involve drugs, delinquency, or severe bullying in schools. Several factors may influence children under 18 to commit adult-like crimes, including socioeconomic status, media exposure, and parental influences. One lingering question is whether children feel protected by their age. If they commit a serious offense, they are sent to a reformatory center, focusing on rehabilitation rather than jail. For some, this might bring shame to their family, but for more stubborn individuals, it might feel no different than after-school detention. It's the responsibility of parents, teachers, and other adult figures to guide children towards better problem-solving tactics. The case of Satomi Mitarai serves as a cautionary tale about the influence of the internet and media on young minds. Children easily mimic what they see, and violent or negative behaviors can be replicated if not supervised. That's all for today.
Thanks for watching, guys. Please don't hesitate to show your support. Give this video a thumbs up and let us know your thoughts in the comments below.